그래서 뭐 하위권도 하위권인데 지금 상위권도 순위 확정은 아직 안 된 상태예요. 두 경기가 남아 있기 때문에 그 두 경기에서 순위 확정까지 이어지게 됩니다.
네, 그러니까 말씀해주신 것처럼 라운드 로빈 초반 단계까지만 놓고 본다면은 심플리사 게이밍이 거의 언터처블 같은 스탯도 뽑아내고 있긴 하지만
기가 막히잖아요.
다지면 모른다는 거고 진짜 페르시아와 담비 이 원투 펀치가 너무 세요.
맞아요.
네.
네.
그리고 보시면 아시겠지만 확실히 상위권 팀들이 좀 굉장히 많이 있죠. SLT 성남과 농심 레드포스, 디플러스 기아도 보이고.
Alright, let's get our tweets going.
그러니까 저희가 그 지난 퍼시픽 게스앤 게임에서도 문제가 나왔었던 게 헤드샷 퍼센트 높은 거는 누가 할 것 같냐. 근데 정인호 해설님이 아주 명쾌한 답변을 해주셨어요.
어떤?
5킬을 해도 다 헤드면은 100%다.
명쾌하시네요.
오히려 30 몇 킬을 했는데 그런 선수들은 대부분
Hey,
헤드샷이
Maro.
30% 내지는 20%다.
How's it going?
킬이 저조하면은 저조할수록 헤드샷이 높을 수도 있습니다.
자, 어찌 보면은 좀 슬픈 얘기기도 한데.
슬픈 얘기죠.
예.
예.
근데 저게 성적으로 또 환산되면
그렇죠.
너무 좋습니다.
네.
네.
Let me
자,
just
오늘 두 경기 준비가 되어 있는데
focus on my
SLT 성남과
tweets and
그리고 슈퍼팩트 e스포츠와 IAM
Instagram posts.
앞 경기는 이제 SLT 성남이 얼마나 좀 1위 시드권을 노려볼 수 있느냐가 정해지는 경기. VC 대전은 이 경기 지면 많이 어두워져요.
SLT versus
VC.
VC.
한 경기밖에 없게 되고요.
그리고 일단 SLT 성남이 지금 탑 4개의 팀들 가운데서 맵 득실이 좀 뒤쳐져 있는 상태이긴 하다 보니까
What's the acronym for Superfect? Is it SPF? Yes, yeah, because we joked about the sunscreen.
잡는다면 말씀해주신 1, 2위의 시드를 가져갈 수 있는 가능성이 높아집니다.
네. 자, 오늘 첫 번째 경기 준비하고 있는 두 팀 바로 만나보도록 하겠습니다. SLT 성남과 VC 대전 만나보겠습니다.
Hello, Mishra. Are you gonna do week 3 pickups? Yes, we will do it after match 1 of Challengers Korea today, because there's like a 30-minute break. So we'll do it in between the matches.
최대한 끌어올리는 게 중요한 상황이 되겠습니다.
네. 그때 라운드 단계에서 디플러스 기아에게 일격을 맞고 나서 워낙 SLT 성남이 분위기와 기본을 타는 팀이긴 하다 보니까
And
이대로 쳐지는
YouTube,
거 아닌가라는 생각이 들었지만
WillChobra.
농심 레드포스전을 그 빌미로 삼아서 다시 올라와가지고요.
Now, live now.
디플러스 기아전을 제외하면 승리한 경기에서 내준 세트는 하나밖에 없었어요.
그렇죠. 그 정도로 이제 이길 땐 좀 완벽하게 이기는 모습을 좀 많이 보여줬고요. 지난 스테이지 때 좀 안 좋은 시드권을
Where is my thumbnail? There we go.
좋은 결과가 기다리고 있을 것 같습니다.
자, 그리고 무브스가 90점이 돼서 더욱더 안정화를 이뤄내고
Yes, for anyone not familiar with Challengers Korea, I will give you a quick rundown here in just a second.
제빈을 엄청 인정하더라고요. 네. 지금 뭐 챌린저스 탑급 타격대 아닙니까? 이런 얘기를 할 정도로 제빈 선수가 IJ를 내려놓으니까 진짜 날아다니고 있는 상태입니다.
실제로 기록도 그렇죠.
네, 말씀하신
And the second one is SPF versus who is it? IAM. IAM is playing today, so that's exciting.
전체적으로 선수들이 준비해온 세팅도 굉장히 많은 만큼 경기를 볼 때마다 좀 기대가 되는 팀이고요.
자, 그리고 SLT 성남이 로터스 승률
Twitch.
4전 전승.
약간 지난 스테이지 농심 보는 느낌이죠.
예.
네, 언터처블의 필승 맵을 하나를 가져가고 있고 그리고 어센트를 계속해서 밴을 하고는 있는데 어센트를 못하는
Okay.
팀이란 말이에요.
What? XG to perform live at VCT Pacific Stage 2 Finals. Oh, I didn't know that.
2전 전승을 기록하고 있고요. 전체적으로
Apparently they will be.
지금까지 5경기
The venue for the Stage 2 Finals for Pacific was announced.
볼수 있을 때는 골랐다는 얘기예요.
스카이워커님 안녕하세요. 아유, 방문해 주셔서 감사합니다.
만나보겠습니다.
또 ESL 스타에서 보셨다고 하시니 뭔가 정이 확 느껴지네요. This is the first time I'm watching Challengers Korea. Anyone noteworthy to look out for? So VC, you might recognize some of these names, whether it's from Valorant or other games. They've all kind of been around. I'm just now realizing that they're not fielding Han. Huh. Okay. All right. Well, Han was on the starting roster, but they've been experimenting a little bit with some rotations. So this is like a bunch of people who have like made small splashes here and there in challengers before Pacific and maybe last year, but not enough that you would be like, man, I can't wait. I mean, Bangnan for me was that guy before Pacific where I was like, I would love to see this guy grow into something greater. but that did not end up happening. He kind of fell off while he was on Damwon, spent a little bit of time in Challenger Japan, and now he's back. He's doing pretty well. I would say today's second match, the Superfect team is interesting because that's where Val Analysis, the old coach of JGG and Rare Adam, are. He just joined that team, so it's interesting to see what he can do. You're already seeing a little bit of his impact because that team was very messy, but they're starting to come with some good ideas. And then their opponents, IAM, is like the new streamer team this year. So you've got familiar names like God Dead, Bunny, a couple of those guys from the old F4Q days, Kafina. And then you got Duemo and Kuchiri joining them, and that team is pretty fun to watch as well. That team is well, it's fun just because, you know, obviously they've all got personality, but they're also putting in the work. Now SLT, VC's first opponent today, SLT Seongnam, was a team that looked like they were going to be relegated at the very first week of Stage 1, and then they rose all the way to the grand finals of Stage 1, and they are continuing to look pretty good. Not like unbeatable, but they are looking absolutely like contenders, I would say, this season. They brought in a new IGL in Moves, who was actually playing on the team that won Stage 1. Jabin used to be the duelist entry IGL, and now he can just focus on being the duelist. So SLT's, and they're a very aggressive team generally. So SLT is fun to watch. So between these two teams, I mean, I'm looking for SLT to win. I'm hoping that they show even more stuff, even more consistency. You know, I would love for VC to do well. I would love for them to do well. But you know, as we are starting to get into the second half and like basically the later end of challengers, where we're gonna have to see who the best team is that goes to Ascension, I want the favored teams. I want the favorites to really start to give us a bit more to have hopes on going into Ascension. So I'm looking for SLT in this first match to perform even better than they were before. That's the goal. Didn't miss much. Just giving a little rundown on how things have been going for them so far. Yeah, SLT undefeated on Lotus, so curious. I mean, not all like super dominant, but I would say, you know, 13-5, 13-7, that's pretty dominant. Obviously, this one goes overtime. Fear X, they used to be called LFG. They were the champions of Stage 1, but they went through some roster changes. They're currently in last place, so that's not good. And then Nongshim is another favorite, I think. For anyone wondering, the current favorites are SPG, Synpreza Gaming. They came up through Premier, but they should have been contenders in Stage 1, but they got knocked out in the qualifiers by LFG Portal, the eventual champion. So Synpreza Gaming, I would say SLT, and I would say Nongshim. These are the three teams that I think are the most likely to go to Ascension for Korea. So I am curious how each of these teams now look going into the later weeks. Personally, I'm a big fan of Nongshim, but I mean, I'm becoming more and more a fan of Synpreza Gaming as well. So SLT's fun too. It's just that like Nongshim, there's Yo Man, they've got, you know, neat ideas, etc. Yeah, and the graphics just talking about how Vo coming in is kind of the wild card for VC, as he has not played a game yet in Stage 2. He did in Stage 1, but he's being subbed in for Han, which is an interesting point, because Han was the go-to primary duelist. I'm wondering if Bangdan's going to play duelist now. Also, if I don't speak too clearly every now and then today, please forgive me. I just went to the dentist today. Slowly the anesthetics are running out, so my teeth are starting to hurt. Opinion on current DRX. I've been with DRX since CS days, and it hurts to see what's happening. I'm a huge Mako fan and seeing his posts on social media. Oh wait, what did he post? I've like actually, I used to be a big like follow all the players guy just to, you know, keep tabs, and now there's just like too many. No, there's just too many. Also, Twitter is just like not great.
적중이 됐을 때 보통 업셋이 나오거든요.
그렇죠. 아무래도 이제 저희가 지난 스테이지 봤잖아요. 영원한 전승 맵은
He didn't post anything.
그게 오늘이 될 수도 있는 거고요.
그렇습니다. 자 이제 맵 픽을 만나봐야 될 것 같은데요.
Map draft.
어떻게 선택이 됐을지 일단 예상이 되는 맵들이 좀 있어요.
네, 일단 맵 선택권이 열렸을 때 SLT 성남 로터스를 좀 고를 것 같은데
네.
스플릿 밴이면 로터스 나올 수도 있겠네요.
자 스플릿 묶여.
We'll have Twitch point predictions if you want to partake in that and have a little fun.
여기까지 좀 약간 예상이 됐죠.
네.
계속 숨기고 있으니까.
역시나 헤이븐.
아 근데 SLT 성남의
VC
선수들 몇
picks
면을
up the
보면은
Haven.
그 잔뼈가 굵은 선수들이다 보니까 헤이븐에 대한 이해도도 빠삭할 거거든요.
아 그렇죠.
네.
워낙
네.
오래된 맵이고
그죠.
익숙한 맵이다 보니까 이건 좀 지켜봐야 될 것 같고요. 역시나 SLT 성남을 로터스 선택했습니다.
Haven, VC, Lotus, no big surprise there. SLT, and then Bind.
확실히 준비되는 게 많을 거라서
Man, banning the split over the Lotus, huh?
많이 해왔냐가 정해질 것 같고 헤이븐은
네.
로터스는 VC 대전이 얼마나 많은 게 공개된 SLT 성남의 로터스를 공략해 왔느냐가 중요 포인트가 될 것 같습니다.
지난주부터 헤이븐이 합류하면서 맵 로테이션 들어오게 되면서 지난주 수요일 경기였었죠. 그때는 헤이븐이
Alright, there you go. There's Twitch point predictions are up.
헤이븐은 이게 헤이븐인가
And then, let me see here.
너무 난타전이긴 했죠.
요원 조합도 너무 파랑파랑했었고 내가 알던 헤이븐이 맞나 이 생각까지 들었었는데 오늘의 헤이븐은 왠지 좀 아예 다른 맛인 것 같아요.
아예 다른 맛이다.
양팀 다 운영적으로.
Yeah, so last week we saw Haven show up in Challengers Korea. It was a little messy. Well, I think only one match, so
헤이븐에서 어떤 식으로 준비를 해봤을지 봐야 될 것 같습니다. 지난주
he was just apologizing and said he's sad that he let all his fans down. Ah, I see.
됐을 거란 말이죠, 팀들이.
What's up, Silverdew? I see Ganchi's talking about on YouTube as well, the Challengers Southeast Asia stuff. Let me comment on that in a second. I want to answer the DRX question first before we get into the matches from Twitch. How do I feel about the DRX? I mean, quite frankly, I think DRX is looking like I expected them to look. I think even in Stage 1, I think they looked above my expectations in Stage 1. And given the roster changes they have now, like, this isn't surprising. I mean, this is a whole new color of the roster, right? It's 3 players that haven't really worked directly under Termi. Like, you could argue Bane, used to be on the practice squad or whatever, and a little bit for Flashback and Foxy 9 as well. But 3 guys who haven't really had to just take the guidance of the coaching staff, Termi and Glow, and work with it on stage. They've got role changes that they have to figure out. It's a new meta. You don't have an experienced IGL. Like, on paper, as gifted as these players are, this is what I would expect. This is what I would expect, quite frankly. I do think they played worse than I thought they would against RQ. I thought RQ could win, but I did not think it would be a 2-0. Not to say that it was an easy 2-0, but I agree with the thing that Termi said, where he said he felt like they were playing like a tier 2 team playing against tier 1, aka like playing too scared, which I would agree with. So I think, maybe they're a little bit shakier than I thought, or they're playing a bit more like they're going from like haphazard to scared to haphazard to scared. But overall, I think it's going to take time for this squad. I think it's too early to say like you're going to give up hope or whatever if you're a fan. I mean, you have to recognize this is basically an entirely new roster. I mean, it's a 5v5 game. What is... Dude, why is... why is Jimin and Benessia so tunnel visioned? Anyway. It's a 5v5 game. And these are some very crucial roles that have changed from DRX. So, like, Buzz and Mako, sure, they're experienced and they're great players, but... there's only so much you can do, especially if you want the team to grow and you're not just like, screw it, I'm gonna go hard carry, right? So I don't think it's that surprising, I think they're not, I don't think they're gonna like lose to everybody or whatever, right? But so before this goes any further, the Challenger Southeast Asia stuff, so it's a little confusing for people who haven't really been keeping track of challengers. But basically, we actually have 3 stages of challengers starting this year, but stage 3 actually feeds into next year, right? So that should technically be called the new stage 1 in my opinion. I think that's where the wording is getting a little confusing. The announcement for Challenger Southeast Asia is not in effect. We are going through Ascension with the separate Challenger scenes for now, for this summer. There's going to be Ascension, and then there's going to be a Challengers season that starts at the end of the year. And that's when it goes into effect, which feeds into next year. So just to clarify all of that, it doesn't affect like this current Ascension that's going to happen in Tokyo at the end of the summer. So the conglomeration is going to happen at the end of the year. Now, talking about it, so obviously, listen, I'm looking at it from the outside, so I can't speak from an SEA perspective, which is always going to be a little different, right? There's going to be always a little bit more investment and emotional investment into it. From a third-party perspective, I totally, like, I mean, I think the, what's the best word to put it? Complaints, I guess? I think those are very apparent, right? The reasons for the complaints, because you're conglomerating it and it's reducing the numbers, etc., etc. But for those of you who haven't seen Jakeson, who was actually on our stream earlier this year to talk about VCT Pacific, he's the head of Pacific VC, like Valorant, like all things, including challengers. He posted on his Twitter, he posted a very, very long response to everything, just clarifying their thought process. And I think that's also logical. You know, reading through that, I mean, I don't think it's like him just trying to save face. Like, I think it's very logical from Riot's perspective as well. So for me, it feels like a situation where you have to wait and see. Oh, dude, the Paranoia Shrouded Stat, man. That's a good one. So for me, it's easy to say we should wait and see because, like, obviously I'm not directly involved in the SEA scene. So you could argue, like, well, you can say that because you're just watching from the outside, and it'd be like, well, you're not wrong. Like, that is true. But I think that also maybe makes me a bit more objective. But I do think it's worth waiting and seeing. None of the TOs knowing about it and it being kind of like dropped out of the blue. That, I mean, that you could argue is bad. I did find the timing a little weird. Like, it was just kind of out of nowhere, right? It was kind of out of nowhere. Yeah, and like, again, I don't directly know if, like, whether, you know, if none of the TOs knew or if none of the teams knew. I don't know. Obviously, it doesn't feel good for the teams that are currently already invested, because it's like, you know, does that change how your outlook of, like, the current roster and whether you, like, keep sponsorship or not, etc., etc.? I mean, I guess technically you have nothing to lose by waiting and seeing if you get in, but because it sounds like stage 2 and then, like, the next premiere is going to feed into it or something like that. But so, I mean, the timing of it was definitely it was a bit of a head scratcher. Like, whether there was, you know, even if there was prior communication to everyone on the inside, like, publicly, it was a bit of a, like, wow, oh, okay, yeah, I guess this is happening. So maybe there's something for Riot to learn from that, but the actual decision itself, I am from a third person perspective, I'm like, okay, let's wait and see, because I totally get both sides. I will say, though, it's also like, I don't know. To me, from the outside, it feels like a... Oh, hold on. Oh, wow, he actually gets Mangong. Okay. Oh, good. Flood in, even despite the smoke. I mean, dude, SLT was committed to both of them swinging hell. And then the third person was going to watch this side. That was good. So many times we'll often see people be like, oh, I'm going to look this side. Oh, I'm going to look this side. And, like, you both get picked off. But you guaranteed that there was a trade. Yeah, so what was I going to say? Oh. So from an outsider's perspective, to be fair, it feels kind of like a pick. pick the lesser of two poisons situation, because I feel like the current system is also not sustainable. Like there's not enough incentive for enough teams to want to invest.
SLT 성남이었습니다.
Now, conglomerating and diminishing it, so to speak, obviously feels bad for some others, but I think it concentrates the focus a bit more. Also, they did seem to imply that at Ascension, therefore, Southeast Asia will have the most slots. So while it may not be obviously the same amount, like you would have, you know, like 2 or 3 or whatever. So it wouldn't just be like 1 from Challenger Southeast Asia, which that would be bad, but I don't think that's going to be the case. Dude, what? T1 Ross, dude, what is going on today? What is going on in the past 24 hours? Chat, I just want to watch a Challengers Korea match. What is going on? I just want to watch some Valorant, chat. Is that so much to ask for? Where is it? I guess we're not watching this first match because there's like too much to talk about.
드론을 쓰다 보니까 B 쪽에 없다는 건 체크가 됐습니다. 그래서 A 아니면 C라고 생각을 하고 있는 것 같고요.
네, 제빈도 그걸 읽었죠.
네.
네.
여기 배치.
Let's see. Where is Rossi?
이거 신 너무 됐는데요? 하지만 시크릿 일단 2명 보냈고요. 1대1입니다.
뭐 클라우디가 여기까지 씹어들어.
Oh, he just posted a picture. It's not an actual official thing. Is it?
제빈이 신을 너무 냈는데요.
I don't think it's actually official yet.
있는 라운드였던 것 같은데 너무 신내다.
Although I assume it's very heavily implied. Yeah, I mean, listen, I apparently can't watch this because you guys are all going crazy about everything else in chat. All right, somebody, if you have solid proof that it's official, if it's as no matter how clear as it might be, if it's not official, I don't really want to talk about it. Oh, we have coach cams finally. They are a little, the dimensions are a little stretched out, but okay, it's not official. Then we're not going to talk about it.
이걸 원래 가져갔어야 되는 라운드인데.
맞죠.
심지어 상대 총기가 짧았고 가슬 선수가 잡히고 시작.
But anyway, to wrap up talking about challengers, yeah, listen, it's hard, but I think in the long run, they're probably picking what they think is more sustainable, which, quite frankly, the current system I don't think is sustainable long term. Now, you could argue, like, well, why does Korea and Oceania, like, they all get to keep their own thing? First of all, it's probably simply a matter of servers. My assumption is, right? My assumption is that it's simply servers. That's like the biggest reason. And then in terms of Korea, you know, I mean, you could argue maybe like Korea and Japan could be consolidated. In terms of like ping, but while Korea has like an iffy number of investment, I guess maybe Japan, that's not the case. And then the viewership and then the LAN availability, that is the timing of that smoke from Benesia is very good. I feel like Godsby probably should have seen it. I just realized Godsby's playing Jet, by the way, because we were just talking about a bunch of other stuff. I wonder if they did this because of just overall role changes that they wanted more than like Han. Although I guess then they could just put Han in instead of Godsby. So it could be VEC wanting to play just more as a team. Well, Oceania definitely can't play with anybody else like on the regular. So that is for sure. I mean, the whole thing about expanding the team pool, that I think you can argue that it doesn't make sense, but also like it doesn't. First of all, if you're not from those regions, it doesn't really matter anyway, because at the end of the day, the number of teams that goes to Ascension is the same. It's going to be limited anyway. So, like, I think it's very important when you're if you want to air a complaint, I think it's very important to isolate the things that matter, right? Expanding Korea, South Asia, and Oceania to match the same numbers so all the leagues can have the same format is not actually impacting whether, like, I don't think that's the reason Southeast Asia is getting consolidated, right? I think these are two totally separate matters. And I can only imagine that maybe they're expanding it because you want to make sure the tournament system the format's the exact same, and you know the scheduling is the exact same, and maybe that way, and maybe you think there's enough of a player base that at least through Premier that you're still gonna, even if they're not sponsored, that there would be enough teams to field a tournament. Who knows what those reasons are? I haven't actually read anything on those reasons, but like these are two very, like they are not correlated per se.
VC대전에 한 번쯤은 A 긴길이나 하수도에 대한 꽝 붙는 싸움을 해야지만 SLT 성남이 균열이를 쓰든
So,
릴레이 볼트를 쓰든
and quite frankly, I'm not at all well versed. Like I know, you know, a couple of the teams and players that do well in South Asia, but I am like not at all well versed in the actual scene, so I can't comment there, let alone in Oceania as well.
긴길 쪽 체크 균열 쓰면서 여기에 대기 재빈.
제비 나오죠?
자, 제빈 히어로 벤달이라서 해야 된다는 거.
오, 가스비.
히어로가 너무 빨리 퇴근했는데요.
네. 가스비.
Dude, VC is actually playing pretty well. VC was like even scrappier than stage 1, so I was kind of disappointed with that.
그렇죠. 그게 유일한 수였죠.
가스비.
자, 근데 이런 식으로 무브스.
자, 근데 이 하나의 벤달이 또 무브스의 손에 넘어가면
지진강타도
몰라요.
있거든요 지금.
저기에서 하나.
Oh, dude.
앵글도 괜찮거든요.
피해망사.
Oh my gosh.
지진강타.
He actually gets all 3, and he's just going to buy time. I don't mind that either, because he's not 100% sure, and then he makes sure he has the better angle. I mean, I think that's fine, especially since he did get one, result-wise. Oh, dude, and this wall, they're never going to suspect him. Dude, this is such a gamble from Venecia. That's so insane. I cannot believe that he's gonna wall here and his teammates are gonna, his teammate Sungjin's gonna draw aggro first. That's actually, I mean, it's 2 ults, but what a play. That was actually good. Like all of that, every piece of that led to them like not at all expecting Venecia to peek out of his own Cosmic Divide. I mean, who would do that, first of all? And then let alone Moose had bought so much time and there was still no backup from AR Short.
드디어 A 한번 스킬 투자로 가나요? 보이시죠? 예.
이게 뭐 봉쇄를 위해서도 있고.
Which of these players are making tier 1? I mean, I think
이런 인식을
I think on SLT, like, Moose and Jabin, I think, have an argument, but I think it's more so, like, SLT and Nongshim, I would say, it's more so the team. It's like the sum of all parts really feels like they could go to Ascension and have a shot. I don't think they would necessarily be favored against the other regions, but... And then Simpresa Gaming, I think, could actually be contenders for favorites at Ascension if they make it there. And I think that team is made up of a bunch of individuals that could be making it into tier 1, but also their sum is greater than their parts, I think. I guess even on Nongshim, I think Extras, like, if he was on a tier 1 team, I think he would grow to be even stronger. I think there's basically names you want to keep eyes on, right? Moose has been around for a little while though, and I think he's been a sturdy player in challengers, but not enough that anyone's saying like, dude, Moose should be on a team in Pacific, right? I haven't really heard that. But Jabin, I think, is making a name for himself for sure this year, if not already last year. Oh my! Dude, he got the Rolling Thunder worked, and he's still lost. Dude, we need a replay from Sungjin's POV. What is going on?
근데 이게 시크릿 선수도 이전에 지진 강타를 한번 그 저량악 띄운 경험이 있어서 그냥 바로 눌렀거든요.
그러니까요. 야, 그런 좋은 기억이 있다 보니까 눌렀는데 이번에 당했습니다. 자, 다시 한번
Where is it?
잡고 지진 강타 맞았는데
이걸.
Dude.
스텝을 밟았네요, 한번.
성진. 여기가 좋게. 자, 성진의 마지막
Damn, dude. I think he just assumed he would have heard him or he would have flown out further if he got hit by the Rolling Thunder. It's a bad assumption, but so I think that's why he like checked and then immediately wanted to swing up to see if he would be stuck on the window or something.
상대가 총기 짧은 걸 알고 있어서요.
Am I surprised that Seldom is doing so well in Japan? I'm just surprised that Seldom is doing well again, regardless of what team or region he was playing in. But I'm very happy. I'm very happy to see that.
방금도 콜플레이 너무 좋았죠.
뒤쪽에 저 양익이 너무 좋은데요.
네. 삼각 그리고 손이 나가서 마무리해주고 여기도 잘라냈습니다 베네시아가. 사고 쪽 진입하는데요.
네, 우회나고 있는데 함정이 있어서 한번 들켰고.
성진 좋은데요?
좋아요.
와, 사냥꾼의 분노 썼어요?
Dude, Songjin is on one today so far. He is playing so well.
연달아 7, 8, 9라운드를 SLT 성남이
This is actually KD. 8-4, I mean, it's pretty solid, but the positions and timings he's had is very good. I mean, single-handedly shuts down B, shuts down C. Well, I guess C with the help of Dangerous Fury, but is SLT the best right now on the stage? No. Simpresa Gaming is like undoubtedly the best so far in stage 2 for Korea. And then I would say it's torn between Nongshim and SLT. Seldom is the original Korean Jet, yes. The OG. Was on DFM last year, but didn't get to do much at all.
자, 잘 밀고 들어가요. 하지만 여기도 이깁니다.
SLT getting shaken up by the execute quite a bit. Oh, nice shock dart kill though.
하나 더.
Yeah, okay, that did hit secret. All right, 45 HP.
요새라도 좀 빼고 싶을 텐데 그런 각도 좀 힘들어 보이죠.
게다가 뭐 돌아오는 인원이 있는지 여부되는 체크되는 그 포탑도 아직 살아 있어가지고요.
네. 연막.
Are they gonna save? They are. I mean,
쉽지가 않습니다.
it's just too much. They do have creds though. I don't know. Pushing this earlier to see if they could draw out the lockdown, I think might have been something worth. I don't think VC would have used it, but it's not like the other ults are that close. I guess if you give Vo another kill, Vo's close to getting it. Oh, it's my pen's freaking out where I can't use it on the right side again. I don't know why it does that. Yeah, no, Riddle doing well, and then Mirash as well. Like Challengers Japan is doing well for itself, I think, which I am excited to see.
5대5 동점입니다. 다시 스코어가 리셋됐습니다. 아직까지 박난의 봉쇄는 갖고 있는 상태고요.
자, 지금까지 차고를 잘 건든 적이 없었거든요.
예.
망공의 습격도 있는 턴에
Match secret getting signed by Team Secret.
차고를 잡아먹고 가라지 투시 이 작전도 쓸 법한데 A 쪽이네요.
모여 있습니다. 역시나 김길 쪽 한번 나가보는데 균열 잘 지웠죠. VC 대전은.
Wonder what SLT is gonna have prepped on the attacking side. Generally, they're very fast-paced team. Not at all surprising that they're digging deep into the neon for this meta.
저 그래도 재민 선수 잘 잡긴 했는데 뒤쪽에 공간이 남긴 하거든요.
그렇죠, 많이 남죠. 예. 거기다가 지금 아스트라
Yeah, this lockdown is very weak. It's Cloudy was in a very awkward position.
스펙을 다 바로 차단했고요. 성진이 바로 박난을.
진입도가 다 보이고 성운도 잘 걸려서
이거 빠져.
피해 방상도
And then also, VC was kind of out of tempo on that one.
사이퍼 함정이 그래도 차고 쪽에 남아 있고 캠도 있어서
그렇죠.
돌리는
게다가
거 봐줄 수 있거든요.
캠은 C 긴 길의 전진 배치예요. 그러니까 빠른 속도로 C에 대한
Gotta turn my AC off. It's like freezing.
자 그리고 여기에 함정이 있었는데.
아니 이거 찬미스? 너무 급했는데요?
그리고 너무 컸는데요 이 미스는.
아니 분명 함정이 있어서 체크하고 들어간 거였거든요 성진이. 설치됐습니다.
You got fault line. You have double flashes.
성남 약간 스스로에게 좀 아쉬울 만한 장면들이 좀 많이 나오네요.
그죠.
야.
So, I mean,
SLT 성남 같은 느낌이 아니에요.
마무리됩니다.
it's a rough one.
VC 대전.
이게 오랜만에 헤이븐이라 그런지 양팀 다 실수들이 좀 나오고 있습니다.
이런 느낌이에요. 가져가야 될 라운드를 가져가지 못하고
그러니까 이게 뭐
목까지만 하는 걸 좀 가져가거든요.
상대가 잘 쏴서 그래.
All right, we're like we're starting to focus on the game, which is great. It's exciting instead of talking about everything else that's going on.
6대 5입니다. 이제 전반의 마지막 라운드예요. 베네시아의 우주 장벽 준비되어 있고요.
다시 한번
Also, for anyone wondering, T1 isn't actually factually 100% out of playoffs, but it's like 99.9% likely. But the people who are out there being like, yeah, but the Genji won the head-to-head, it's like that's not why they're not out. It's that there's a weird world where there could be a four-way tie. I saw so many comments where like, yeah, but like even if they tied, even if Genji lost everything, it would be a head-to-head, and it's like, yeah, but there's like other teams. So. Ah, dude. Oh wait, he got two. Okay. I thought he only got one.
베네시아도 볼을 잡아냈고요.
네, 각 자체가 불리해가지고.
네, 그리고 시간도 이제는 좀 촉박할 수밖에 없고요.
I mean, that bought so much time.
스킬 셋업 받고 그냥 성질이 사고를 쳐야 되는.
Thought he was jumping over, but he got pulled back. That's unfortunate, man. The gravity well actually screwed him over pretty hard.
그 노림수 파악이 너무 좋네요.
네.
He wants Benesio wants he wants the kill.
이렇게 전반까지 7대 5로 VC 대전이 2점 리드한 채로 전반적인
Did Secret from VC used to play in CN? I think he played. Did he play briefly in China?
확실하게 있었던 VC 대전이고 그러다 보니까 박나 선수가
He was on Genji in the beginning last year, I believe.
중요할 때 그 시크릿 선수의 지진 강타 그 판단으로 절야전 뛰었던 그 라운드도 굉장히 컸고요.
그렇죠. 근데 헤이븐 전반에서 사실
Who picked this map? VC. VC picked this map. So it's their pick. They started an attack 7-5. I mean, this is a score line. The score itself is not anything to read too much into, I would say. Zeta and DFM's odds are looking very dire, yes. I haven't run through like all the numbers, but like I'll ask once I get there to the writers, like, all right, what's the actual scenario?
시작은 VC 대전이 나쁘지 않아요. 괜찮습니다. 반면에 SLT 성남의 그럼 공격성 이런 걸 생각하게 된다면 이제 후반전 들어가서 SLT 성남이 이제 공격이 임하거든요. 거기서 분위기.
Yeah, but basically, like anyone who's not already in the top 6, basically now it's a combination of you need to win and others need to lose for you. So. And if you look at the schedules, the ones that need to lose, like 4 of them are generally looking rough. Plus, they would need to win like all their matches against like the stronger teams. So. All right, so the Frenzy half armor for the Neon plus util. I mean, listen, you're gonna pick up the Neon. You might as well on the attacking side. I think 100%. I think you 100% should be doing that. Like, this is so powerful. I mean, SLT is also a very like initiator heavy composition, right? You've got Breach, you've got the Relay Bolt on Neon, you've got Astra. And then obviously you've got info from Silva. It's just a lot of stuns and displacement. So just a smoke, then no vision. They're gonna hide out here until Cloudy makes noise. And because of this, they're all rotating over already. VC's trying to get ahead of it. Ooh. Okay. I think they kind of need to go right now. Yeah, just the recon. That's the best Cloudy could do, and that's the timing for Jabin to go in. Gravity well to try to draw him in. He actually gets out, which is, again, the best VC could have hoped for. They don't even care about the potential lyric. They're just going to go ahead of it. They're going to try to go fast with the Flood as a 5-man. Anti. Oh, the team flash. That's unfortunate. He had a timing. Now they're not in a great spot. You only have one ghost. Oh, they've all got it lined up. Oh, their pings are all over the place. That's a rough one. Yeah, the Astra's not as explosive as like in being instant, but I think you're basically what you're working off of for SLT is that you're basically displacing everyone so that Jabin runs free. It's a bit of an all-in onto the Neon, but we'll see.
초반부에 제빈이 잘리게 되면서 해체까지 이어졌습니다. 결국 피스톨 라운드 VC 대전이 가져가게 됐고요. 이러면 VC 대전은 많이 풀리죠.
너무 여유로워졌죠.
네.
Yeah, the C long plant on pistols we've seen it fall so many times, even in Pacific just this past weekend. It's a rough one for pistols, I think.
또한 어떻게 보면 페이크거든요. 성진 꼬리만 남아 있는 척 연기하고 하수도 버리고 짧은 길로 가서 싸먹겠다.
Whoa! Oh, dude, if he had gotten the third, that would have been sick. Dude, the Neon, watching the Neon from the enemy's perspective is just so funny. Alright, I like the aftershock. It's a bit of an all-in just to clear the trip, but make sure that they can start swinging. Dude, this Guardian pickup, that's gonna make the difference. Oh, I love the pre-fire from Cloudy to shake him up a bit. What's up, No Void? Yeah, I'm not really sure. Woody didn't play this past week though, right? So I'm not really sure what's going on with EDG. But I mean, I think EDG maybe feels that they're in a similar spot to DRX, where it's like we've seen our ceiling and we need a bit of a shakeup, right? Maybe we need a new perspective. A lot of times, this doesn't have to necessarily do with like the player just individually isn't skilled enough. It's a matter of you need a different perspective, you need a different tempo, you need better flexibility. Like there's all sorts of things.
물론 이 데이터는 퍼시픽 기준입니다.
I would also agree that on Haven, Killjoy I think is stronger, as much as I am a Cypher enjoyer. I mean, I like both, but in a team setting especially, I would say Killjoy offers a lot more. Okay, he played in Hong Kong time. I felt like I had seen Simon somewhere. I didn't look too deep into it though. Maybe that's where, just a couple times. Recon's already out. Paranoia. They kind of have to capitalize on this, but they're already late on it. VC's slightly off tempo on their own stuff. They weren't as ready, and then also the counter util they didn't quite account for. Granted, it is an eco, so you know, it's not the end of the world, but wow, they already have a crossfire set up. Okay. Do I think DRX has some of the best pure firepower in APAC? I don't know, actually. Because I would say just pure firepower. Obviously, Paper X is up there. Obviously, Gen G is up there. From a pure firepower standpoint, I would say Team Secret is now absolutely up. Well, actually, they are up there. Before they were definitely not. I mean, Envy and Jeremy were, but I think with the addition of Wild Oreo and then even 2GE, although like pure just firepower, I think Wild Oreo trumps 2GE, but you know, if we just count like individual mechanics overall. So Secret is up there. Whoa, dude, Sungjin. That timing for the cyber cage. He's just standing out there like, whoop. I mean, Secret's firepower is definitely up there. I wouldn't say they're the best, but if we're counting... Dude, so much aggro drawn from the site. How are you going to retake Garage? Okay, Paranoia ready.
왜냐면 차고 주도권이 성진이 쥐고 있어서.
VC again, man. They throw their util step by step, and then they can't actually capitalize off of that timing. Dude, that is a swing out of all time. What a slide.
브리핑 덕분에 이게 됩니다.
8대8 동점.
Holy.
라운드를 내주긴 했었지만 이후에 3개 라운드를 연달아 따냈습니다.
That is so sick.
3개의 라운드 다
That is sick.
패턴을 보여줘요.
예.
Of course, Paper X is better firepower wise. We're talking about one of the best, not.
그리고 차고 투
Dude,
시도하고
I'm not saying Secret, I think, is the highest, but I think Wild Oreo is pretty cracked.
그러니까 이렇게 되면
So I think they should be included in the conversation.
어디 해야 되지? 이 고민이 가장 앞서.
I think they should be included in the conversation.
대전이에요.
Like RQ, I wouldn't put up there. I think, you know, at their peak, like Elmi, Moore, and Xfero, and then obviously Jemkin, are up there.
아, 이게
Monyet's great. I don't know, and maybe it's him still settling in, but I've never really got that the idea that Monyet's like firepower was the greatest. I think he leans a bit heavier into the craftiness of how he plays, and now maybe the craziness. That's not to say he's bad at mechanics, right? But it's just a matter of saying like if he just had to fight in a 1v1 with a bunch of obstacles blocking your bullets, like who would win?
나비? 네, 네. SLT신데 감독님이신데
네.
나비 유니폼을 입고 계셔가지고요.
아, 그러네요.
뭐 노랑노랑해서 비슷하긴 합니다.
So I don't know if, and then even like Elmi, Moore, and Xfero, I would say they had a great game against DRX this past weekend, but they've had those before. I would say this was one of the best, but not consistently enough, right? And I would say, like, for instance, Jeremy last year was not consistent enough, but I would say this year Jeremy is up there alongside Envy, and then I think Wild Oreo so far. Who else would I consider, like, as a team, is a really firepower based team? And then, so on paper, I think DRX would have been up there, but seeing how they've been playing, I don't know if that's true anymore.
와, 그러니까 저게 된다 뭐 이런 얘기가 있었는데
발사부터 없어. 예. 그리고 나 어차피 체력 없으니까 그냥 사이트.
What is that, man? You can't even do that in Call of Duty, man. That's insane. Dude, the double.
좋은데요?
Oh my gosh. Dude, the first shot accuracy mid slide is insane. That is insane, man. I've seen a couple. I've been meaning to go back and watch because I've heard so many people say that Jogamo showed some of the best use of the new Neon. I've seen clips, but like I want to watch the full match, the full game to really get a grasp at it.
저게 돼요? 네, 이게 약간 네온 마렵게 하는 플레이어네요, 제비디. 네. 와, 이거 네온에 젖으면 더 무섭거든요.
They said it's kind of like playing against Tracer. That's actually funny. That's a good analogy. Oh, Vo gets 2 here. That's kind of big, and he shuts down the Neon. That's huge, dude. Shutting down that ultimate is such a pain. Sungjin's already got some control in mid, but they're still not checking the cam. Okay. Cloudy's weary of it. Cloudy's kept his eyes on Garage the entire time, so they're wary of it. Sungjin dying is rough, though. Especially dying in here is rough. Moves should be checking for this. Not moves, sorry, secret. Okay, so they're going to start to back out. They want to basically hold here. That way they can shut down the plant on both sides. Starting to get spread out quite a bit. The angle he's holding is not bad, but... Now, I don't mind this from Benesia. You basically want to try to dwindle the number no matter what it takes. He's way too exposed from this side for way too long.
클리어하고 시크릿 딱 찍으려는 타이밍에 망공이 나왔어요.
차고 쪽을 보고 있긴 한데 연결부에서 셋이 진입하고 있는데 클라우드.
I like this neon change. I mean, overall, I actually like the I like the change overall. Could it maybe be tweaked and still be good while
라운드를 따냅니다.
slightly more balanced? Probably, but
시중에 꽝 붙는 싸움에서 VC대전이 교환구도 봐주면서 일단 빠졌던 게 좀 가장 컸죠. 거기서 다 잡아먹혔으면 이거 그냥 지는 라운드였는데.
what do you think about the new skins? Dude, I have not really cared for any new skin pack in a long time. Like, I've thought some of them were cool, but mostly also because I told myself I'm not buying any skins other than the VCT skins, basically. And then I saw this new, what is it even called? The one with the, I don't know, the cat raccoon, whatever that thing is. I'm kind of tempted, chat.
아이사이트 열어준 다음에 그 작전으로 가도 됩니다. VC대전은.
더더욱이나 보호 입장에서 사냥꾼의 분노를 가감없이 눌러도 되는 이유가 SLT 성남에게는
the new ones do look nice. Oh yeah, that's true. Arcane Season 2, we'll probably get another collaboration thing. And it's basically Star Guardian, right? Is it called Star Guardian? It's basically Star Guardian. No, I know that's how they get me. I'm not gonna buy it because I've set the rule for myself that I'm only buying VCT skins. But the new one is tempting.
근데 SLT 성남이 오늘 자신감이 넘치는 게 드론만 쓰고 A 긴기를 먹었어.
이렇게
공짜로.
그리고 속도 올립니다.
안 그래도 공격적인 팀인데 내우드니까.
You want Silva to be able to move while he's droning? Whoa! Oh my gosh! If he gets one and his teammates still clean. Oh no, they don't. Okay, I thought Javen was dead. I didn't see him here, but he just moved out. That small little crack, man. Oh, okay. I mean, the idea was that you're gonna draw aggro and then your teammates are gonna push out of the wall. It's I mean, it's a neat idea. It's very hard to make work, I think. I know they're adorable. The small little animals are adorable, but listen, chat. If I'm gonna buy the new skin pack, I might as well just actually spend money on my gacha games. Yeah, SLT. I mean, listen, 5-7 at the half. It's not a score you can read too much into. Nice hit. If you can stay alive here. Now, unfortunately, that's not a gun you're ever going to be able to collect, so that's rough. And you took out the Silva. That's not bad. And then he takes an aggressive spot in C main. At a certain timing, I expect people to start to rotate out, but right now they're seeing re-clears on Garage, so VC is going to stick around on this side of the map, which I think is good of SLT. And I've talked about this during the cast, during the watch party for Pacific this past weekend as well, where it's like instantly re-clearing does so much to make sure, it does so much to disrupt your opponent's game plan. Right? Because by doing that, they're now still spread out, and then you still get a pick off here. That gives you basically more openings, especially if you have someone like a Neon, because then you can rotate faster. So this is good from SLT. And then the Neon's still making noise here, right on time as he's about to peek into A. It's not bad. He doesn't actually have full control, so SLT should be cautious here. Javen's just going to sprint. Oh, trip. They should know that now, so Javen's going to start to watch backwards. I wonder if he goes in and peeks. Okay, he doesn't. But he does have to kind of stick around until the retake actually happens, because what you're afraid of is that they're going to pick up the rifle and bring it over. That's, I mean, dude, if he had hit that right click, man, things look different.
공격 단계에서 SLT 성남 무섭습니다.
Do you think Japan has the most investments in any tier 2 scene right now? They have 12 sponsors. I mean, listen, it's really hard to know until you know the exact terms of the sponsorship. So it's a little hard to read. Also, sponsorships into the show itself doesn't always mean that the sponsorship is also relative to the player investment. Okay, Jabin overheating a little bit there. So you can't read into it too much. I think it's an okay indicator, but I don't think you can read into it too much.
약간 좀 이제 SLT 성남이 브레이크가 고장난 느낌이 가끔
I mean, chat. If you're new around here, Challengers Korea, it's never over till it's over. It's never over till it's over. Doesn't matter if it's first seed versus last seed. Doesn't matter. None of it matters. It's just not over until we see the victory screen. Except for maybe some Prisa gaming. I think they're pretty consistent, but.
잘 잡아줘야 됩니다.
그죠. 목줄 바짝 당겨야 됩니다.
반면에 VC 대전은 지금 기회 온 김에 한번 가야 되고요. 동점 기회를 만들어야 됩니다.
자금난이 생길 만한 라운드들은 좀 어느 정도 해결을 해가지고요. 충분히 이제 남아 있는 봉쇄라든지 사냥꾼의 분도 잘 굴리면.
What? That is a free kill. Oof. That's the breach gone. Silva pushed away from A main. Does he instantly try to retake control of short? He's at least going to watch for it, but he can't hold that for long, right? Because you've given this up. So he has to back out, which means that VC is trying to push out so that they can at least cut off the map. SLT's ahead of this, though. Sungjin's ahead of the... Otis! That should not have happened. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. I mean, listen, buff or not, that's just a good Neon play right there. Dude, that slide is so fast, man. Oh my gosh, he's already behind him. Jabin is loving the new Neon.
이런 식으로 해가지고 몇 번 또 절제하는 선까지 완벽해지면 너무 무서울 것 같은데요.
약간 그런 느낌이에요. 오케이, 마이 턴.
아 이거 매치인데 지금 자금 말랐어요. VC 대전.
No, there's definitely no. Neon's not at like ISO. As long as your aim is naturally good, like ISO is like, well, I shield up and I like literally cannot lose unless you guys have like 3 people, but. Neon's a little different. I would say it still makes it easier than before, I would say. I think it's also like, I don't know if I can objectively say it's necessarily harder. I think it's just a very different style. So maybe for some people it feels a lot harder because you're not used to it, but...
그래서 한번 승부수를 띄워봤었는데 하나는 잡았지만 바로 트레이드가 됐습니다.
여기서 망공 과감한
자,
근데 이거
이
좋은데요?
전진이 일단은 A로 간다는 정보 전달은 됐고
이런 게 없어서 항상 좀 휘둘렸던 돌리는 운영이
VC already pushed out C main.
마지막 라운드에 이런 좀 과감한 전진이
They break the trip as well. That's gonna force SLT to go, and VC should have been ready for it, but... Oh, well, okay, where are we going? He's just... Oh, and he stops. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Dude, Jabin is just... Oh, the comeback. GG.
제빈의 속도가 주체가 안 됐고 성진과 베네시아의 그 황금 럴커 무브스와 클라우디의 완벽한 백업.
So now most likely it's a 2-0, right? Because SLT is undefeated so far in stage 2 on the second map, which is Lotus. We'll put up the Twitch points predictions up right away.
진짜 따봉 날려줄만 하죠.
따봉 나오죠 이거는.
Yeah, Han, they subbed in Vo and Godspeed was playing Jet, so Han's been sitting that out. I don't know if that's going to be true for both maps, but we'll have to wait and see.
49%까지 올리긴 했는데 승률을.
근데 준 절약왕도 사실 좀 더 있었죠.
네, 좀 더 있었죠. 그러다 보니까 이제 SLT 성남이 좀 자극적인.
I'm doing all right. I'm doing all right. Thanks for asking.
많이 웃고 갔었던.
Chat, give me a second. Actually, well, I'll hop off. There, for anyone wondering, there's 10-minute breaks in between maps, and then there's a 30-minute break in between matches. The 30-minute break is when we'll do the power rankings and pick'ems for Pacific for week 3. But there are 10-minute breaks, so if you want to get up, stretch your legs, get some water, go ahead. But we'll see the scoreboard here before I go to the bathroom. Dude, the new Neon's so fun to watch. No, yawning just means that I am mega sleep deprived. I've been sleeping very little because I was dog sitting, well, my dog, but dog sitting my dog the past 2 weeks. It wasn't a boring match. It was actually a pretty fun match. There were some neat ideas. I will say this, I think VEC's playing better than they have all stage 2. And I would say actually that map might have been better than most of stage 1 as well. So like they're playing much more as a team. They're playing a little bit of macro, right? They're playing the map a little bit more. So all kudos to VEC, but dude, that slide though, that's nasty. Yeah, it is a the thing about the double slide is like there were some cool moments where in the past where you would have, you know, good Neons like use their ult for the second slide. Now it's like everyone gets the second slide, but and I saw this pass by in chat earlier. Someone was talking about Primi. I have seen his 1v1 duel VOD against Governor, and Primi's cracked for sure. He is cracked for sure. Hope we can see them on the big stage someday. Yeah, 35 headshot. I mean, you know, considering that he's sliding all over the place, pretty solid. Otherwise, not a big number to read into. I think these days everyone's kind of hitting 30%. I think these days for the pros, it's like when they hit, you know, 40, 50, 60, that's when it's like, holy. All right, it's going to be commercial break. Chat, I'm going to go to the bathroom real quick. I got to answer a couple texts as well. But Twitch point predictions are up. While we step away, I'm going to run a couple ads so I don't forget. So we'll do that, and then the matches will continue in 10 minutes. So I will be right back. I'll be back before the 10 minutes. I am back. All right. Lotus. Let's see. Salty. What do they play in the Lotus? Just a standard comp, right? Yeah. Even last week. So don't expect that to change. VC currently has 0 wins. They've been tinkering though. Yeah, okay, I remember now. Yeah, they went to OT. Oh yeah, this was this was the 11-1 halves. Right. I remember with the Jet raise. So VC's probably gonna keep the double duelist. Although, yeah, does that mean that Han's coming back in? Good question. Because it was Bongnan that was flexing. No, this is SLT's map. Did I say it was VC's map? No, this is SLT's map. The first one was VC's map. But on paper, this is a match that SLT is supposed to win, so it's not too shocking. Not too shocking. Man, is there a lot to talk about in the week 3 power rankings for Pacific? The challenger changes, we talked about it briefly, but I mean, I get why the people who aren't happy are not happy, but also, especially after reading Riot Jaker's explanation, I also totally get the logic of those changes. And from the outside, from a completely third-person perspective, it feels like it's you got to choose the lesser of the two poisons, and I think this is the lesser one, right? I don't think the current format would have been sustainable long term either. So I think this one I think this is probably the better choice in the long run. But obviously, you know, are there sacrifices and hits being made? Sure. Like, I'm not saying that this doesn't have any impact on anybody, but I think it's, you know, I'm like willing to wait and see. But obviously I can say that because I'm watching it from the outside, so that's where I stand on it. But overall, I think it's the right move. Maybe we can talk about it a bit more in depth once all the matches are over today. Or maybe I'll just record a separate video, like off stream. Okay, but okay, so you guys are also focused on the wrong thing though. Whether SCA gets consolidated or not has actually nothing to do with how many teams South Asia and Oceania has. The thing is South Asia and Oceania just cannot play with other regions, ping wise, right? So unless you're making it all LAN and you're giving enough money for them to all move over, you cannot possibly consolidate them. Whether they have more teams or not also doesn't really matter in the long run, because they're gonna have the same limiting factor at Ascension anyway. So if you're competing, yeah, it can feel a little unfair of like, well, I don't have as many chances to play in Challengers versus, you know, like a bunch of people in South Asia or Oceania or even Korea that are like, they're just grinding Premier and like a bunch of teams get to go play on, you know, in Challengers. That's true, but like, whether they had more teams or not does not actually change whether it was a better choice to consolidate Southeast Asia or not. To me, those are two very separate things. And I think them having more slots has that actually literally has nothing to do with international performance, because that doesn't mean that they're getting more slots than you at Ascension. They specifically also said that Southeast Asia will, I think they said it, or I think it was implied, that Southeast Asia will have the most slots at Ascension next year. So it's like, it's not like South Asia and Oceania suddenly get like double the slots at Ascension and have the same number of teams. The only thing that feels bad if you're a competitor, or I guess a team owner, is that you have a higher chance to at the very least play in Challengers if you're a player in South Asia or Oceania than maybe it is in Southeast Asia. That's the only thing. But it does not suddenly impact whether you have, you know, more people going to Ascension and then more people going to Pacific. It has nothing to do with that. So it has nothing to do with international performance. And at the end of the day, you cannot consolidate them. So then the only choice is either you kill the league or they just have a bunch of teams that feels like it's maybe too many for the region. Because there's no point in running like a 4-team league, right? So it's like, yeah, so it's very, I mean, but it's not just you. A bunch of people have been saying like, well, yeah, but how in the world does South Asia and Oceania get, you know, like just as many teams and Challengers? And I'm like, that's not the argument you should be making. If you're unhappy about this, which I think there's plenty of reasons to be unhappy, especially if you're from Southeast Asia, then you should be focusing on those arguments and not like, why does South Asia and Oceania get 12 teams or whatever? Because that's not the argument. That's not the argument in my head. Yeah, they didn't address it initially, and I will always agree that in times like these, a lot of times the communication can always be better. A lot of the times. So that part is for sure something that maybe they can work on for the future. But also, if we're like not sure, it's also like okay to ask and wait instead of just saying that like it's a bad change, right? So. Okay, VC is, after all the tinkering they've done, they are going back to the meta comp, but Godsby will continue to play Duelist. Interesting. Vo's going to be playing Viper, really? Oh, they are playing Sky, though. They're playing Sky Breach. Right, sorry, I only looked at the Viper Omen. So not the traditional comp. It is a bit of I think at the end of the day you're gonna have to play it like, you know, similar to Paper Rex would, but you actually have less options. It's a bit, to me, VC's comp feels a little bit half and half. We'll see how they play it though. Riot Jaker. Search Riot Jaker on Twitter. He posted it on Twitter. He was on our stream earlier this year talking about Pacific, but he is the head of all of VCT Pacific. That includes Challengers. So yeah, definitely go check that out as well, because he talks about like the business decision itself. It's not super in depth, but it shows you the logic, which I think is logical. You may not like it, but I do think it's logical. SLT did in fact win the first map, and now we are on SLT's map pick. Thanks for answering in chat. Appreciate it. Always appreciate it when you guys help cover for each other. Early strong pressure on to A, and then you're just relying on the flashes and the util to get into B. Okay. SLT kind of, you know, left B open on purpose, but they already lost their member on A, so they're trying to flood into this before the spike gets planted, like while it's getting planted, so they have even numbers. And it almost is working out, but not quite. When is Team Secret's next game? If I did know off the top of my head, I would tell you, but it's probably faster for you to look it up.
VC 대전.
I mean, I can also look it up, but
선수가 귀체로 둘을 찍어주긴 했었는데
I do not know off the top of my head.
VC 대전이 승리를 거둔 교전 상황.
Secret might have their off week this week? Is that true?
잘 시켜줬습니다. 자, 이번에도
Yeah.
제비는
Secret is off this week, so they're not playing until the next weekend.
성남이라면 뭔가 나온다.
So Secret actually has a lot of time.
나온다는 생각으로 일단
Dude, Secret actually has a great schedule.
네, 귀체 찍혔죠.
No, it's all good. It's all good. I just wanted to let you know. If I knew, I would tell you, but I'm not trying to like tell you to just go Google it. It's just that I don't know, so it is probably faster for you to Google it. But
지금 움직이곤 있어요.
yeah, they just have their last match, which is against Shenji.
잡아줄 수만 있다면. 앞단에 스킬을 잘 뺐는데
Oh, okay.
한 방에 보내지 못했기 때문에 뒤로 물러날 수밖에 없는 제빈이고요. 궁포 먹습니다.
Marshall, you're really hoping to get one. Oh, dude. I mean, that was an angle to hold, but also Bangdan just straight up walked into perfect position for it.
숫자가 좀 된다는 거 확인은 됐고요.
게다가 지금 자네 쪽도 슬금슬금 나오고 있거든요.
네. 이거 다 지워졌어요.
네,
A 쪽.
바이퍼가 연계도 뭐 속지도 않고요 이제는.
한 번 더 그 실각을 보고 있습니다, 제빈.
회전문 돌려서 B쪽으로
자.
돌렸을 수도 있다. 압박 주긴 하는데 흔들리지 않죠?
자, 너네 지금 킬조이 없지, 감시자 없지, 뒤 불안하지.
어!
자,
Oh my gosh, he's on for a second one.
MSC야, 성진이.
Oh, and they have no idea. Oh, wow, dude, that heal timing almost ruined it for them, but
쳤습니다. 앞뒤로 그냥 딱.
oh my gosh, the pinch is so good. Dude, Jabin drew so much aggro.
네. 어떻게 보면은 VC 대전이 계속해서 좀 꾸준히 보여주고 있는 좀 그 운영의 단점이
Will you
나온 것
watch
같아요.
party VEC versus S? What? We're watching VEC versus SLT right now.
정신을 차려보면 모든 영역이 지워져 있고 본인들은 갇히는 구도가 되거든요.
시작부터 좀 어그러졌어요. 마샬 킬이 나왔었고 그리고 셋이 자네 쪽을 싹 다 지우면서
No, Secret is in for playoffs. We just don't know if they're gonna be if they have the bye or not. Secret is 100% in for playoffs, I believe.
막힌 벽을 두드리다가 무너진 느낌.
But the seeding within it is undetermined.
고우가 감시자처럼 움직여요.
네.
마치 킬조이처럼.
그러려고 사실 저렇게 장막을 쳐놓는 거기도 하잖아요. 나중에 본인이 혼자
Let me look it up.
하고 들어갈 수 있다는 압박을 주기도 하니까요.
Yeah, but they should 100% be in.
셋이 모여 있는데
Yep, they're confirmed.
그냥 장막 올리고 빠질 만큼 빠지자가 되고.
Also, their opponents are not confirmed though.
빠집니다. VC 대전.
그래도 교전에서 좀 재미 많이 보긴 했어요.
Cause, dude, like
레드라이 선수 좀 많이 긁혀가지고.
these rankings could flip
그 자네를 바라보고 있고요.
all throughout until the very last week. So,
워낙에 C 쪽에 킬조이 세팅이 건재하고 있다 보니까.
no, Team Secret's roster upgrades are actually big. Like it's not just mechanics either. I think they're playing.
인도하는 빛.
I think they're utilizing Wild Oreo and 2G quite well to their advantage to play better as a team. Oh,
또
피방성.
bit shaky.
큰일 나요.
안 끊겼고 이명을 보냅니다.
Dude, not. Oh, yeah, a little bit of an over swivel on that last one.
월샷 자리를 노리기에는 본인의 위치가 걸려가지고.
Okay, Sungjin
혼자.
is ready for it. He's gonna wait.
그러면 나무 아니면 메인인데 메인에
SLT's playing like they're basically willing to sacrifice red light for. Oh, okay. It's the fake tap, then the swing.
세 번째 라운드는 SLT 성남.
양팀 다 상대 총기가 짧을 때 조금씩 위기가 있네요.
Yeah, I'm curious to see what Genji's gonna do, because
곧바로 잘리지 않았고 두 명을
Genji they're like willing to grind it out to make sure that they have the best ideas and form ready when it matters.
이제 네
Like this has been very apparent, which all props to them because that is so grueling.
번째면서 시작은
So I'm curious what they're gonna show. I feel like they probably won't show too much, but
레드라이 선수 좀 침착하게 잡고 있어요.
예. 해체 사운드 한번 내주고 바로 성진이 마무리.
yeah, but Genji's only 6th for now. Oh yes, our weekly Challengers Korea Tech Pause is back. In case you're new, this happens every week. The length of it varies greatly. Sometimes it's like 2 minutes, sometimes it's 15 minutes, sometimes it has been an hour before, although not in stage 2. But Genji's not confirmed for 6th, right? They could move up.
아 그렇죠. 예.
비 오는 날도 가끔 우리 무릎 아픈 것처럼 고장 날 때 있고 PC도.
Like, it's not actually set. Is that the most likely? Maybe. Is Genji being stuck in 6th most likely? I don't actually know.
출근하는 날마다
네.
길더라고요.
일단 뭐 이번
Yeah, no, because Genji has Bleed G and Team Secret left, so they could actually go up. Yeah.
새벽에 끝났죠?
네.
And then RQ and Talon may not have. Yeah, no, a lot can happen. So
그렇죠.
바로 가요.
예.
Secret
예.
is not
안
a.
하셔도 됩니다.
I mean, also if they if they win against Genji. Oh, I guess then it would be a head-to-head, so they would still be. Is TRX locked in then for second? That's not true though, because there could be maybe a four-way tie.
근데 최소한의 영역 전개를 좀 해야 될 것 같습니다.
네.
상대가 어느 한쪽을 세게
Yeah, Genji
나온다면
cannot be
반대로
first seed.
세게
That I
나오고
think is true.
다운 쪽을 밀어내는
Or very
식의
likely.
공격들이 VC 대전에게선 나와줘야 돼요.
네. 한번 먹던 영역들을 다시 한번 밀어내주는 운영이
아, 베네시아.
세트 성남이 수비 단계가 시간이 지날수록 점점 더 쉬워지는 모습이 나오거든요.
그죠, 그죠.
Not a forward alarm bot, just a safe one.
적자 한칸 남았.
Right on top of a nanoswarm too.
시크릿.
That's a bit
아, 근데 결국
overkill,
문제가
but
지금
I think it's
실사의
partly because Red Light's playing over here. So SLT is kind of banking on the fact that VC is gonna have a heavy tendency to go B.
욕심을 안 내야
So otherwise, the nanoswarm, the turret, plus the snake bite, plus the raise is it's a lot of investment for B site.
한번 올려줬고요.
At like off the rip.
자식아 뭐예요?
아 이거
몸을 그냥
Oh, dude. At least they're already in through tree, so that makes it a lot better. But one fault line ain't gonna be enough. The paranoia is a little bit late. It's enough time bot.
거기에요.
네.
세 명째.
Moose is the king of A site right now.
벤달의 빛이 꺼지질 않는데요.
그렇습니다.
그러니까 여전히 킬줄 스팅이 다 남아 있어서.
네. 그러니까 아까 궁극기 포인트를 VC 대전이 C 쪽에서 먹었을 때
피해 방사.
들어가서
에이스 에이스가 안 되겠죠.
애초에 뭐 재민이 잡았기 때문에.
10초 남았습니다.
강남 선수가 그래도
Found on.
무력으로 미는 모습은
Only
있는데
7 seconds. Not much you can do.
그렇죠. 일단 시간은
Yeah, that's true, I guess. The likelihood of Genji playing in play-ins is very, very high. You are correct.
네, 저런 식으로 C를 건드렸다가 돌릴 때도 말씀하신 것처럼 C 쪽에 세팅을 깨놓고 돌려야.
Would be interesting.
그러면 SLT 성남이 수비할 때
Would be a very interesting world if Genji
B나 C 쪽에 한
gets
번씩
knocked out in
칠 수가
play-ins.
있잖아요. 네.
They should still be in because of points at that point, but because I think the only way they could have been eliminated. I actually think they are confirmed for champions. I think the only way they couldn't make it is if like they lost everything, but then Paper X won everything and then dropped out of playoffs. But they already won one, so I think it's like if Paper X just gets eliminated off the rip, they well, I guess since Paper X, if they go into the bye, maybe they get a +1, so maybe that changes it. But no, I would say Secret. Secret is. I mean, they've always been the team capable of upsets, but I would say even more so than ever than now. I mean, yes, Paper X is pretty much locked in. They do have the match against. They do have They have 3 matches left, right? RQ, DFM, and Zeta. Whoa, whoa, where's the cover? I mean, there should have been comms. Oh my gosh, he's gonna find an opening to get through, but Venecia's like, eh? No, Genji makes it to playoffs. I mean, I think if Genji probably just wins one more, I think they're locked in for champs. But it's like, I don't want to. It's just so much to think about. But I think playoffs will be very interesting. It's gonna be a mad rush. This does mean that if DRX doesn't keep their second seed into playoffs, and if Genji doesn't go all the way, then like there's actually a world where TRX is actually in trouble. Wait, really? Paper X still has 12? I thought they had a slightly larger gap, because maybe not. Yeah, so I think Genji needs to win
킬조이 세팅이 꽤나 앞쪽에 세팅이 돼 있는.
Oh, maybe 2 out of the 3. Last bullet, man.
이러면 또 한참 걸리죠. 이거 뭐 회전부 돌리면서.
야 이거
네.
그 마지막 두 발에
VC is throwing out a lot of util and like a lot of early peaks, but they're not actually gaining much off of it. Like, dude, and somehow, okay, now they saw the alarm, but I was about to say somehow they just haven't noticed that yet. But
포지션은 지속적으로 고수가 되고 있습니다.
근데 어쨌든 이미 5대 4고
dude, red light, you're gonna run out of ammo, my guy.
성남의 입장이에요.
네, 지금 이럴 때
Still got 40 seconds left.
혼자 슬금슬금 자네라도 먹어줘야 옵션이 열리는 건데.
네.
그죠?
이런 식으로.
자 먹긴 먹었는데.
그러니까 볼을 기점으로 갈 것이냐 아니면
Oh,
회전문에
but Javen's here. You don't have any information on that, so they're just trying to draw a lot of time here to dig into A,
그냥 보호를 기점으로
and then they still keep the Trailblazers to really try to sell this.
A 사이트 건재하고
네.
실종의 세팅이 그대로기 때문에.
Anvo wins. That's huge. Does Javen? Oh, the door's closed. Well,
먹어줘야 되고.
네.
what? Dude, he just swings off of that.
자, 이게 보호는
They don't know that he's out, I don't think. Well, now they do.
허리를 파고 있기 때문에 보호는 적당히 얼굴만 비치고 시크릿에게 턴을 넘겨야 됩니다.
이 연결.
근데 이걸 지지하고 있어요.
How does he win that?
보호가 승리.
It's doable for VC. Doable. Snakebite buys a lot of time. Well, now they even use the pit, so I think SLT at this point you force them to use the pit, so you're like, all right, cool.
보호가 성진을 잡아내줬고요.
아 이거 그냥 세이브하는 게.
빠지는 것 같죠.
아 이건 진짜 보호가 다 했네요.
네.
네.
애초에 B 쪽을 한번 보고 있었는데 보호가 A 쪽을 파고 있었거든요. 그게 적중을 했습니다.
저런 운영이.
You missed the Ondslayers and
마지막에
Damwon gaming days alongside DRX, and those were some days. I kind of like the current Challengers Korea scene though. It's kind of exciting. Some new names, some semi-veterans, lots of crazy ideas. Cracked Eamers finally starting to get to play. Dude, how does that? To be honest, who expects them to empty the entire clip at range through a screen though, right? I don't know if you can really blame Godsby for trying to cross back after, you know, about 2/3 of the magazine was used. Oh, okay, he gets the Viper. You were traded, and you didn't actually get full control of Rubble, so VC didn't get as much as they would like off of an ultimate and a trade.
그나마 리테이크 때 쓸만한 스킬들은 많이 빼놓은 상태에서 자네 싸움을 마쳤다 보니까 VC 대전이 지금 A를 안 가도 돼요.
네. 근데 오늘 돌리는 운영이 사실 많이 나오지 않았던 VC 대전이라.
You only have one guiding light left, but now you basically have to wait for the fault line, right? So it comes back up now.
우리 C로 갑니다.
So otherwise, you don't have enough abilities to
보호 하나밖에 없습니다. 아까처럼 이 액션이에요.
like fake them or actually go in through the execute.
계속 A 쪽을 보고 있습니다.
속기에는 너무 지금까지 정직하게 VC 대전이 운영을 만들어서.
Red light? Aren't you playing? What are you doing in Twitch chat? What is going on here? What the heck?
성진
들었어요?
그리고 상단부
You should be on stage right now.
호박
Like tuning into Twitch while you're dead.
일단 설치는 됐고요.
자, 이거 메인까지 있다. 이러면은 각도 자체가
Yeah, he just switched to primary duelist so far. The Jet looked okay.
연결부를 보고 있습니다.
네, 연결부를
They
일단
still
집어넣는 게
lost, but
커요.
it looked okay.
자, 뭐 피해 방송.
If VC doesn't win this round, it's already a
번에 나가서
rough half, I think, for them.
이거 시선 처리만 잘 되면 되거든요.
일단 시야를 가렸지만 재민이 먼저
이거요?
야, 재민이가 베네시아가
VC is so shaky right now.
그러니까 이런 난전 상황에서의 시선 처리가 SLT 성남이 좋아요.
네.
스코어 5대2. 6라운드에서 한번 VC 대전이 점수를 많이 하긴 했었는데
Stream sniping. That'd be so funny. You're just casually on stage stream sniping and like the refs don't even know. You're just watching Twitch chat of a watch party.
달랐죠, VC 대전.
They're like, oh, that's an interesting screen.
사실 VC 대전도
네.
아쉬움이 남을 법한 그런 라운드가 됐어요.
네, 이게 네, 총기 차이로 인해서 이번 8번째 라운드 지면 또 공세도 올 수 있는 환경이 조성이 되기 때문에 VC 대전 입장에서는 좀 큰 묘수 하나가 필요한 순간이 됐어요.
네.
네.
All right. You're on an eco. You got a hero guardian. That's about all you got. They're going to use their util again to put pressure onto B. This has been VC's go-to default, right? As util, you use some util early. Basically, contest a little bit on Rubble and then draw aggro on B. See what you can do. Basically, hold on to B main. So that way you have the option to rotate to C or to pinch onto A. The theory is sound, but this actually has so little space, it doesn't actually give you much. And especially if you haven't actually cleared the alarm bot, so you're gonna have to do that at some point. Is that what that says? I mean, Limpe, you're gonna have to chat in English first of all, because I can't moderate other languages, so I'll let the first two pass, but nice shot. Instant lockdown as well. And now without the raise, you know that you're pretty safe from it. Jabin, a little bit emotional on that one. I mean, to be honest, Bangnan just hasn't really been adjusting well ever since he joined DK a long time ago.
게다가 설치도 지금 안 됐어요. 그렇죠.
재빈이 저 회전문을 계속 돌리면서
Listen, man, if you keep chatting in a language I can't moderate, then I have to time you out, because I have to moderate the chat. That's part of the requirement for watch parties. So I'm sorry. I have nothing against it. I just can't understand you.
아 근데 저는 그 VC 대전이 보호를 이용하고 싶다면 첫 스타팅 포인트를
Yeah, but this isn't exactly the Paper X comp either, right? The Paper X comp has a double duel. It's much more all in on it, and then they use the breach to lurk. But this actually, in some ways, this comp makes it harder for them to play because I think it relies a lot more on winning 1v1 duels. You need your Omen and Viper to win 1v1 duels.
그 다음에 C 쪽에 있는 그 성진의 세팅들을 깨고 보호를 기점으로 돌리던지 사이트 두 개를 써야 되지.
In some ways, this VC comp relies a bit more on the lurks actually doing something first, rather than the way that Paper X plays it, where they can execute then lurk and cut off the rotates.
그렇죠. 그래서 VC 대전이 사실 이제 뭐 항상 경기를 패배할 때 나왔던 말이 이거거든요. 너무 좀 뻔하다. 계속 같은 패턴으로 좀 패배를 한다. 그러다 보니까 지금 SLT 성남도 이제 다 읽고 있잖아요.
그래서 좀 다채로운 부분들을
See what they talk about in the timeout, though.
VC 대전. 그렇지 않으면 계속 리드를 당할 수밖에 없습니다.
공격에서 이겼던 라운드, 피스톨 라운드를 제외하면 정말 그 보호 선수가 혼자 우격다짐으로 파고 들어갔던 그 A 잔해밖에 없거든요.
예. 스코어 6대2.
I mean, I would say it's actually almost concerning if SLT doesn't 2-0 today, but crazy things have happened in Challengers Korea, so.
아니 우리 조합, 젠지 조합, 자네 센데? 올 수 있겠음?
호박 던지고 뭐 페인트 던지면
You still have Showstopper as well, so you don't mind the initial util. You also still haven't used the paint shells, so.
제타란이 될지가 중요합니다.
그렇습니다. 근데 세 명이 보고 있거든요.
And VEC just hasn't actually broken into C site very reliably at all, so they can hold it pretty weak. I mean, SLT's adjustments are good. Right, they know that this is mostly what VC is working with. That they can default according to that.
세팅이 되고 있는 세팅인데 이러면 또 뱀이발로 한 번 더 저지가 되고 못 들어가요.
Okay. Ooh, using both the Nanoswarm and the Snakebite though. I mean, that's some value that VC drew out. But it's still going to be hard to break in here without any... Like, you have no control here, you have no control here, so you're finally using the door. Secret is being used, but now the pit goes up, so C-Site fake doesn't really mean too much, but SES stays alive, which is huge. Somehow Moves gets a kill. Jabin's got Showstopper. This is all looking very, very rough. That's a huge kill from Mangong. That's massive. See how fast Red Light can get here. He needs to get the clean kill onto Mangong. Okay, well, that's an easy one. Alright, now you can open the door and swing off of it. Ooh, the toxic screen timing is very nice from VC. But Sungjin just works off of the minimal aggro his teammates give him.
스타트가 너무 좋았거든요.
네, 특히 망공 선수가
Ascension has a global tournament, first time hearing it.
진짜 기울었다 싶었는데
What?
레드라이 선수가
Well, not global,
버리고
but
크게 돌았던 그게 아예
like
있지가
bigger
않아요.
regional.
이게 망공이 볼 곳이
It
너무
was
많아요.
it was like Pacific Americas and EMEA last year as well.
뒤로 봐야 되는데
And it will be the same thing this year.
연결부에서 누가 튀어나올 수도 있는데 뒤보다가 연결부에서 나오면 어떡하지? 그러니까 혼자서 이미지를 엄청 그리는 거예요.
Are there any hidden dragons or crouching tigers on these teams? Is that like a reference I'm not getting from the movie, or do you just mean is there any hidden talent?
하지만 총기 차이가
네.
나고요.
그러니까 이런 의미에서 9라운드를 무조건 잡았어야 되는 게 VC 대전이에요.
But yeah, there will be a LAN for Ascension this year in Tokyo.
많이 안 좋아지고 있습니다. VC 대전. 분위기 좀 바꿔주는 라운드가 분명히 있어야 될 텐데요.
Last year it was in Thailand. It was in Bangkok.
네.
저량을 만들기 위한
Is Bleed going back to Ascension? Well, we don't know yet. Definitely not this year. That whole like change to the Ascended teams thing, it doesn't apply until next year. This year, all the Ascended teams are going to stay for another year because that was what the rule was last year. And then we're going to add another team. That way we have 12 teams. The timing of all these new announcements was a little like, I get it why they're doing it now, so it's like ahead of everything and it lets people know ahead of time, etc. But it's like it's confusing a lot of people because everyone's like, wait, is that this year? Like, is it happening this year? Like, whatever. But it's not. All of this is happening after this year's Ascension.
이거 중요해요. 이거 더 안 나갈 겁니다. 레드라이트.
페인트탄 던지면서 일단 저지. 말씀해주신 대로 레드라이트는 더 나가지 않고요. 리테이크 준비하고
자,
있는 SLT 성남.
그래도 VC 대전이 잘하고 있는 건 연결부를 밀자.
네.
연결부를 진다. 근데 연결부에서 돌아서 상단의 뒤를 잡아야 돼요. 지금은.
VC's not in a great spot. I mean, it's just an eco, but they kind of need to win it, eco or not. Oh, that was good. And then the Rolling Thunder as well. The timing was good, but how did you lose to... Oh my goodness. It's Jover.
전에 B에서의 교전에서도 그렇지만 이런 상황에서 SLT가 교전의 디테일이나 시선 처리가 너무 좋아요. 총기도 앞서기도 했었고요.
이게 뭐 상단부, 연결부 함께
Again, just to temper expectations, SLT is undefeated on Lotus so far in Stage 2. They've played some stronger teams, and also they just should be winning today anyway against VC, so...
연결부 재탈은 할 필요가 없다. 그리고 피해 그 지진강타까지 썼네. 이거 완전 땡큐인 라운드예요. SLT 성남 입장에서는.
8대입니다. 네, 박동진 해설이 말씀해 주셨던
Yeah, we'll do power rankings and pick'ems for Pacific Week 3 after this game. There's a 30-minute break. That's when we'll do it. Try to keep it under 20 so we can set up, do it, and then get right back into match number 2, which Team IAM is playing today. Odin. So now you're pushing them into C site, something that VC hasn't successfully done, let alone even attempted many times in the first half. And with that, they're going to rotate, right? So SLT's trying to get ahead of them. They're trying to get ahead of VC and say, hey, now we've got the Odin, we're going to shove you out, right? We've pushed you out of here. And then they're prepped for the rotate, and VC decides to re-clear. I like this from VC. You still had over a minute left. If you do not re-clear this, I mean, it would be really criminal of SLT to not rotate and be ready at C site. So whether you rotate again or not, you wanted to re-clear, considering it's all 5 people. Here we know that it's going to be a hit onto A, and we do know that it's pretty empty. There is a Nightfall and a Lockdown, though. Lockdown would be a good round for them to use Lockdown for SLT, because next round there might be a Showstopper as well. We're seeing pings here. This might be where the Lockdown's going down. Yep, there it is.
봉쇄, 앞에는 봉쇄, 뒤는 레드라이트.
자, 이거 나무 라인
밀고 나가자. 밀고 나가자. 아! 근데 그럼에도 가야 돼요.
네.
근데 삼켰죠.
Oh,
아, 봉쇄 못 켰어.
they didn't break it. Oh my gosh. He got detained and he had to... Oh my goodness. Can he do it? No way. Wow. Wow. I don't know how they won that, but
있을 텐데.
It like almost worked out that he just straight up just stuck with it.
전 둘 묶였을 때 끝난 줄 알았거든요.
네, 그 타이밍에 또 레드라이 선수가 뒤쪽에서 오면서 또 시크릿
The from the shadows. I thought it was over.
진짜 해체가 돼도 이상하지 않을 상황이긴 했는데
The paint shells I think landed right on top of him.
끝까지 살아남으면서
발자국까지 쓰면서 혼신의 힘을 다해 당겼습니다.
맞습니다.
I think which if that is the case, they would have died. So
VC 대전한테는 가장 베스트인 건 여기서 마지막 4점까지 만드는 건데.
희망상도 있는데요.
균열.
그래도
네. 잘 잡았어요.
가스비가 빨리 찔러가지고 이거 수습이 됐습니다.
네.
somewhat
재민이 기다리고 있기
of a
때문에
reach here from SLT on that forward position.
근데 그 어느 때보다도 윤택한 라운드의 초반이에요. 그러면 이걸 잘 굴려
VC once again prioritizing this, and this time SLT is gonna get ahead of it, right? So
그냥 나가요 레드라이트.
this is huge.
회전문이라도 돌리고 C 언덕이랑
Basically, SLT is playing like either they push out rubble and then they know to have a heavy rotate over this side, or it's vice versa, right? Either they do this and then they hold this area. So this time it's going to be the reaction to push out of C mound. He's going to go further, but as long as he stays alive, they're trying. Oh, dude, the couple tags to slow him down was huge. Which is the best Korea team in Challengers so far, or in Stage 2 so far? Simprisa Gaming. But I would say the likely teams, the favored teams to go to Ascension are Simprisa Gaming, Nongshim, and SLT. Bit of a pre-fire. Mangong being the hero that VC needs.
근데 이게 헤이븐 때도 마찬가지의 그림이 연출이 됐었지만 VC 대전이 수비는 나쁘지 않아요.
All right.
그러니까 상황 브리핑으로
8-4, not the half that you wanted if you're VC, I think, but we'll see what they can do. They do have the Viper and the Omen, so
스포링 걸리는 시간이 너무 길어요.
they don't have to be as all in on the defense.
이거 있으면 상대는 이거 있을 거니까 우리는 다음 거 이게 돼야
D+, I don't have faith in him. I didn't have faith in him last year. I don't have faith in them this year. They well, actually, so if they do well this week, I will put them back in the discussion. Because they have been looking actually much better in Stage 2. They have been looking much better in Stage 2. But D+ overall, they live in old times. Which region's going to shine at Ascension? I mean, I think Thailand is 100% going to shine for sure. I think Thailand's a big favorite, I think. Japan's got a good shot.
마지막 두 개 라운드는 VC 대전이 따내게 되면서 8대4로 정말 그나마 다행입니다.
네. 이게 정말 9대3까지 갔으면은 가지고 있는 조합 때문에라도 킬조이가 없잖아요, 지금. 그러니까 사이트 하나를 아예 버릴 수 있는 수단이 없기 때문에 되게 어려웠을 건데.
How wild was casting that RQ versus Jerick split map, dude?
후반전 피스톨 라운드가 정말 중요합니다.
I mean, that was a fun match overall. It wasn't the cleanest, but there was also like lots of good stuff and lots of crazy disappointing, not crazy disappointing, but crazy and disappointing stuff. But it was a fun match. I loved getting to cast that. It was so fun.
그쵸. 네, 그 점들을 SLT 성남은 기묘하게 노려야 됩니다. 계속 럴커를 심어놓고 돌리는 척 연기하고 회전문 돌리고 이런 식으로 스킬들을 뽑아 먹을 거예요.
All right, VC. Gonna fish for some util with the smoke out on A. They get nothing.
자, 이걸로 균열 뽑으면 최고의 이득인데요. 네, 균열
The fault line's already out, so now they're gonna head over to C.
네, 게다가 지금 방지턱이 없는 조합이잖아요.
You know that VC doesn't have fault line for another what 20 seconds now.
그죠? 네, 이게 오히려 좋죠. 걸어서 깜짝 놀랐어요.
Dude, the tag as well. And he saw that the breach was at waterfall. But you know that he doesn't have a fault line because he used it on B main.
그러니까 만약에 킬조이라도 있었으면은 삐삐삐 포탑 반응이라도 하면서 아 왔습니다 도어벨이라도 누르잖아요. 그게 싫어서 스킬을 쓰면서 들어가는 건데 킬조이나 사이퍼가 없으니까 굳이 본인들의 위치를 노출시킬 필요가
샷으로?
포포 라인 한 번 더 나가려다가
You have a turret watching back. I don't know if you really need Benestia to also be watching Mound right now. Okay, now he's gonna reposition.
이거 그대로 팔 거거든요. 베네시아는.
근데 여기
베네시아 어둠의 장막 활용해서 더 파야죠. 그쵸?
3대2 상황에서 가스비가 성진 잡았고요.
이러면 베네시아가 돈 것 때문에 어려워집니다. 레드라이트.
Nice. Did you see what Dry thought about DRX? No, I haven't actually. I didn't realize there was even an episode until like 30 minutes before I turned on stream. She was not terribly impressed. I mean, I wouldn't be if today was the first match I saw from them, or if this week was the first match I saw from DRX. I mean, I think RQ played pretty well, but I mean, DRX definitely had nothing to really be impressed about.
보니까 기회가 왔을 때 좀 잡고 있고 VC대전 좀 고민이 많은 것 같아요. 항상.
스코어 9대4. 피스톨 라운드를 가져가다 보니까 이게 10대4까지도
If Ascension spots in franchising is only for 1 year, does that mean 2 teams will be ascended each year if both teams is not top 8? That seems to be what's implied, which is in line with the original idea, which was after this year, it's 2 teams go up, 2 teams go down. So that would make sense. My question is I don't know if they addressed this. What happens if both teams do well? Because you're not relegating a partner team, right? So then it's just Ascension that year suddenly gone? Yeah, like what happens then? That's my question, but we shall see. SLT is very quick on their moves, right? So basically, I think what SLT is doing well, granted, again, it is an eco from VAC, but what SLT is doing well is they're really working off of the cooldowns very fast. They say, oh, your util's out, this is our window. Like, this is our window to strike. We're not going to dilly-dally, we're not going to try to, like, play mega slow. SLT's always been a much more aggressive team rather than a very, very slow-paced team, so...
들어오자마자 하나씩
It's a rough one.
해내고 있습니다. SLT 성남 남은 건 가스비. 연결부 체크.
What about your question? You're gonna have to retype it. Sorry I missed it, but can't keep tabs on all of it.
10대4입니다. 되게 유려하게 경기를 풀어내요 SLT 성남이.
If both play well, the one who has a worse record will be the one who has to play in Ascension? Really? Is that what they said? Huh. I see your question now. Wait, where'd it go? Which regions will be in the top 4 according to you in Ascension? Not in any particular order. I think Thailand and Indonesia are probably locks, but not sure. I think this year's Ascension is going to be a lot more competitive. Yeah, but like I think Philippines should be part of the. Maybe Indonesia is not a shoo-in anymore, but like I think Philippines is very likely. But I would also say I think Japan is much more likely than they used to be. I would say depending if Simpresa Gaming goes, I think Korea's actually quite likely as well. So, oh, Run Light's mega forward, but does VC instantly re-clear this? They do. Oh, and Bangnan still gets the pick onto B. Okay, so now Mangong just has to play the safe. Your backup's already been smoked off. All you're looking for, yeah, you're looking for that first kill. You don't get it, you back off. No, it's a 5v4. You're still watching for the lurk. You don't see anything crazy just yet. Now, unfortunately, Red Light is still alive, so they don't know for sure, but... I mean, I would say South Asia is... It's tough to say that South Asia would be favored against some of these other teams. I would argue that Bonkers probably, you know, Oceania and Bonkers probably have a good chance, right? I think it would be kind of cool if we saw Lenny run it back with Lays. Laze? Lays?
잡으면서 웃었던 VC 대전이거든요.
이제 16번째 라운드가 시작되겠고요.
For Singapore, I think that'd be kind of cool. Hello, tomato.
던지고 있습니다. 근데 VC 대전은 그거 속지 않고 잘 대처하는 게 중요해요.
선수의 중심이 부부스거든요.
그렇죠. 언덕 쪽으로 망공이 한번 나가보는데.
All right, early prowler use. You know that there's one person here ready to potentially push out.
빠지는 게 나아요.
안전하게.
You know that there's a deep push out of mount, so SLT is going to instantly re-clear it. You still have the turret here, so you know that they haven't pushed out. They might be holding on to the door from B main, so see if SLT is very wary of it. It does seem like it. They're wary of a pinch to come out.
절묘하게 파죠. 예.
살랑살랑 엄청 잘 흔들어요.
이게 진짜일까?
And now during this, red light has already dug into rubble.
차단됐죠. 인도하는 빛 찍히긴 할 건데 레드라이트 혼자인지 아니면 다 같이 있는지를 모르는 게 문제예요.
이게 앞선 상황에서 계속 이런 식으로 제시를 하다 보니까
네.
VC 대전은 섣부르게 움직일
This
수가
guiding light,
없습니다.
if it's used for intel, it's...
찍히잖아요.
They have no idea what this means, though. You just know that, okay, there's still some presence. Now you see a fade, and you're like, well, that's weird, and you see the smoke. So you gotta back out the fault line, but the cover is there for Moves, who wasn't stunned. So now Secret has to back out. He has to give it up completely.
궁금해서 스카이가 스킬을 써서 정보를 얻으려고 하는데 그게 또 정보가
Well played round from SLT.
그러니까 이래서 사이트 세 개인
아이고, 감사합니다. 아, 뭐 재밌는데요, 뭐.
근데 지금 C 언덕도 밀려서 정보를 얻을 수가 없고.
아 이거 포탑 깨는데 데미 장식을 써버려서 수단이 없습니다.
그나마
Wow. Dude, where did Godspeed... Oh, long range. Dude, red light's deep, digging deep into the flank, though. There's no way, even if they win the remaining ones.
귀체
다 찍혔고.
오바 마지막 11대5
진짜 영리하네요.
네, SLT 성남이 이런 식으로 기본적으로 계속 허수 심어주고 돌리는 운영이 되기 때문에 로터스가 지금 전승인 거고요.
그러니까 지난 스테이지의 로터스
Yeah, Moves is the new IGL for SLT.
네.
It used to be Jabin. He used to entry and call,
아니 그리고 저는
but Moves is now the new IGL.
티키타카.
네. 이제 연막샷 못 쏘겠지, 재장전 해야겠지 할 만한 타이밍에 베네시아가 또 찌르고.
총기 차이가 좀 나나요?
네, 날 수밖에
예,
없죠. 예.
한 자루.
이게 사실 뭐 워낙 정보가 중요한 게 FPS 게임인데 정보를 다 쥐고 시작하는 SLT 성남과 계속해서 정보의 문제에 좀 시달리고 있거든요.
이게
Early rubble presence this time.
쪽에 던지고 B에다가 추적기 이제 막 회전문 돌리는 액션.
And all the fake pressure onto the C side of things.
네.
So this time VC just doesn't want to get baited in with the fake pressure early, right? So they're coming out to... I mean, SLT are using previous rounds against their opponents very well.
진짜 잘해요 SLT 성남.
Yeah, no, the calling from SLT has improved a ton. They still have a little bit of that aggression spice when they need it from stage 1, but the spacing is good, the round to round, you know, connections are good.
감시자 세팅이 없으니까
It just helps a ton, and Jabin can just focus on fragging. Not that, you know, it doesn't mean that he has to top frag every time, but you know, he can focus on his own entries. SLT's, it's a huge improvement.
SLT 성남. 완전히 말렸어요.
끌려다니고 있죠. 계속.
네. 아 이게 좀 사실 VC 대전 입장에서
Match point?
건데.
I mean, listen, you left this open. SLT's undefeated on it. The Moose is calling here has been quite impeccable for the whole stage.
항상 C 쪽에 언덕에 있던 궁극기 포인트를 먹었었다.
네.
자 그러면은 VC 대전이 A 잔해를 쥐어보자 이러면서 나갔는데 A에는 4명이었었던 거예요.
어 뭐야? 약간 이런 느낌이었죠.
네. 당했다.
No, there is another match. So after this match, if it ends here, we'll listen to the interview. I'll translate it for you guys. Then we'll do, during the break, we'll do power rankings and pick'ems for VCT Pacific.
여기 많아요. 이번에 C에 4명.
And then we will do,
데미 장식 열려 있기 때문에.
and then we'll watch the second match.
에라이. 예.
여기 다 지웠어요 일단.
네,
구덩이로도 지금 차단이 돼가지고
네.
지금 자갈도 먹혔고 폭포도 클리어를 해야 되는데 여기
Don't have great weapons. There's a lockdown. I mean, this is over.
뭐 있을 거 다 했어요.
That is rough.
진짜 총기도 짧아요.
I think VC looked a lot better on Haven than they did the past few weeks. So we'll see if they can adjust well enough to still show something before the season ends. But
그럼에도 들어가 보는데 레드라이트 대기하고 있습니다. 여기서 경기 끝.
yeah, next is Team IAM.
성남 13대 5로 로터스까지 잡습니다.
야, 진짜 최상위권.
Do we think SK Rossi will get picked up again by GE? That's a tough question. I think maybe not, but we'll see.
네. 자, 오늘 VC 대전을 잡으면서
I am still playing Wuthering Waves, yes.
승리패가 됐습니다.
저런 식으로
Still enjoying it.
운영을 너무 잘해주다 보니까 이렇게 되면은 이제 상대하는 팀들도
Whether I stick with it or not probably largely depends on if Zenless Zone Zero scratches the same itch or not, but
SLT 성남 마지막 상대가 누군지 아세요? 누구죠? SPG예요.
1위 결정전 될 수 있겠네요.
1위 결정이 될 수도 있습니다.
일단 초석은 다졌어요.
네.
SLT. I'm liking this team. Like honestly, they wowed me in stage 1 with the improvements they made, and they're now like they went kind of all in their own direction in stage 1 of like, all right, we're going full aggression, go 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 go, like their version of W Gaming, and then they made it work, and now they're learning discipline. They have better calling. It's coming together.
만약에 오늘 IAM이 슈퍼팩트 스포츠 잡고 본인들이 자력으로 슈퍼팩트 잡으면은
그죠?
올라갈 수 있습니다. VC 대전 아직 가능성이 있어요.
그러니까 결국 다음 주까지 가야 순위 확정이 확실하게 납니다.
네, 그래서 다음 주를 위해서 이번 주에 잘해놔야 되는 거였어요.
맞습니다.
그리고 만약에 오늘 슈퍼팩트가 이기면 이제 또 VC 대전 입장에서
Yeah, it's always a tough situation when it comes to representation plus performance, etc., etc.
정말 유연하고 그리고 영리하게 했었다는 게 느껴지는 로터스였어요.
VC 대전에 혼을 좀 쏙 빼놨죠.
Before we get to the interviews, before I forget, let's cash out your points. GG indeed. SLT continue to be undefeated. 5-0 on Lotus. On Lotus specifically. 5-0 on Lotus.
그 잔해에서 메인으로 들어가는 건 봐주긴 봐줘야 되는데 할 게 너무 많았습니다.
SLT 성남은 허수를 계속 던졌잖아요.
What's my favorite chip or snack food?
무브스가 던질 때가 있었고.
Wow, I haven't had someone ask me that in a long time. My favorite chip or snack food?
들어가자니 성진 선수 킬조이 세팅에 고생도 많이 한.
맞아요.
My favorite, like chips or like cookies or chips, is probably cheese balls, cheese puffs, balls, whatever we want to call them. These are on the 8.11 patch, yes. But but I haven't really like snacked for the sake of snacking in a long time. You say yikes, but SLT is one of those teams that has been making a 6-man roster work, so I'm here for the ride. Like, they make it work. Listen, they had a 6-man roster. They looked like garbage in week 1 of stage 1, and then they went all the way to the grand finals. Once again, they're contenders to go to the finals and maybe even Ascension. I am in no position to doubt their 6-man roster. That's a great picture of Moose. Yeah, cheese puffs are always great. What else? My wife and I both don't eat like a lot of chips. Like sometimes we'll buy some chips just to like have them around, or we'll want a couple bites, but we don't. Like when I was younger, I would like sit and snack out like on vacation and stuff. But yes, I will translate the interview. Waiting for that before we do the picks. 오늘도 다시 폭염이군요. The heat wave is back, and then it's gonna be rainy season starting this weekend. Korea is going full swing into the summer. What's up, Ramon? Today we haven't rolled anything today, but we're gonna be rolling soon. Tomorrow for Wuthering Waves? Is that tomorrow, the patch? And then we're banking up some. We're trying to bank up some Stellar Jades for Firefly, but on Honkai. Just went to the dentist. I feel like I have fragments of something in my mouth. Anyway, all right, let's listen to what Moves has to say. So we prepped Haven a bit more. So I think I'm a little disappointed in our performance on Haven, actually. Yeah, there were some moments on Haven, but when did you know that you were able to kind of lock things in? I think the moment we knew that we were able to win was when we started. Originally, we had plans to really kind of pressure them and force them to come out and kind of catch them off guard, but we didn't really identify those as quickly as we should have. So I think in the future, those are the parts that we would want to improve on. So with you joining SLT, the calls, the macro, it all seems to be a lot more disciplined. What are the things that you focus on individually? So actually, me being the primary IGL, it's the first time of me being the IGL. So I don't have like a strict philosophy. So I kind of just trust in my, in my overall instincts of what I'm reading from the enemies, round to round. Obviously it's not just my instincts. It is a lot of prep and effort as well. All right, Lotus, you guys are 5-0. What's the secret? I think my experience on my previous team, which was LFG Portal, has a big impact on that because Hate used to be the IGL of that team. And I think I learned a lot from that, and I'm kind of adding my own spin to it. Just so you guys know, that is now the BNK FearX team. They were the champions of Stage 1. They're now in last place, so... All right, your last opponent in league play is going to be SPG, Senprisa Gaming. They are the currently #1 seeded team. What are your thoughts? I think they are a team we have to beat. And I think our players have more experience than SPG at this level. So I think as long as we don't make mistakes, we should be able to win. They do technically have more experience here, like in challengers, etc., etc. All right, anything you want to say to SPG? A little message ahead of your matches. So I actually don't know anybody personally, except for one on SPG, so I don't want to go too hard on this, but I do think it's going to be tough for you guys to remain undefeated. And last but not least, anything you want to say to the fans? I know it's a very hot day today, so thank you to any of the fans that came here live, and then of course anyone watching from home, thank you so much. And moving forward, we will continue to try to improve our games and show you even more entertaining matches in the future. That is it from Moves, the new IGL of SLT. Well, I say new, but new in Stage 2. Firefly is so broken. I hate you guys. I'm glad you're having fun though. But actually, to be very honest, I'm like as much as I would love to pull Firefly, and I'm gonna try for it, there's so many other characters that I want to build up. Like, we got all those extra light codes of Shui's, and I haven't ever tried her, so we're building her up. I just leveled her all the way up. I've always wanted to try building up Luca. So I mean, like, I have plenty of characters to still have fun with on Geist Star Rail, but still do want our little mecha grill. All right. What are you guys talking about, YouTube chat? What's going on YouTube? Oh, DFM Hopium? Listen, I mean, until a team is out, I say if you are pining for a certain situation, have all the Hopium you want. I mean, T1's technically not fully out. There's a world. I'm not going to tell you there's a good chance, but listen, if you want to hold Hopium, I ain't going to stop you. I'm all for it. This was a sick jump out. Yeah, no, Senprisa Gaming will have some names that some of you will recognize if you look carefully. How different is Wuthering Waves from Genshin? I'm not a big Genshin player, so I don't know, but Wuthering Waves is like much more about perfect dodges, like real, like snappy action combat, like timely action combat. I know Genshin's much more about like elemental composition and teams and like that stuff, but Wuthering Waves is a bit more DMC style combat. You know, you still have your exploration, etc., but I believe so, Isaac. No, the Neon was pretty good today. Okay, there's only 30 minutes, so let's set this up real quick. We're going to do our pick'ems. We can talk more about the Pacific matches as we do these, because we're going to go through our update, our week 3 pick'ems and power rankings of what? Of VCT Pacific. We do these every week, and then we'll return to the Challengers Korea matches. So hang tight if you're here for the matches. Let me just set up our graphic here. Let me update week 2's. What am I doing here? That's not what I want to do. These remain the same. I overreacted on T1, as always. I always overreact on that team. It's crazy how I'm able to do that. I'm like so consistent about overreacting on T1 both directions that it's like insane. And then I had bleed. I had GE. Okay. Let's see here. We had Talon RQ, Paper X DRX, GE Bleed, DFM Zeta, DRX RQ, Team Secret T1. Okay. Yeah, okay. All right. How do I do this again? How did I do this? How do I make it look good, chat? Oh, no, this is not how. I think this is how. Oh, no, I remember. I don't know why I always forget my settings, chat. Nope, this is not it. Chat, this is not it. Oh, this might be it. There we go. Well, kind of. Looks a little awkward. Okay. I don't know. My sizing's all weird. Okay. Alrighty. And then let me have the pick'ems up so we can go right into it. Alright. Let's set up the recording. we'll okay. Let's not worry about that right now. All right. Yeah, I'll figure out how to. I want to do it where I can just have the chat on the recording and not the stream, but we'll figure that out. Hello, YouTube. Welcome back to our next week of VCT Pacific. We're already getting close to playoffs, which means we're getting close to the end, which means we're getting close to Champion Soul. So things are moving pretty fast. But we just had 2 weeks of VCT Pacific, and we are now, in fact, on patch 8.11. So the ISO and Neon changes are in. Haven is back in. And Abyss, not yet. We're going to have to wait until playoffs for that one. So we've seen a lot of changes. We've seen some interesting things happen in VCT Pacific, especially in week 2. And let's review how that changes our thoughts on some of the teams and also maybe some changes in our pick'ems coming up for week 3. So let's dive right into it. I feel like this is too big. There we go. Okay. Oh, I wasn't ready because this was not week 1. This is week 2. Let's change that. And this will be our next going into week 3. Alrighty. So, in week 2, going into it, after we saw our first look of some of the new rosters, but not on the new patch, this is what we thought. Gen G, PRX, DRX, not much of a change there. I rated T1 very highly because they put up a great fight against Gen G. Granted, Gen G coming off of, winning Masters Shanghai only barely a week before that. RQ Talon, Team Secret, right in the middle of the pack. And then, yeah, ZWG, DFM. So, if you're wondering what the reason is here, there's probably some things that are upsetting people, especially after the results we had of week 2. For instance, I think Secret, probably a lot of you are going to think that they were rated too low. I explained my thoughts in the previous video, so you can go check that out. I don't want to rehash it every week, but that is where we were. So again, let's go with the standard stuff, which quite frankly, this is kind of weird to do because Gen G did not play in week 2. But therefore, I guess there's no real reason for me to take them away from from the top. So, I mean, I think Paper X has looked stronger. I think they are consistent in their ability to. Sorry, my image is shifting a lot, isn't it? Anyway, I think Paper X has been consistent in showing more discipline than before. I mean, the Haven was a little wonky against DRX, but they were also playing a bit of a crazy comp, and I would have imagined that's normally their permaban if Breeze isn't there. So we'll see how that goes. Maybe they wanted to test it out, but overall, there's no actual proof for me to put them above Gen G just yet because we haven't seen Gen G play on the new patch. Now, DRX. Listen, I think I think the cracks are showing for DRX. The question is who do I think would be above them if that is the case? And there's some candidates. I think Secret is a candidate. I would say all 3 of these are candidates, but I would say maybe more so Talon and Team Secret. The thing about DRX is that obviously, again, very, very strong individuals, mechanically pretty talented, but even mechanically, they're not able to just trump their opponents, right? The PRX game, sure, it's Paper X, fine. We'll write that one off. But then against RQ, granted, the RQ players, some of them, their peaks are very high. If you're not able to trump them consistently enough that you can now confidently just play for trades, well, then now, what do you have? And I don't think that, I'm not saying it's doom and gloom for DRX. I just think this is where they should be, is that they need to be going through this to change and evolve and figure out their new balance and style, right? Because it's a bunch of new players. I was talking about this earlier on the stream, but you got several new players playing at this level. You've got role changes coming for a couple of these players. You've got a new IGL that hasn't had to hold down the entire team, let alone actually make the calls. And then some of these players also, while, you know, you've probably had interactions with Termi in passing, you haven't had to work with them week to week, right? Even if you've been on the academy squad for DRX, you haven't worked with Termi and Glow as coaches and Argency, working week to week to really download their data and then showcase it with these teammates. So as great as I would say all of them are individually, and as amazing as Mako and Buzz have been throughout their careers so far, even internationally, it's a team game. So I think this is going to impact even Mako and Buzz's performance to a certain extent. I mean, Buzz was our player of the week from week 1, so obviously he's still doing quite well for himself, but we're seeing a lot of hesitancy, and I think what Termi talked about in their press conference is pretty accurate, right? They were starting to play scared. They were like giving too much respect and not even playing to their own strengths of their compositions. I was also starting to get a little concerned about Flashback's Asian pool, because they were really trying to force the Clove. They have changed that when they played against RRQ. It didn't lead to a win, but for instance, I thought putting the Omen in instead of the Clove on split was a pretty good idea. So looks like they're working through things, but I think it's going to take some time. But then who is up there? Man, so first of all, I said this in my pick'ems for Team Secret versus T1. I predicted T1, but this would be the game where Team Secret can convince me, right? Because I think T1 is going to force Team Secret to play as a team more so than just individuals. So we'll see how that happens. They still had great individual performances, and then they actually performed decently as a team. I would say T1 played worse than they did against Gen G, but still. So all credit to them. I mean, I want to give Team Secret the credit they deserve now. But on top of that, I would say Talon, I thought, played... I think Talon showed their strengths against RQ. I actually don't think Talon probably played as well as they should or could against RQ, but I think they leaned into their strengths. Right, their willingness to get a little crazy, their willingness to really lean into that, their understanding of team compositions and strengths, things like that. So, I mean, just off of the performances, Secret goes above Talon. But Talon's given me more hope, and I don't know if... Like, Secret's definitely not 7th anymore in my head, but I don't know if I rank them higher. I'm a little torn. I don't want to change my formatting, right? I want to make sure that there's a line. And let's get back to this. Let's assume that these are 3, 4, 5, 6, somewhere around there. Dude, which, man, dropping T1 all the way down to 7th is rough, too. It's just all these teams are so close. That's why. But I do think T1 goes back to 7th. I mean, they started to play so passive against Secret. Do I think they could be stronger than DRX? Well, I think they could. I think this is a world where if they played tomorrow, T1 could beat DRX, but I think DRX is still a stronger team, like with a little bit of outlook. Not like giving them, you know, a full year, but like within the season, I think DRX could get stronger. Let's put T1 here. Let's see how that works out. The rest of these teams. Chat, it might be time. It just might be time. Dude, what happened to Zeta Division, man? And I say this as someone who just never really had any faith in Zeta either. Well, what happened to the squad, man? I mean, I'm torn between Zeta and Bleed, but oof. When do they play? Oh, they already played. Oh, no. Bleed's... Oh, I thought for whatever reason I was confused. But no, Bleed's in Group Alpha, so they don't play. I mean... Yeah, see, on paper, I think Zeta should be beating Bleed. But Zeta just looks so lost. No, I think... Listen. I think, I mean, Bleed didn't look the greatest against G, but I would say GE finally played like the way they... It would seem that they finally played a little bit like how they prep, so I'm going to give Bleed a little bit of the... I don't think Bleed's like strong enough to rank into the mid-tier. I just don't think they have the depth, right? But I would say what they're good at, they're okay with it. I mean, okay, yeah, we're going to stick with that for now. I think Zeta probably has a higher high still than Bleed, but we haven't even seen those highs come up recently. So, I mean, Huron seems to be waking up a little bit, but he's still so shaky. Like, you can just tell this dude is panicking on stage. I mean, I feel like they really need to get him a mental coach, because he is panicking on stage. Also, Zeta being at champs means nothing right now. It's not even in the same roster, and they have looked nowhere close to that level. And their competition has just gotten stronger. You're trying to compare their successes last year to their current power ranking? That's insane. I don't give a damn if they were at champs. I mean, you say that, then DRX should never be falling before third in power rankings, but look at where we are now. Okay, let's get back to the mid-tier. DRX. Listen, so I think Talon is above RQ. RQ looked great against DRX. They looked great against DRX, but so here's my thoughts on DRX and or RQ and Talon. I think obviously we still have to wait and see because the sample size is just one weekend, or I guess plus the past, but it feels like RQ will continue to do well against teams that play pretty, like, honestly, if that makes sense. But I think they're going to still struggle against teams that don't, right? So, for instance, DRX was starting to respect a lot of the util, etc. And I think also RQ, I think their prep is very strong. So I think teams with very strict colors, I think RQ is going to do well against. But are they really going to be able to identify that mid-match? I'm not convinced yet. Because I think that's one of the things that Talon had over them, is that Talon was basically throwing them off, and RQ was like, oh, okay. Like, and then also, like, Xfer and Omimore had a bit of a low day against Talon. Man, but Secret in third also just sounds crazy despite the upgrades. I mean, these are all very similar, but I think it's since we've kept it, and I think there is meaning to identifying like a top 3 power versus none. So, or versus the rest versus none. The question is where does DRX go in between all these teams, or even Secret, right? I would say like maybe Secret and Talon, I kind of tie them together, but for different reasons. Maybe I've actually put Secret slightly higher than Talon. I'm not quite sure. But like, where does DRX go? Like my initial tendency is this, but like this feels kind of weird, and then my next tendency is like this. I guess either way, DRX has to go 6th if I'm just as a result of me wanting to give credit to these 3 teams more than anything. I would say that the gap, though, compared to stage 1, when we were doing this in stage 1, I would say that the gap between like here and here is a lot smaller, right? So I would say now, obviously, Gen.G, PaperX have kind of solidified themselves at the top 2. But I would say now the mid-range is like much like this, right? And then I would say whichever team ends up taking that 7th spot in each like week or in each moment, kind of maybe they trade places. Maybe this box extends all the way here, right? I think the gap's getting smaller, which is a very good thing for Pacific. I think that's very good news. But I think for now we have to do this. Because here's the thing. I also just think DRX is going to take longer to grow. I think all 3 of these teams are currently on an upwards trajectory, whereas I think DRX is in a they dropped a bit and now they're in a plateau. So I think this is I actually think the best moment for Secret, Talent, and RQ to overtake them. I just can't. Talon, the thing is Talon, I think, should have been playing so much better against RQ, actually, with what they pulled off. I mean, I think I'm giving a bit too much credit to Talon, given their performance. You know what? No, ooh, this feels weird. The Wild Ori and 2G are such good additions, though. No, I'm going to do it. I mean, ideally, I would want to put all these vertical together, but that's a cop-out. Nope, we're going to do it. We're going to do it. I'm going to do it. This is what we're sticking with. Oh boy, Team Secret. What a turnaround. How many did they climb up? 4. Holy. Friggin' changing up the entire world here. Talon move up 2. RQ stays exact. Oh, actually, I'm kind of okay with this. I mean, DRX getting boned because everyone else is growing. But I honestly think this is more a result of DRX slightly showing, like, well, not slightly. I think DRX finally or clearly showing their current weaknesses, and then everyone else just getting better, right? I don't think DRX has necessarily majorly dropped per se. T1 though, that's a different story. Dude, I've given up on aligning these, by the way. We're so done with it. GE has moved up. Okay, so let's talk about GE a little bit. Actually, I'll talk about this in the pick'ems as well. But I feel that GE finally showed what they work towards what they're prepping, how they prep, what they might look like in scrims. Now, it was against Bleed. You don't want to read too much into it because Bleed is I think they look better than before, but they're a pretty one-dimensional team. So, you know, I'm not going to say that GE suddenly should be like contesting against the likes of Secret Talent and RQ, but I do think. But here's the thing: I've been very excited. I've been pretty high on GE coming into stage 2, and because I feel like I'm seeing glimpses of why I was excited for them, I'm willing to bring them up. I think DFM also showcasing that they're understanding how to just play around May a bit more, and then like Anthem's getting a bit more consistent. Medusa's getting a bit more consistent. He still overextends a little bit every now and then, but it's not too bad. It's not as bad as it used to be before, where he would be like the hero one turn and then the absolute villain and traitor the next turn. So I think DFM has found some consistency. And quite frankly, the Zeta downfall, I don't actually know if I really think their power level is at the lowest of Pacific, but my disappointment of them is literally at the lowest of Pacific. So I think this is what it shows. Zeta falls 3. Zeta does not fall 4. Yeah, there's some big changes here. And it just goes to show that if we think a team is rising, someone else has to drop, right? Again, I think DRX, objectively speaking, their power level, if I thought they were a grade 3 team, they probably dropped to like a 4 or 5 max. But because other teams, I think, are looking greater and greater, you are correct. Bleed has only dropped 1. DRX has gotten pushed down a bit further. Okay. You know what? This reflects both what I've seen from the teams, what I'm excited about, and also what I'm disappointed about. So I'm okay with that. I think Secret probably still needs to be tested a bit more, but also you cannot deny what we're seeing is that Wild Oreo is cracked. 2G is getting comfier and comfier where he can make confidence plays. He has that clutch factor, which means that Jeremy and Envy have less pressure on them to always be doing that. I think Jeremy continues to perform well. I've always sung Jeremy's praises, so I'm happy he's doing well. And I think Jesse Vash is still keeping up. I think his calls have been pretty good. Stylistically, I don't think Secret has changed too much, but I think literally just having 2 more guys that are willing to go for these confidence plays has already expanded their playbook a bit more. It's made it a bit pacier. So they've definitely gotten stronger, right? Are they really in the 3rd place? I don't know. Technically, I think, again, these divisions are probably now like here and then like here. But, you know, we stick with it. We stick with the format we had. So Secret's up there. Talon, I think just their idea of creativity, I think Cruz's calling is continues to be very consistent. And I think I want to see a bit more from Governor, to be honest, but I think maybe that will come with time. So yeah, I'm pretty excited about Talon, what they can continue to show. And then RQ, I think, looked better. It's just that the other 2 teams looked better, even better, and then Talon literally beat RQ as well. I think DRX, the cracks are showing, and the fact that they just need time to sort out their new color is going to happen. T1 kind of in the same boat. The thing about T1, let's talk about it in the pick'ems. Same with G. Let's talk about those 2 teams in the pick'ems. DFM, I think if you saw it, May literally just hard carried against Zeta, and they're now playing around May. And Bleed is just a result of other teams getting better, and Zeta is immeasurable disappointment. All right, let's go to our pick'ems. How big do we want to make it? This big. Even bigger? No, this big. Okay, so week 3. Originally, we had DFM, RQ, T1, Gen G, PaperX, and DRX. We're changing these. We're changing quite a few of these. First of all, I mean, listen, I was all for the DFM hype train, but I think DFM might actually give Talon a little bit of trouble on like one map, just because of literally May. But I think Talon should be winning this. RQ versus Zeta. Dude, if RQ loses here, we're literally that graph of we are so back and we are so done. So if RQ loses Zeta, it's like we're literally plummeting down to it's so over. There's just no way this should be happening. T1 versus GE. Chat, this is my upset of the week. This is my upset of the week. And this is where we're going to talk about these two teams. I'm actually glad that they're playing against each other. T1, what we saw from T1 when they were playing against Secret was the over-reliance on their strengths, on their known strengths, right? So it's like the setup from Stacks, it's Saya's opping, etc. But this meant that they started to become very readable, and they were also they didn't have enough rounds where they were showing aggressive curveballs. Now they might do that in the future, but it's inconsistent. To me, GE is maybe somewhat similar to my read on RQ. GE is a team where if the opponents are going to play pretty, standard or at least within a predictable range of, okay, this is their style, we ante them, etc., then I think GE is going to be able to make calls that overcome T1. I think their calls are going to be a bit more flexible. Not the individuals, but the calls. I would say individually, T1 should be trumping GE, but I think they can come up with calls. And the fact that I think they played the way they wanted to against Bleed, whether Bleed is a strong or weak opponent doesn't matter. You finally got one of those games again where you're like, all right, this is how we prep. Like, this is what we do. I think that should have been a little bit unlocked. So I'm banking on that. I think it's an upset. I think it's an upset for sure. But I think it's a plausible one against T1 here. So I think, and I just don't know if T1's going to be able to sort that out within a week, right? So, and as much as I loved Izu at kickoff, and I want to see that guy do well, he's definitely still not consistent enough to be the power duelist that you kind of need right now to be contesting at a high level at VCT. So that's another rough one. I am glad they're leaning more into him as a primary duelist and giving him a bit more comfort in that sense. Granted, not when it's Jet, because they're still going back to Saya. So that's another thing they need to sort out. But yeah, I'm banking on T1's consistent inconsistency to be the weapon that GE can use against them. Bleed versus Gen.G. Need I say more? I'm very curious what Gen.G is going to bring out, though. And this is going to be an interesting look because it's against Bleed, but it's like, you still want to make sure you have the points just in case. So it's going to be interesting because it's their first look of Gen.G after the patch. Now, Paper X DFM. Listen, DFM, I'm glad they're feeling stronger again, but I think they got their one other win for the year. I think Paper X is going to win here. Oh, I think Talon's going to win this. This is a big week for Talon. This is a huge week for Talon, actually. I mean, I think Talon should win this, actually. I think they should be winning this. There's two worlds where they don't win this. Is either they failed miserably or DRX just like they figured it out in a week, which I don't think their problems are that small. I think Talon might actually really solidify themselves. And here's the thing, if they beat DRX, this is huge because there's a good chance they can overcome DRX, can't they? In the point standing or in the record standing on the leaderboard. They would also then become qualified for playoffs because they're not 100% in yet. So this is a big week for Talon. The only thing I'm scared about is they might want to not show that much against DFM to make sure they can show it, or they might have done, Coach Frost's favorite thing of like, well, we cooked up two comps and they like use one for DFM so they can use another for DRX, and then like that maybe makes it too dicey against DFM. Things like that. So that's the only thing because it's a double whammy on DRX is their second match. But I think Talon should be winning both of these matches this week, and that is that's huge. That's huge. So this is a big one. So we're making a lot of changes this week. But in that sense, I think GE versus T1 is my upset of the week. I think it's a plausible one. I don't think I would really... Even the Talon DRX one, I don't think I would call it an upset. I think depending on who you ask, maybe it's a 50-50. But I'm going to favor Talon on this one. Also, I think them recognizing that they actually didn't play that well against RQ, like they should have been playing better against RQ, I think is a good sign that they should be growing into this. So, okay. All right. Well, let's lock it in. This week's going to be fun, too. I mean, Pacific just delivers every week. Bangers every week, chat. Bangers every week. Bangers every week. All right. Well. Okay, that's it. That's going to be my pick'ems for this week. And then we have week 4 coming up. We're not going to change those until next week, but that's when we finally get some good looks at Gen G. Man, week 4 is, chat, you have to clear out your schedule for week 4 because like Paper X RQ as RQ's last game, Gen G versus Secret as both of their last games. I mean, this is huge. Like these are some big matches that could have some big implications. So you want to clear your schedule out for the week after as well. But obviously right now we're focused on week 3. That's coming up this weekend. I will be on broadcast all 3 days, both on the desk and the cast. So I'm looking forward to that. I've been loving the patch and what that's bringing out. And of course, we should have the ISO changes coming in either this week or next week. I can't remember, but see if that maybe... we haven't had too many ISOs to begin with, so maybe that changes up the ISOs a little bit as well. Anyway, lots of things to look forward to. Hope you guys enjoyed it. Let me know down in the comments below what you think about my changes in the power rankings. Obviously, quite a bit of volatility. A lot of teams, I think, are getting closer and closer, so it's getting harder to divide amongst them. So I think you're going to have plenty to talk about in the comments, especially from 3rd through 7th. I would love to hear your thoughts. And of course, feel free to share your pick'ems as well down in the comments, and we'll see who continues to do well overall throughout stage 2. That's going to be it for this week. I will see you all in the main broadcast for VCT Pacific. And if you enjoy this content, please consider leaving a like and subscribing to the channel. I'll see you all next week. Alrighty, chat. I know there's several questions from you guys, but let me just make sure we go back to the matches because they're already introducing the teams.
했었거든요. 뭐 정석 조합도 문제 없다는 게 나왔었고. 근데 문제는 듀심이 좀 약간.
All right, so while we're waiting on this,
본인들의 의도대로 되지 않았었던 라운드 이후에
VLR added full standings now. Oh wow, okay, that's nice. Talon need a lot of humiliation from Frost. Does Frost have some beef with T1? First thing he tweeted after T1 loss was trust the process. I mean, I think Frost just likes to... Listen, Frost is a very outspoken guy. He's a very outspoken guy. So I think he likes to kind of beef up a lot of things. I don't know. I don't know if there's any... They might. I mean, I don't know. But anytime any interactions I've had with Frost is like, on the surface, he's just so outspoken that he'll beef it up. But also, like, if you keep talking to him, he's always pretty willing to, level with you. So. Cruz and Vash. Well, that's Secret and Talon, I think, have a little bit, both between the players and the orgs. But I think that's slowly getting resolved as well. Is the tournament after this the last tournament of the season? For which? Well, I guess technically for everyone, yes. Challengers, after this it's Ascension, and that's it for like this season of Challengers. But there will be another Challenger season at the end of the year, which is the build up into next year's Challengers. And then Champions after VCT Pacific is the last one for VCT. There is no LCQ this year. And then we're into the drought on the off season, chat. And then we all have to hold strong for who knows how many more months. And then we'll all just be begging for off-season events. And then they'll announce like a show match with weird rules, and we'll all be like, oh yes, we get to watch our favorite teams and players. And that'll last until like February or whatever.
카베자 선수도 한 번 보여줄 땐 제대로 보여주거든요.
Hey, what's up, Trice?
나와야 되는 게 정말 중요한 매치예요.
How long is the drop for? Not confirmed, but
사실 뭐 서부는 이미 끝났어요.
예.
결국 동부의 왕.
4위까지는
What is it?
자녀 전승을 한다
but
하더라도
this year it started around February, and I think it's intended to start around the same time next year, but then it's being like stretched out to October or something. They announced, so next year it should be like a longer year. So it's stretched out, and we'll have a couple more matches because it's 12 teams next year. So I'm gonna just assume, I'm gonna live with the assumption that it starts in February.
현재 순위가 이렇습니다. 5위는 IAM.
How long have you been in Korea? Please be not more. Wait, hold on. Please be not more than 2 or 3 months. It's definitely more than 2 or 3 months. Even if it starts in January, it's 3.5 months. So brace yourselves. The off season is coming. But challengers will be happening in between. Obviously, so will game changers. But like challengers will pick up again in the fall. So like there is that. There is that. Challengers will be happening in the fall. So like that is the big difference, right? So now we have like a little bit of, and maybe that's a good time for you to get excited about challengers, because we'll have, you know, we'll continue to see teams leveling up from Ascension, and it's a good time to kind of keep your eye on, all right, like who do I want to keep my eye on for next year? So actually, yes. Yeah. So challengers will be happening. I'm pretty sure. Yeah. Those are all like meaningful tournaments. Like challengers season will matter. So I take that back. It's not going to be as bad as an off season, actually. Yeah, it's not going to be that bad, actually. It's actually kind of nice. We'll all like actually focus on challengers. That'll be good. All right, chat. Now let's talk about this match on our screen. They are competing to try to make sure they solidify themselves into the playoffs between these two teams. IAM is going to ban the bind, really. And Lotus. Okay, so same picks. Ascent is, oh, never mind. Ascent being banned out. Okay. Ooh. All right, those of you Twitch chatters, if you would like to air out your degen tendencies with points, then you are more than welcome to in the Twitch chat, as we will have Twitch chat point predictions. Here, let me post this up, and then let me change the titles, because I just realized we haven't done that. SPF versus IAM.
헤이븐 정말 중요해 보이고, 이렇게 되면 이제 로터스도 서로 좋은 기억이 있어서 골랐기 때문에 아무래도 헤이븐을 잡고 가는 쪽이 분위기적으로 더
SPF versus IAM. Great.
조합 이렇게 설정됐습니다.
Okay.
헤이븐 맞죠 이거?
네, 헤이븐이에요.
예. 기존에 뭐 바이퍼도 종종
Alright.
나왔었던 전장이긴 한데 이게 바이퍼를 헤이븐에서 쓰는 거 난이도가 되게 높긴 하거든요.
저도 사실 요루가 나온다면 오히려 IM 쪽에서 나오지 않을까 했는데.
The Yoru for Superfect.
쪽에서 제트 요루.
And the Viper for IAM. Okay, we haven't seen IAM play on this one, so we'll see how they... Dwenmo's been working on it. Same with Superfect. So we haven't seen either of their Havens, actually. All right. And then, sorry, hold on. What's the... Yeah, there's Ascension tournaments for each region, so that will be happening. I'm only co-streaming Korea, but I am trying to keep my eye on the other regions. But in stage 2, I haven't actually been able to catch any VODs of the other regions because I'm trying to make sure that I'm like keeping up with the patch and stuff for VCT Pacific. But I will be brushing up on them for sure. But in stage 1, I watched a little bit of the VODs and a couple live matches of the other sub-regions as well. As we're watching, I'll kind of catch you guys up onto Challengers Korea if you haven't been following. But for now, let's make sure we're kind of in the zone for the game again. And let me turn the AC off because it's freezing again. So Superfect is going Jet Yoru. But the Astra makes sense. Astra and Euro, we've seen those combos. Bunny, nice shot.
네, 사스케와 두유가 바로 둘을 보냈고요.
Dude, Sasuke's been really picking up. For those curious, so IAM, you might recognize a couple of these names. Some of them, or a lot of them, used to be on the original F4Q that beat DRX, and then went to Masters Berlin. And then the other two, Dunmo and Kutsiri, are also big streamers, kind of OG YouTubers and streamers for Valorant in Korea. And they are trying to kind of give their all here for challengers. They're committed for 2 years, so into next year, they said. Meanwhile, on the side of Superfect, this is one of the 2 teams that made it up through Premier for Stage 2. They went through the qualifiers. Now, they looked real rough in the qualifiers, but here is the thing, the promotion, rather. But here's the thing, is that they recently brought over a new head coach in the name of Val Analysis. If you are a Challengers Korea or VCT China fanatic, you will recognize this name because he used to be the coach of Rare Adam / JDG, and then before that on the older Shadow as well. So he was with JDG in the beginning of the year. He has since left China, and he is now the head coach of SPF starting last week. And we're starting to see them actually play a lot more as a team. It's very interesting the impact he's having. Goddead also used to be on Gen G last year, yes. And no, the AC was on, which made my room freezing. It's very hot outside. That's why I turned it off. Whoa, okay. No checks. Bunny thinking that maybe you could just reposition carefully. But this is just a clean garage to see. Oh, no. I mean, good reactions, true. Dude, what is going on? Cabeza, jeez.
야, 카베자가 딱 버티고 있었던 지점이 참 좋았습니다.
아니 뭐 뒤도는 걸 다.
Oh, is it Foot Heretics tomorrow? Oof. Yeah, I've been focusing more on making sure I catch up on VODs for Americas and EMEA, especially with the new patch. So I've been doing more of that. So I haven't had much time to catch up to the Challengers, other Pacific regions, but I should be doing that as we're getting closer to Ascension. SPF is they didn't have a sponsor. They were picked up after they got promoted through Premier. What were they playing? What name were they playing under before? I can't remember.
공격 옵션도 확실히 지금 다양하게 보여주고 있거든요. 슈퍼피트 스포츠가.
예. 자, 준비하고 있어요, 칼리. 하스토 쪽 한번 확인.
But Superfect is like an academy PC cafe, like an esports academy org, so it's not like a big org, but FOU clan. Yeah, that's what it was. They were playing under the FOU clan name. Yeah, that's right. The toxic screen. They're still raising it, which means that there's an opening now for SPF. Oh, good guiding light though. But Bunny needs to be checking for long there, so they know when to put up the screen. Goddead, a little bit of a missed position there, and then Bunny trying to cover for him. This is a good pinch from SPF though. The timing was perfect, right? From both sides. This is on 8.11. Yeah, I'm wondering why they chose this Viper comp in this patch. Like now, like, I mean, listen, I mean, Viper is obviously the theory behind why you pick her doesn't really change that much, but I will say, obviously, IAM, you know, they're a team composed of streamers that are trying to, you know, try out the training regimen, etc., and see how far they can go if they really put in their work. They suffer from agent pool, right? Like Dunmo used to be a Euro 1 trick. He's now picking up a little bit of the Viper here and there, etc. So, you know, maybe they're just trying to work with what pools they have, but
타격각을 최소한으로 만들었어요.
네.
Well, that as well. I think they go hand in hand though here on Haven. Yeah, I guess I hadn't really thought about the Sky nerf just because it feels like it was so long ago.
저걸로 뭔가 활로를 좀 열어볼
But
필요가
if like the Viper also had more agency, I think that doesn't make the Sky nerf hit as hard either. IMO, because you're more self-reliable, self-sufficient as the Viper. But yo, whoa, that was really loud. Exploding XP with the tier 1 sub. Thank you so much. Welcome, welcome. Appreciate it. Good to have you here. Is this team serious, or like if Ninja made a team? They are serious. They even pulled together whatever money they had to get a team house, and then they ran out of money. So currently they're out of it, but they like sold uniforms and mouse pads to gain more funding again to get another team house, etc. They're serious, but obviously they're still keeping up their YouTubes and streaming as well. Maybe not as much, but it's like the old F4Q. If you're familiar with them, I would say if anything they're maybe better organized, having seen, you know, having F4Q blaze the trail a little bit. Yeah, kind of. Yeah, I guess that's a similarity. Dude, IAM is getting bodied. SPF's post plants are solid. The angles they're holding for each other are just, and then individually too. 8-0. 8-0 on the Jet. I mean, you gotta shut this dude down.
C 쪽에 해서 그냥 첫 킬을 내고 스타트를 하게끔 하거나 아니면 아예 하수도를 버니야 혼자 밀어라 인도하는 빛 하나 아니면 정찰자 하나 투자해줄게 밀어넣고 B와 C
Is Callie actually a Genji trainee like it says on Wikipedia? I'm actually not positive. This guy is the coach of Team IAM. And his name is Inpa. He's the same guy that Karon gave a shout out to at kickoff when Genji won. He said he wanted to give a shout out to Inpa, who kind of kept encouraging him and stuck by him as he was trying to get onto a team. There's Val analysis. So Inpa he played in like the very beginning, and then he took some time off, and he's trying to get into just some back end, whether it's coaching, maybe casting, etc. So he's coaching with IAM right now. Which team is the most dominant in Korea Challengers? Simprisa Gaming, who also came through Premier. So in that sense, Korea probably has one of the best Premier teams, but Simprisa Gaming should have been in Stage 1. They got bodied by the bracket, and they got knocked out by LFG Portal. Simprisa Gaming should have been in Stage 1. They were good enough. Yes, and then Texture gave a shout out to the whole team as well. He's very close with all these guys. He used to give them like VOD review feedback and stuff. It's on his YouTube. Actually, Potatoes, yeah, if they all said, hey, let's sit down and like actually train and go through it, like we can stream still, but cut the streaming hours a little bit, and then let's practice and let's scrim, then yes, it would be like that. Good timeout. Good read, good backup timing. Whoa.
그나마 나오는 덴모를 칼리가 잡아내긴 했지만 버니가 이미 쬐고 있는 상태고요. 이러면 칼리는
시도를 해도 괜찮을 만한 자금의 여유가 있고 IAM의 총기를 떨구는 게
I mean,
라운드긴 합니다.
dude, you heard the op as well. I think Callie goes for this 100%. I mean, it sounds crazy, but if you go in and let's say you drop the op, even if the two other guys stay alive, that's huge. Oh, the turret kind of messes it up though.
무조건 세자루는 살린다는 마인드로 가야 되는 게 IAM입니다.
그렇죠. 초반에 워낙 말렸었기 때문에.
Wait, is Dunmo no longer signed with Genji? I thought he was still a Genji creator. I thought he was still Genji and Bunny was still T1. No? Is that not true anymore? I think him and Kuchiri are both Genji creators. Or maybe Kuchiri's only for watch parties, but... Yeah, no, this is a big match. This one's a very meaningful match. What are my thoughts on XC? I love the guy. I know that he's a very hard worker from what I've seen and heard. I wish he had more opportunities to be on other teams, but I feel like he's kind of just stagnating as a solid player in challengers. Oof. Okay, he was expecting them to continue jumping forward, but not gonna hit any of them. But with that, they have to kind of re-clear A side. So, or they have to hold back. So, you were hoping to pressure the other side. No kill on Team IAM. You know there's one garage now. You know there was one here. You know there's one garage. You know there was an op in A. The recur is coming out. Is he going to hear the Trailblazer? Because that would be huge. He hears it. So he knows that they just cleared out short and the entry to main. But that doesn't really give you too much information. You're not going to be stacking B. You do have to expect that there might be a pinch available, though. Huge flash. Okay, the snake bite is good. You still have paranoia. Kuchiri's paranoia is good. The paranoia is good. Dude, SPF might just clutch this out. Oh, he only has 3. Oh my god! Oh my gosh, Bunny. I mean, you really didn't have anywhere else to go, but dude, I cannot believe you almost clutched that with 3 bullets. It's crazy. Oh, really? Maybe Duomo's contract ended. Interesting.
그래서 마지막에 버니와 두유가 남았었는데 결국 버니가 승리하면서 한 점 더 많이 하고 있는 IAM입니다.
근데 슈퍼팩트 e스포츠가 이렇게 우르르 다닐 필요는 없거든요. 그러니까 결국 IAM의 조합이 정보가 부족한 조합이고 나올 수밖에 없는 오퍼레이터나 아니면 스카이의 스킬들을 좀 강제한 다음에 그때부터 턴이 잡힐 수
there we go.
잠깐만요.
All right. Delay the op. Already takes space on main. Few drone out here to check out the op. No, they're gonna jiggle from lobby first. This is an easy clone, but it takes away the alarm bot. At least he doesn't get tagged, but he does have. They know that he backed out. Good timing on the dash to really try to pinch onto this op. Oh, dude, Superfect is fast, man. 972. We call him Kuchiri because that's 972 in Korean.
같이 싸우면 되는 거라서
볼 곳이 많습니다.
야, 이게 연패 크레드도 끊긴 시점이라서 IM이
Oh, whoa. Kuchiri's a little shaky today, it seems. Wait, when did they cover Duenmo's Ray's gameplay? What? Yeah, you need a Naver ID to... Because it's Naver. It's just the same ID. Naver is not ready to go global yet. Let me tell you. And during that time, Africa TV has rebranded to Soup, and they're coming. They're coming for the world, chat. Soup TV. Very speedy Haven so far, but Superfect is playing this real well. They're playing the map. They're playing very step by step. Right. I mean, you know one guy's stuck. You know it's not the Jet. I mean, you hunt for this, yeah, for sure. Oh, he heard him as well, I think. I mean, this round's done. Have you ever casted a Korean Challengers game? Before VCT Pacific, yes. When it was just Challengers. Yeah. What in the world? Oh my gosh.
남은 건 에피나입니다.
나오면 잡고 아니면 터져 죽겠다.
예.
두유 선수도 잡히면 차원표류라서.
그죠.
I mean, yeah, he's gonna go for it. Oh my god. Oh wow, dude. Do you actually had a plan there?
그거 봤어요?
It's crazy.
분노를 당기는 거죠.
네. 어차피 지금 에피나 선수가 봉쇄가 있는 상황이었기 때문에.
예. 둘을 잡긴
I mean, I imagine that instead of Cali going for it, Felix going for it again might have been.
예.
Well, I guess you have enough rounds that you know you're gonna try to get the Hunter's Fury again, so you just want to guarantee it, I guess.
이게 총기 차이가 분명히 좀 있었기 때문에 긴 길에서 사실 버니 선수가 뒤를 잡긴 해서
Lots of ultimates on the side of IAM.
확실히 헤이
And Bunny is just gonna work with the Blade Storm. Just a classic.
많고요. 지금은 이제 차원표류로 그냥 답답하면 찍어놓고 갈 수도 있기 때문에.
Alright, Toxic Screen now to just take full control of A long and A lobby.
공세받고 스타트하는 거 견제하는 거거든요. 근데 꼬았어요 슈퍼팩트.
Let's smoke the one way for AC.
완전히 꼬았습니다.
Yeah, but this Yorld gets all the information. You know it's just these two right now. And the clone as well. He needs to stay alive. The flat. Oh, okay.
못 들어가요.
Good pre-fire. Now super effect is late. Why were they so late when well, I guess they were still peaking, right? They just basically disrespected the Euro ultimate a little bit.
두유 선수 바로 잡히는 바람에 진입각 자체가 애초에 좀 양각이었죠.
시작이 좋았어요.
네.
에피나가 바로 듀를 끊어줬고 정면.
Do you think T1 will go full Korean next season? I don't think they'll intentionally do it. And yes, for challengers, starting after Ascension, Southeast Asia will be merged.
연막 타이밍이나 이런 것들도 시속공에 대한 대비도 머릿속으로 그리고 있었던 것 같습니다.
Now, Super Effect is, dude, Sasuke's making a name for himself. Like, starting last week, ever since Val Analysis showed up, this dude's been really starting to fire.
시작하자마자 드론을 하수도 쪽으로 보냈었거든요, 갈리. 그리고 잘 통했었던 그 차고 다시 한 번 더 시도합니다.
자, 근데 내줄 생각도 있어요.
Operator online.
터로 하나 끊을 수 있으면 대박이고
That's huge that they get the operator back.
그리고 차고 주도권을 주면서 봉쇄 리테이크를
But it's not the... Yeah, it's a very passive position. You get no information on it. Afina!
좀 사고인데요?
많이 서고죠?
이러면 볼 곳이 좀 많아져요,
이러고
버니.
돌려도 돼요.
그쵸.
굳이 들어갈 필요
The smoke there, but the re-clear on the garage is big. This is huge.
칼리가 드론을 초반 단계 때 썼기 때문에 이 앞라인을 청소하기
So,
위해서
Kuchiri needs to know that this is happening. They push this out, and then you can hold this to make sure that the rotate back doesn't happen. But Super Effect is going to check this, man. Goddead has to do so much acting here. That's huge. Kuchiri overthought that a bit. He thought about, you know, using the paranoia to be like safer and have a bit more time, but
이거 돌아요, 버니?
근데 이것도 의심할 만하거든요. 타이밍 자체가.
oh my.
근데 뒤가 왔어? 그냥 앞을 가자.
Okay, Pit online. You do get to keep it. It covers all of the spike plant, which is huge. Hear the reload, but it's too many members, man.
그냥 세이브해야죠.
Hear the reload.
세이브해야죠.
자, 분명 뒤에서 버니가 자신의 존재를 알리고 나서 사이트 안쪽에는 구덩이가 올라갔었거든요. 근데 이걸 슈퍼팩트가 되게 잘 뚫어냈습니다.
근데 슈퍼팩트가 오늘 이런 판단이 빨라요. 뒤쪽에 누가 보이거나 어느 쪽에서 좀 균열이 낮다 싶으면 그냥 반대쪽으로 뛰는 그 판단이 빠르다 보니까 이런 식으로.
Do you think XC being on smokes is capping his potential? No, I actually think XC's pretty good on smokes. He played smokes for a while on DK as well. The thing is the reason I like him is because I've heard from many people that have worked with him that if the team or the coaching staff ever wants to make a comp change, like he will gladly volunteer to learn the new agent, learn the new role for the team. Like he's very willing to put in the extra work to make something work for the team, for the betterment of the team.
라운드 마무리됩니다. 슈퍼팩트 esports가 라운드를 따냅니다.
Yeah, back in the day, XC used to be a straight up initiator, and then he played Sentinel for a while and played smokes for a while, and now he's kind of just a flex, but kind of a smokes player.
유지가 됐는데 이게 뭐 적극적으로 활용이 되는 모습.
It's nice to have Haven back, isn't it? Is Stacks fully comfortable in English class? How fluent may it seems like he's pretty comfortable. Stacks' English was one of the better ones of GRX. I think Buzz has the best English in terms of just like
달려보고요. 찍혔습니다.
a fluency, but nice op shot. The guiding light, keeping them at bay.
하수도만 나온 줄 알았지.
And then you peek out or you push out a B. So this is big. That way they can back off of A and you still feel like you have some control. Cabeza might have seen him. Cabeza might have seen him. I think he might have seen his head. No, he didn't.
여기서
Okay.
트레이드.
It's not bad though. Afina snuck out. Huge. The timings of the push outs from IAM are huge. So now you know that these guys have to be stuck here. You got the op there. Trailblazer sees the jet. You know they're trapped. Bunny's focused. Does he fire off a shot? No, he does not.
많다 보니까.
Oh, dude, Sasuke.
굉장히 날카롭습니다.
오늘 마주치면 안 지는데요?
네. 그만큼 또 자신감이 있다라는 얘기고.
지금 3대 2긴 한데.
Prince Avendano, we just did it before this match started.
네.
시도할 거거든요.
So since you're on YouTube, you can rewind on the stream
않지만
and you'll catch it. But if not, I will be uploading it afterwards.
계속 주시하고 있었어요. 인도하는 빌뭐 지키진 않았습니다만
네,
2명.
네.
카테드가 마무리 지면서 한 점 더 만회하는 IM입니다. 7대 4예요.
굳이 저기서 따로 다닐 필요가 없어서 예상 분명했을 거고요.
네.
오퍼도 세이브가 됐습니다.
이거 마지막 라운드 진짜 중요한데요. 만약에 슈퍼팩트 스포츠가 계속 따내는 점수를 만들어내고 점수 격차를 벌리는 상황이었던 모르겠지만 IM이 따라가는 점수가 만들어져서 전반 마지막 라운드가 정말 중요해졌습니다.
5-7 wouldn't be so bad.
그 스카이가 있다면은 공격 단계도 나쁘지 않아요. IM의 조합이.
전반 마지막 라운드
Dude, Afina 12-6.
한번 더.
Big game from him for the most part.
썼던 위치, 안 썼던
Oh my gosh. Are you... Oh my gosh.
야, 실각 되게 잘 노렸어요.
Dude, that angle.
그럼에도
네.
갑니다.
I could never.
누렸던 슈퍼팩트긴 하거든요.
You know that he's in because of the alarm bot. Ah, the reload though. A bit too much of a spray. That's huge from Felix. Going in to make sure that they don't actually push him. That is big.
자, 눌러볼 거다 눌러보거든요.
사냥꾼의 분노 충분히 붙을 수 있죠?
사냥꾼의 분노.
이거 해체자로.
They're just trying to make sure that there's no one sticking the defuse.
자, 이러면은 여기서 해체를 붙어야 되는데 여기서 별을 빼야 돼요, 일단.
네.
일단 예.
자, 아직
Alright, gravity well used. Huge from Afina. Massive.
해체 되겠는데요?
가능해요. 버니가 마무리. 해체 완료.
Woo.
아, 침착합니다, AM.
네. 아니 사실 뭐 사냥꾼의 분노로 시간.
Today's a huge match for South Asia. I will not be watching it live. We're just gonna watch this and then chill, and then I gotta eat and rest up. You can post links. I won't be able to watch it until after this map, but you may post links in chat. Dude, these cams are doing the coaches dirty though. Like, surely we could figure out better cams, right? I mean, listen, we used to not have cams, so I'll take what I can get. But
초반에 연거푸 4개의 라운드를 준 이후에는 오히려 IM이 더 많은 라운드를 가져왔거든요.
네. 그리고 오늘 사스케 선수의
what's for dinner today? I'm not quite sure, actually.
버니의 오퍼도 점점 살아나는 모습이 나오고 있어요.
네, 양 팀의 타격대가 오늘 날 잡은 상태거든요.
네.
네. 게다가 일단 공격 단계로
Do I think G will stick with its current roster? That I have no idea. That's a big question. I have no idea, actually. That's a tough one.
인도하는 빛 스킬 연계와 함께 버니가 좀
I-
빠르게 나갈 수 있는. 그러니까 길은 잘 만들어 줄 수 있을 것 같아요.
그리고 또 IM이 그런 류의 또 섬광률을
That's a tough one. I think if they do stick with it, it's going to be for reasons we can't necessarily tell from the outside, like comms, chemistry, etc. But
공수 변경돼서 후반전으로 들어갑니다. 슈퍼팩트가 수비, IM이 공격에 나섭니다.
공격에서는 바이퍼 기용의 이유를 좀 보여줘야 될
what do you
것
think about Euro on Haven? I think Euro on Haven is
괜찮은
fine.
조합이다라고도 말씀을
I don't know if it's the best, but I think it's fine.
정신없어요.
But I do think you have to kind of work around it.
좀 조합에 좀 정보가 부족한 걸 오퍼로 메꾸는 것만 봤지 아직까지 말씀하신 대로 스카이 바이퍼의 그런
Have you seen the unconfirmed and unproven Zeta rumors?
리테이크가 센 조합이 아니에요.
No, because that sounds like a bunch of just rumor milling.
이런 게 바이퍼가 있을 때의 이득.
장막 활용해서
Yeah, I mean, you know that there's potential for this lurk. Now, the fact that he's doing it on the pistol right away is a bold move. So the goal is they're gonna plant B, and then Dwemmo's gonna catch them on the flank once he hears the rotate. That's the current goal. But you see that there's the Killjoy set up there, so you can't just go for that. So now you've put pressure here, right? There hasn't been a reclear on either side, so you imagine that the default is being held. But look at this, SPF, very smart reposition to be able to rotate out if they need to. Oh, wow, he needs to get this kill. Huge. But there's now only 2 people left anyway, so. Dude, Sasuke, calm down, buddy. Cali was just the bait. Oop.
워낙 체력이 없어가지고. 근데 한 대는 또 때리고 갔다 보니까. 근데 이제 30초밖에 없어서 달려서 뛰어서 이제 설치를 봐야 되거든요. 네. 반대로 슈퍼팩트 스포츠 그냥 같이 하자.
G-Owner said if it doesn't work, changes have to be made, you know? Well, then it sounds like you already have the answer you want. I mean, I'm just sharing my opinion. I don't work on the team. But that's a team where it's like, listen, from someone who's not a fan, right? Just because I'm as neutral as can be, but like if they stick with it, I mean, I think they're on an upwards trajectory. So in the sense of like you want to see how far it can go, like I'm okay with it. But at the same time, I do, I don't think the cap is anywhere close to like going to champions. So if changes are made, I think that's also reasonable. That's a rough one.
펠릭스가 마무리 지면서 피스톨 라운드 슈퍼팩트입니다.
근데 뭐 A 긴길에서 이거 그냥 사스케 선수가 박살을 내버려서.
네.
All right, Felix gonna try to build up the cosmic divide first.
만들긴 했었는데 숫자를 이길 수는 없었습니다. 자, 후반전의 시작.
I have not watched South Asia at all in Stage 2. Did a little bit in Stage 1.
사스케 샷이 너무 좋아요.
와. 여기서도 하나.
Good shooting from Sasuke. 3 sheriffs from IAM's been buying a lot of sheriffs on their ecos, and I don't know how I feel about it in the current meta. I mean, Sasuke's gonna buy the outlaw. You know that they love to buy their sheriffs, right? Cali doesn't get tagged. Okay, he's not gonna greet it either. So he backs out. Gate crashes on its way for backup as well. Wow, this judge and outlaw setup is it's something, huh? Okay, alarm bot broken. Watching for them on the exit. Spike down as well. Dude, spike down on the steps to window. All right, they smoke it off. Does he fire a shot? He does. Okay.
IAM이 마음 먹고 뛰고 싶은 타이밍 한 턴이 늦어져요.
그렇죠. 시간이 끌리게 되죠 결국에.
사고로 진입해 보는데 카베자가 막습니다.
자, 이런 액션을 줬을 때 A 쪽으로 영역 전개가 좀 빨리 해야 됩니다.
So now you can confirm that the spike isn't there anymore. You know that he heard him, so you know that the outlaw is still on B, but that means that he can provide cover pretty quickly.
상대 총기가 짧다. 그렇다면 설치 이후에 깊게 먹을 수가 있으니까 깊게 흘러 나오는 거를 내가 일단 끊고 가겠다는 생각입니다.
애초에 숫자적으로도 위에 있는 상태이기
Oh, actually hits him. Big tag.
여유로울 겁니다.
They're watching out for the push out, right? Because they have no way of covering their flank. Oh, this could be dicey. Thankfully, there's no shotguns on the side of IAM, but SPF is being so cautious. Dude, good checks. The angles were good. Wasn't Godjet a coach for a GC team? I don't think so. South Asia is worth watching. A lot of, if not every one of these sub-regions and challengers are worth watching, chat. I just have to watch way too much Valorant. Like, I'll watch highlights and stuff, but I'm like barely catching on to highlights from challengers in other regions, and then I'm like trying to keep up with VCT Americas and EMEA. Then I'm casting 3 to 4 days a week on Pacific. And then we're watching Challengers Korea 2 to 3 days a week. And then I like actually have a life and errands to run. And then I'm reviewing Pacific games to make sure I can cast even better the week after. Like, there is a lot of Valorant chat. Me not watching South Asia has nothing to do with South Asia. That is a big misconception, and that's a little bit of self-consciousness. I was excited. I actually applied for co-streaming rights in Stage 1. I didn't get it. I think maybe because I asked late, but I didn't get it. But I would have loved to in Stage 1. I was pretty committed to it, but it's just way too much time. This match, whoever wins should be locked in for playoffs. So they kind of lock in one more step towards ascension.
여기 세팅이 돼 있구나.
그렇다면 A 가기가 조금은 부담스러워지긴 할 겁니다. IAM이.
그럼에도 시도를 해 보나요? 파스토의 둘 그리고 키즈길의 셋.
Yeah, some of the channels do make okay highlights, but a lot of times, like, the highlights they make are also just like, they're just frag movies instead of like telling a story. High up on the box, that's a good position for Bunny. Whoa, Duenmo, let's calm down.
일단 총기 차이가 나고 있다 보니까 들어와서 일단 교환 싸움에서 좀 이겨줬고 두 선수가 지금 저지라서
IAM wants to keep all these guns.
집중력은 되게 좋은데요.
지금도 되게 잘 됐었고
이게 슈퍼팩트 스포츠도 B나 C 쪽에 액션이 아예 없다 보니까 좀 집중력이 올라간 상태로 A를 막고 있었는데
원이가 해본 쪽 보고 있는데 97이가 일단 장막 한번 깝니다. 연결부 쪽에.
Took a little bit, but that's okay.
갓데드만 제외하고 4명이 살아남았기 때문에
Wait, Naver's stream platform is actually like doesn't play videos for you? Wait, can't you watch without a membership though?
살짝 자금난이 안 났던 게 좀 아쉬울 법했습니다.
네.
Doraemon. Oh, it's Duenmo.
3점 한 점 따내면서 동점까지 한번 바라봐야 되는 상황이 됐고요. 슈퍼팩트는 앞서서 라운드를 따내는 것처럼 점수 격차를 벌리는 게 중요해요.
근데 이맘때쯤 되면 아, 바이퍼의 독성 장막을 적극적으로 활용하는구나를 슈퍼팩트 스포츠가 생각을
So let's see. Very forward alarm bot and forward position on A, right? So they want to try to get rid of the spread out that IAM is forcing. Oh, this is, yeah, just the full send pinch. They're so late on Garage, though. Bunny's all alone for so long. So he's just going to go in forward. He saw the Astra. Yep, that's good initiative from Bunny to just say, like, let's not pinch onto here. Let's just go into sight.
차고 쪽에 세팅도 해놓고 지금 에피나 선수가 설치하고 있는 거라서 공세도 왔고 이번에 한번 시간
Big lockdown.
그리고 드론 깼습니다.
야, 이러면 시간이 약간 애매해질 수 있거든요.
차고 쪽에 액션 준 다음에 다 같이 나가.
Oh, Bunny got scared there for sure. But he was on the box originally, and then now he showed himself. So, oh, that's a lot of targets. Duenmo's re-clearing Garage though, so that's big. Guys, they didn't hear the defuse. Oh, okay. Oh, half was done. Okay. Woo.
시 진입이 되게 매끄럽게 잘 됐었고 그 이후에 설치된 이후에 물론 앞단에서
Is SPF the best Korea team in Challengers? No. That's SPG. Big difference. SPG is currently the best team in Challengers Korea. Caves, we just did him in the break between before this match. So if you're on YouTube, you can rewind and check that out. But if not, my pick'ems and power rankings will be going up probably tomorrow morning. All right, trying to counteract that recon. IAM's ready for this. That flash was a little bit mistimed with the screen going down, but
이건 뭐 믿을 게 사스케 칼폭밖에 없는 라운드다 보니까 후전적으로 하는 거고요.
자, 들어오는 거 체크됐어요. 긴 쪽.
I mean, Sasuke needed to get a kill there. There's no other option really, so.
근데 IAM도 빨려 들어갈 필요는 없어요.
싸워줄 필요 없죠.
사이트 안쪽에 3명이 대기하고 있는 상태고요.
Is Haven an attacking map? Generally, it has been. I mean, you can imagine that usually for 3-site maps, the attackers are favored because the defenders are going to be spread out more. So there are certain teams that are very good at defense on Haven, same with Lotus. But generally speaking. Obviously, in the current meta, who knows? We just got back into it, but...
파고 있는 덴모 선수를 만약 또 카베 선수가 잡다 이러면 진짜 빨간불 제대로 켜지는 거라서.
맞습니다. 갈 곳을 잃을 수가 있거든요.
They didn't pick up a weapon though. That's big.
장막도 함께 올립니다.
They're ready for it. Superfect is ready for it. Oh, that alarm bot is huge. They have to clear it. Okay, so now you know they're close.
자 이거 이쪽에 오프로스 카베가 나가면
여기.
Kabeza!
잡았어요.
일단 C 연결
IAM should be winning this.
그래도 IAM이 유리해요. 네. 네, 왜냐면 독성 장막도 있고 뱀밑발도 있고 이거 장막 꺼지면 그냥 뱀밑발 던져도 되고.
총기 차이도 나고 일단 한쪽 강을 완전히 지워놨기 때문에 변수도 좀 차단해서 그래서 지금 칼리가 그냥 도는 건데
이것도 버니가 체크하고 있습니다.
슬슬 시간 압박도 오고.
그러니까 버니도 아는 거죠.
Okay.
되면 C 연결부 올 때 됐는데.
This round should be going the way of IAM. Oh, dude, Athena is doing well today.
벌써 5칸?
오늘 에피나 날 서 있는데요?
이게 지금 슈퍼팩트에서 사스케 선수가 오늘 굉장히 큰
The team that was... Oh, yeah, you're right, actually. They're all similar. The team that was playing Lotus was SLT. SLT is also a contender. But SPG is currently the leading team in Challengers Korea.
그렇습니다. 이거 점수 만회가 계속해서 이어지고 있습니다. 사실 후반전 들어와서 앞선 2개 라운드를 좀 내주면서 시작했던 IM인데 연달아 15, 16, 17을 다 따냈어요.
그나마 슈퍼팩트 입장에서 다행인 건 오퍼가 떴습니다.
네, 사스케 치면서.
아 근데 이거 포탑 깨주고 나갈 생각이었는데 한 턴에 포탑이 안 깨지다 보니까 오퍼 위치는 확정이 됐고.
네.
Thoughts on T1 banning a Lotus? What, against Secret? I don't think it's that crazy. I think they also just had more faith in their ISO comp, which, I mean, first of all, I think Secret came very well prepared for the ISO.
근데 정찰자리 투자하고 하수도를 먹는데 시간이 좀 걸리긴 했다 보니까요.
1분 깨졌어요.
네, 이건 믿을 거는 그냥 킬조이의 세팅으로 빠르게 알고.
I think they imagined that was it was a do or die match for T1. Although I guess picking into Secret's icebox is also a little crazy, but I think they just figured that they wouldn't know what hit him. Oh, the timing. Do you good swing out? Oh, wow. I mean, he tried to flick for it. Cosmic Divide. Alright, off shots. Wait, what? How did he... Where did he... That had to have been a blind shot through the smoke, right? Whoa. Whoa, guys. That turret is... That turret was rough.
야 이거 같이 나가자는 콜이 좀 엇갈린 것 같습니다.
네.
9대 9입니다.
그러다 보니까 이제 미끼가 돼야 되는 칼리 선수가 좀 빨리 가는 바람에.
Do you have any Korea Challenges players that you think could play in Tier 1? Yeah, there's a couple. I think Jabin, like, if they didn't go up as a team, I think as individuals, I think, like, Jabin from SLT. I think, obviously, Yeoman from Nongshim as the IGL, but I would say X-Ross from Nongshim has a good chance. I would quite frankly say any of the guys on SPG, probably even as individuals, would do okay. Goddead did play for Gen G last year, yes. And RQ is not guaranteed for playoffs. Only 3 teams are 100% guaranteed. PaperX, DRX, and Team Secret. Now, some of the other teams, it's very likely that they will make it, but RQ, Talon, Gen G are not 100%. There's like weird 4-way ties that could happen and stuff.
내가 점프하면서 벌려줄 테니까 2선에서 나와봐. 이게 점프하고 나서 팍 나가야 되는데 점프하고 나서 죽고 나가버리니까 이게 벌리는 인원이 좀 무의미해지는 거예요.
연달아 4개를 따냈습니다. 그러면서 동점까지 만들어
9-9. IAM
물론 뭐 봉쇄나
taking that initiative.
또 안 나오는 슈퍼피크라서
차이 나죠.
네, 이거
아, 인파가 사실 처음에는 좀 약간 감독 역할이 뭐 익숙치 않으니까 좀 어려워하는 것 같았는데
그냥 내가 벤달로
선수들도 늘고 있지만 감독도 늘고 있는 것 같아요. 저는.
네, 타격대에 저런 자신감이 슈퍼피크 입장에서는 큰 자산이긴 하죠.
네.
Alright, screen. The thing is now whenever the screen goes down, SPF will have information, but they're like still, the screen had to have gone down at some point during this, so I don't know why they're all still just waiting to hit this. Oh, they want to push out. Okay. Oh, Felix is stuck though. Dude, what in the world is that, Bunny? Freaking. And yep, Athena's ready here.
여기서 에피나가 다 잡으면 진짜 난리 납니다.
Now, do they get him though? Yeah, okay. That's rifle upgrades.
네.
I mean, this is doable. Yeah, you have lockdown to shove him out. They have to leave.
네.
그래서 바깥쪽까지 한번 체크를 해봤습니다.
Okay, they're gonna pick A link because there's a corner here. This is smart from IAM. It's the best shot they had, but Sasuke's gonna push off of it. It's a good call from the Yoru. The comms are good from SPF. That's a good retake from SPF. They didn't even have all buys. That was a big one. Stage 2 week 3 pick'ems, we just did them live. If you want, you can go to the YouTube stream right now and rewind, but if not, I will be uploading them late tonight or tomorrow. No, this was a good, I mean, the fact that they win this without a trade is big, right? And that then they instantly make the call for the lockdown to push them out, and then the Yoru Duyu checks if they're a link, realizes there's more than one, so then they push hard back up mid to eliminate the remnants. Very good. And okay, trade there for Goddad. That was pretty big. You have Seekers. Are we using this as a fake? Doesn't look like it. It looks like they want to use it to send him in. Fina's one away from the lockdown. I mean, I think there's a world where you could leave Kuchiri on the lurk and eventually Afina goes and joins the team and takes him through. SPF is re-clearing though. Dude, I love that they're re-clearing. Re-clearing has been my theme for this weekend. Now, they died without a trade. That's unfortunate, but re-clearing just gets you so much information. Okay, that's pretty good. Oh, Afina knows that they've gone by. I mean, dude, IAM is like playing so individually yet so well. Oh, he knows he's close to drone. Too many corners. Afina can't push it in. But they get the plant. That's big. And Duyu has... Okay. I like the pit ear because Yoru has the ult, but it's a 3v3. So both of you getting tied up, as long as there's coverage from somewhere else, it's not that bad. Okay, you know the Yoru's coming in from here. Oh my gosh, he has no idea. He swung too fast. His sense was too fast. Okay, they somehow still get him. Guiding light. Okay, oof. Dude, I couldn't hear the beeps. I wasn't sure, but well done. Is there any chance you might feature in a Blue Archive stream again? I would love to. I'd be honored to. Hopefully, yes. Also, did you study abroad? If not, what's the reason? I was born in America. But I've lived like both in the States and Korea back and forth. So, but I am an American, so to speak. 25 and 12, Afina, freaking career game here today. Oh my, that's a lot of people.
빠져 나오긴 했거든요.
There's no way for you guys to stop this. There's no way to stop this lockdown.
한 발 더. 아,
안 돼, 안 돼, 안 돼요. 아,
You don't have.
아,
You don't have it. The nanoswarms are already on the sites.
공수에
그냥 내줘야죠.
You just have to back out. You can't greed for this. I mean, maybe Sasuke can like stick around and see if he could get a cheeky kill, but Duyu's got the gate crash, so he's gonna stick around, but doesn't find any targets.
일단 알람보 패치가 되어 있긴 하다 보니까.
태양 선수가 봐준 거라서요.
그죠.
자, 설치까지는 무탈하게 될 거고요.
Flank's been spotted by the alarm bot out here.
아, 이게 총-
So Felix has done his job of drawing attention, and then he hides away, and he's gonna go for it again. But Athena's got no reason to not watch this because his team is still pretty solid on site. The angles are pretty good.
아예 피해 망상으로 지워버릴 수 있을 거. 오?
잠깐만요. 차스로? 근데 해븐 쪽?
네, 어렵죠.
백업이 되죠.
Athena got the kill.
그리고
슈퍼팩트가 리테이크에 그렇게 센 조합이 아니에요.
근데 각이 다양해요. 그리고 언더에 하나, 그 반대편에 하나, 정면에 하나. 카베자 혼자 마무리가.
He's like,
잡으러 가는데요.
this is not what I wanted to fight.
와라. 근데 일로 와라.
이거 잡히면 어쩌려고.
Come-
잡으면 된다.
안 잡히고 잡으면 된다라는 걸 보여줬습니다. 라운드 아이엠.
아, 사스케 선수 좀 결단을 내린 건데 두 발이 좀 두 번의 기회가 다 안 들어가는 바람에
I do love me some cheeseburgers.
IM이 원했던 대로 A 봉쇄 받고 들어가는 구도가 성사가 좀 됐습니다.
11대
Ooh, yeah. Abyss should be in ranked, right?
야, 이게 다시 역전이 됐어요.
아 근데 뻔하지만 뭐 정찰용 화살을
Maybe IAM is just so good.
기습 던지면서
Why does it always have to be one team being so bad?
일단 먹고 스타트를 해야 될 것 같거든요. 지금 너무 바이퍼 독성 장막에 대해서 오버띵킹을 하고 있는 상태라서
네.
아예 그냥 A를 맵에서 지우고 스타트를 하는 것도 나쁘지 않을 것 같습니다.
그러니까 분명 칼폭을 누르면서 사스케도 한번 나가봤었는데 거기서 하나를 잡지 못했어요. 그리고 뒤로
What to eat for dinner? I'm so hungry.
포진이 됐었고.
네.
I might grab a snack after this one.
반대로 이제 IM 입장에서는 좀 수비에서는 완벽하게 보여주지 못했던 바이퍼의 기용 이유를 공격 단계에서 초반에 좀 연거푸 독성 장막을 이용해서 하수도를 판 덕분에 결국 슈퍼팩트가 그 기억 때문에 좀 흔들리고 있는 거거든요.
네. 자, 후반전에서만 두 개의 타임아웃을 모두 사용하고 있는 슈퍼팩트예요.
네, 이거 지금 매치기 때문에.
맞아요.
Ooh, tickets for VCT Pacific Finals is going live on July 1st. All right, everybody, book your tickets.
각계 전투 뭐 느낌도 살짝 있긴 있었었는데
네,
거기서
네.
승리하는 모습도 있었고. 그리고 오늘 에피나가
일단 샷이 좋아가지고요.
네.
27킬이에요 지금.
꾸역꾸역 일단 만듭니다.
I mean, I'm indifferent to Abyss for the time being. I'm always excited about new maps, whether they're good or bad, so I'm fine with it. But whether you like the map or not, it may be a good idea to kind of cool off on the ranked experience for a little bit, you know, at least a couple days while people,
그리고 좀 IM은 약간 작전
you know,
걸었는데요.
figure it out.
궁금하지?
대기하고 있습니다. 작전 걸었어요.
It's
지금.
never a fun experience, like as instantly as Abyss, you know, a new map gets patched into the ranked queue.
계속 스킵도 빠지지 않아요.
Never a fun experience. There's so many people like, what? Is this a new map? Is this in the queue?
움직이는 타이밍.
And they're like, well, I don't know what's good on this map. So I'm just gonna play whatever I want. And it's like, here we go.
하수도에 대한 장악을 또 덴모 선수가 할 거고 이거 알람봇이 걸렸는데 덴모가 만약에 깨잖아요. 그러면 또 흔들릴 거예요. A 쪽으로 잔뜩 흔들릴 거고.
예. 1분까지 기다리는
Ooh, Duomo's going deep in. The turret's gonna check him though.
액션 지금까지 독성 장막에 대한 인식 많이 심어놨다.
네.
내가 액션
Does he hear
매직에서
it?
A로 몸을 다 몰아주면
That's a big commitment.
이거는 좀
네.
이러면 안 흔들리는데요.
You could have just shot the nano and backed out and seen if there was a peek out of C, but
메꾸는 싸움이 됩니다.
yeah, now this is a little late from IAM. If anything, you need to get that kill faster. Oh my gosh, just in time.
펠릭스 다시 동점 11대 11.
근데 슈퍼팩트도 진짜 잘 참았어요.
네.
아, 궁금할 법도 한데.
Very well done from SPF.
궁금하면 저 세금 내야 돼서 안 내고 잘 버텼습니다.
네. 아, 근데 사실 이게 지면 매치인데 이렇게 침착하기 쉽지 않은데 여기서 카베 선수가 흔들리지 않고 바로 잡아버려가지고.
네.
하수도 독성 저 알람봇이 안 깨졌습니다. 그리고 IM 머릿속에서도 정확한 킬조이의 세팅 위치를 모르다 보니까 이런 이슈가 발발한 겁니다.
All right, now IAM has a broken buy.
시간을 굉장히 많이 태우면서 데모가 먼저 스타트.
3 rifles.
자, 이제 23번째 라운드입니다.
And then now they re-clear the screen. This is big from SPF. So SPF is actually taking the initiative against IAM, which I'm actually okay with, especially against the Viper. There's two ways to do this. It's either that or you just like stack B and A and you leave C for the retake, or one vice versa, depending on what you think the tendencies are of the opposing team. What in the world? Duyu's got to exit as well. Their entire push out fallen a little bit. Paranoia goes out just so they can re-clear. IAM is the one re-clearing now. It's their turn. Dude, I thought Afino was going to win that. Friggin' 1v2. Oh my gosh, dude. Dwenmo is just everywhere, man. He hears him. Cabeza, you hear them. You hear them. Ah, the Seekers.
버니도 알고 있을 거고요.
이건 다시 한번 덴모가 럴커였다가 버니가 럴커가 돼가지고.
근데 이런 식으로 또 워낙에 포지션 변경.
커베죠.
Nice shot.
뒤에선 막지 못합니다.
나 이게 지금 설치가 돼가지고 너무 힘듭니다.
I mean, you gotta save. Your credits are all broken for SPF.
그래서
연장까지 봐야죠.
맞습니다. 이러면 매치 먼저 찍는 건 IM이에요. 슈퍼팩도 라운드 내주는 거.
Let's see. No big ultimates on the side of IAM, so that's the good news for SPF. If they want to go to overtime. Yeah, there's a chance of OT, especially with these two teams. I remember 11-11. Name is Kuchiri, yes, which is 972 in Korean. What the? Oh wow, dude, Duyu died in a snake bite. So now all have armor. Now no rifle for Felix. Well, I'm telling you right now, there's an IAM game going on. Alright, are they going to push out a B? Looks likely for SPF. And IAM is just saying, dude, stack 5. Let's just go for the rush. They haven't rushed in a little bit. I don't mind it. Dude, fast flood back in. This is so fast from SPF. It's the best chance they have. Sasuke, he needed to get that. The backup was so good from SPF after the clear. That's unfortunate. I think the Jet got body blocked. I think that's why that entry was a little messy, but... Okay, I mean, listen, I think SPF... a little rough on the defense side, but I am able to bring it back with the Viper as well. I mean, dude, the lurks were big. The screen on the attacking side was big. I thought their utilization of the screen on defense was a little weak, but very big on the attacking side. Oh, it's their birthday. Happy birthday.
그리고 본인들이 선택한 전장이 아니었어요, 헤이븐은. 오히려 로터스가 본인들이 선택한 전장이다 보니까 맵 특실 생각한다면은
Dude, that's a great thumbs up. That's a really well drawn thumbs up, actually. That's crazy. Dude, they gotta change the camera to another fan. Like, they were on those two fans for like a full minute, man. They're just holding up their signs for so long. When are the finals for Challengers Korea? I might see if I can go and co-stream from the venue. 14 first kills. Rough.
어떻게 상대를 기만하고 기만을 내가 진짜 가가지고 그렇게 허수를 때릴까? 그런 플레이가 저는 큰 그림에서도 나왔다는 생각이 들고요.
그래서 13대 11로 헤이븐을 따낸 IM입니다. 출발이 좋아요.
네. 일단 초반에 좀 끌려다니는 듯했으나 빠르게 좀 중심점을 잡았고 공격 단계에서 그 바이퍼 독성 장마에 결국 슈퍼팩트가 좀 A에 좀 투자를 많이 했던 게 계속해서
Man, I just got an ad for Pokemon Sleep on my phone.
어우 30킬 찍었네요.
아, AC 340.
Dude, 30 bomb for Athena, life game.
AC에서 345.
Absolute legacy game from Athena. Holy.
찍었네요, 에피나가.
에피나 아니었으면 오늘 졌을 거예요, 에이브는.
그러니까요.
그랬을
해주게
것
몇 개요.
같아요, 예.
네. 진짜 많았습니다, 에피나.
게다가 사스키 선수가
Pokemon
사실
Sleep. It's like that app/game that helps you keep a healthy sleeping habit or whatever. I've actually never seen it,
IGL이 나의 발목을
but like I know a couple people that like have said that they use it and it's pretty good, and I'm just like, you do you.
네, 뭐다 같이 브리핑을 하고 뭐 의견 제시를 하긴 하지만 또 가장 큰 목소리를 내는 게 IGL이라는 직책이긴 하니까요.
네. 자, 결국 첫 번째 맵 헤이븐에서는 IAM이 먼저 따냈습니다. MVP 준비됐습니다. 만나보시죠.
Yeah, maybe.
아무래도
I don't know if it's because of my sleep schedule or because Victoria's trying to get everyone on VCT Pacific to play Pokemon Go again. And I keep saying no, but maybe my phone heard all that and they're like, ooh, would you like another Pokemon game?
이거
아, 여기서 다
어,
잡았고요.
버니와 함께 티키타카.
맞아요.
뭐 순간적으로 역전이 나가는 것도 좋았고 여기 공격 단계에서 그 봉쇄 완성해서 봉쇄 찍어서 시간 끌고 그 다음 라운드도 굉장히 좀 크거든요.
그러니까 좀 전 장면에서 나오긴 했었는데 사실 카베자가 계속 차고 쪽 드리블을 해주는 모습이 있었어요. 근데 에피나가 그걸 뚫어주다 보니까
Dude, 30 kills for Athena. I don't know if he's ever had a 30 kill game in his career. That's nuts. Athena's also an OG. Used to play all the way back.
그렇습니다. 자, 첫 번째 맵 헤이븐에서는 IM이 따냈고요. MVP는 에피나로 선정이 됐습니다. 이어지는 두 번째 맵 로터스인데 IM이 선.
Alright, let's set up the new points predictions.
반격이 일어나느냐 그 싸움을 지켜보겠습니다. 저희는 잠시 후 돌아오자.
Hello, Adaberg. Map 2. What was it? Lotus. Oh, right. Same maps. And with that, chat, I'm going to go get a snack. I'm going to run some Twitch ads, and then I'll go get a snack, and we'll be right back. So bear with me. There's a 10-minute break, so go grab a snack yourself. You know? Let's see. Give me a second here. We're gonna run a bit of a longer of an ad break because it's 10 minutes anyway. So BRB.
슈퍼팩트 e스포츠와 IAM과 슈퍼팩트 e스포츠의 경기 계속해서 이어드리겠습니다. 첫 번째 맵이었던 헤이븐에서는 IAM이 승리를 거뒀습니다. 사실 뭐 전반전에선 슈퍼팩트 e스포츠가 2점 리드한 상태로 진행이 되고 있었는데 후반전에서 IAM의 힘이 대단했습니다.
참 재밌는 게 정말 뭐 중요한 경기고 하다
I'm back.
양팀 다 좀 사고가 정지되는 모습들도 있긴 했었지만
네.
그럼에도 불구하고 뭐
Wait, Adelberg, is the Battle Aces beta out? Did I not sign up for it?
중심이 있었던 게 에피나에서 30킬 해냈습니다.
어떻게 보면 이제 에피나 선수가 아니었으면 헤이븐을 내줬을 수도 있다라는 말이 나올 정도로
그쵸.
헤이븐의
What? Dude, maybe I forgot to sign up for it. Maybe I thought I signed up for it. Oh my gosh.
이게 IAM이 선택한 전장이거든요.
네.
I've really done goofed.
요원 조합을 그대로 들고 올지
네.
그러니까 바이퍼가 아닌 오멘과 아스트라 조합을 들고 왔었던 기억이 있고요.
4.9점 드리겠습니다. 5점이란 없으니까.
0.5점 아니에요? 아니 무슨 소리지 이게?
네.
원래 아예 5점이 없으니까
5점이 없으니까.
원래 95점 드리겠습니다 아니에요?
너 왜 그래?
아니 그게 아니라 원래 95점 드리겠습니다. 5점이 없으니까 100 마이너스 5 해야 95점.
There are a million keys that every content creator has a bunch to give out. Oh. Oh, yeah? Okay. All right. I'll just have to ping somebody. Yeah.
셔플 나올 때마다 되게 당황을 많이 하더라고요.
저는 이 시간이 제일 힘들어요.
Yeah, I'll have to get it. I'll have to ask somebody.
여러분들 그 치어풀에 밈 같은 거 많이 써서
네.
와달라. 박동진에서 그 쪽지 좀 한번 보겠다.
Map 2, it is Team IAM's pick of Lotus. Welcome back, Yesil. Yesil, I believe the ticket. Oh, wait, no, you wanted it for Champions. Sorry.
항상
The VCT Pacific Finals ticket sales information is out.
천국에서 쫓겨난 건가요? 아니면 자발적으로 내려온 건가요?라고 슈퍼팩트도 응원해 주시는
천사란 얘기죠.
네.
그렇습니다.
바로치고 못 알아보실까부터 천사임이라고도 적어주셨어요. 친절하시게.
친절하신 분들이 굉장히 많습니다.
네, 이렇게 좀 해석을 해주시면 좋잖아요.
이렇게 해석을 해주시면 좋잖아요.
설명이 필요한 드리블 실패한 드리블이라서 안
그래요?
적어주실 거예요. 예.
그런 것도 있어요?
제가 많이 혼났었거든요 옛날에 장지수 해설한테.
뭐 때문에요?
그러니까 설명을 하게 되면 이건 실패한 거다.
딱 봤을 때 알아야 딱 저분들도 기분이 좋고
네,
통했구나 하고.
이게
There's a bit of a tech delay, chat.
쪽에서는 거의 뭐
저는
박사급이에요.
많이 주워 듣고 있죠.
주워 듣고
제일 MZ가 가깝잖아요. 대학 생활도 하고 계시고.
맞아요.
그렇긴 하죠.
네, 근데 대학교에서 누가 말하진 않아요.
그래요?
네.
저게 대학생들 밈 아니에요?
저기 7년째 다니고 있다니까요.
아니요, 지금 이제 휴학 4년 플러스 11년.
11년째 다니고 있다니까요. 예.
아무도 말을 섞어주지 않아요.
What's going on?
어비스 플레이오프에 들어오니까.
Oh, that's a good sign.
굉장히 핫합니다. 어비스.
They want to watch IAM play Abyss, so IAM needs to go to playoffs. That's a good sign.
지금 보니까 뭐 어비스에서 여러 가지 뭐 연구가 이어지고 있는 것 같더라고요.
네, 선수들 사이에서도 뭐 종종 스크림을 한다고는 들었는데 아직 모르겠습니다. 저는 맵이 좀 난이도가 높잖아요.
그렇죠.
네, 뭐 위아래도 정말 많고 뭐 길도 약간 미로같이 복잡하고 뭐 그때 돼서 나오겠죠 뭐.
근데 저는 어비스가 그러니까 제대로 준비하는 팀이 있다면 그리고 그게 통한다면 어비스 하나가 되게 비장의 무기가 될 수 있다.
그럼요. 플레이오프 때 필승 카드가 될 수.
I didn't sign up for the beta, so I have to get a key from somebody else.
카드가 될 것 같고요. 그 옆에 또 에피나 선수 또 치어풀이.
오늘 에피나 대단합니다.
Kind of excited to try Battle Aces though. It looks kind of nice.
직관적이잖아요 이거는.
저런 거는 확실히 알 수 있다.
네, 직관적이잖아요.
알겠습니다. 이런 것들 말고 좀
The casters are grading the memes plus seeing if they can figure it out.
선수가 뭐 체크해야 될 부분이 있다고 합니다. 그래서 버니 선수의 그 체크만 모두 마무리되면 두 번째 맵인 로터스로 한번 들어가 보도록 할게요.
IM이 고른 맵이고 뭐 IM 입장에서 헤이븐 잡고 로터스 잡고 2대 0으로 2승 고지까지 밟으면은 플레이오프까지는 굉장히 좀 그래도 확정.
Oh, and the rankings? Dude, the rankings this week were hard, which I think is a good sign, really, in retrospect. I probably should have made that point harder, but I think the fact that it feels so close and it's so relative is a good sign for the scene. Alright, chat. This tech delay is taking too long. Time for me to collect more stellar jades.
요거 한번 봐주시면 좋을 것 같아.
그러니까 3대 바다가 있다. 동해, 서해 잘해. 칼리 잘해. 남해가 없나?
남해도 있죠.
예, 있죠.
그럼 4대 아니에요?
그래서 지난번 취업 때 이제
Freaking Dongjin, who also casts VCT Pacific. He's like nitpicking all these memes. This guy.
F세요?
내가
왜 이렇게
나 문과인데. 아니, 나 문과에다가 한국지리 배웠는데 거기서 제가 알기로는 남해 바다가 있었거든요. 거기
지리를 또
그
선택했구나.
다도해라고 해가지고
예.
거기 그 밑에 또 섬이
그래서
많아요.
섬 많고,
잔잔하게.
예.
근데 내 기억에는
What rankings? Oh, we did our week 3 power rankings and pick'ems earlier.
오케이.
설명을 하면 실패한 거예요.
죄송합니다. 아니 이거는 설명해서 실패한 게 아니라 그 받아들이는 자가 잘못되면 거기서의 오류도 있는 것 같아요.
그냥 받아들여요. 그냥
Have you talked about the tier 2 changes? You mean specifically for Southeast Asia? We talked about it briefly.
근데 펠릭스 선수가 사실 슈퍼배트 e스포츠에서 어쩌면 이제 IGL로 활동을 하고 있는 상태고 조율을 하는 그 조율자 역할을 하고 있잖아요.
네. 근데 이전에 그 헤이븐에서도 펠릭스 선수가 또 찔러서 변수를 냈던 장면도 확실히 있었기 때문에 오늘 충분히 워낙에 기존에 ACS 좋은 선수고 충분히 로터스에서 해준다면 세 번째 저희가 디사이더 맵 선셋까지도 가볼 수 있죠.
실제로 슈퍼팩트 e스포츠 내에서 칼리 선수와 두유 선수가
두두두두.
근데 오늘도 사스케 선수가 굉장한 모습을 보여주고 있습니다.
네, 저는 그래서 로터스에서도 요원 조합이 바뀔 가능성이 있어 보여요. 그러니까 오히려 여기서 페이퍼렉스가 주로 썼었던 브리치 스카이에다가 투타격대 한번 쓸 법한 라인업이거든요. 이 선수들의 라인업이. 그래서 한번 그 로터스에서의 패배를 좀 바꾸기 위해서는 그 분위기를 전환하기.
How can a team join VCT by winning Ascension? It's the only way. Do the challengers teams get to scrim the Pacific League teams? In Korea, I think some, but maybe probably not. Probably mostly not, just because it's just Korea. I think mostly they try to scrim Chinese teams because there's not as much risk of there being any biased leaks.
네, 그러니까 뭔가 만족스러운 경기 결과까지는 안 나왔었던 지난 경기다 보니까. 그래서 아마 요원 조합을 바꿀 수도 있지 않을까.
I mean, listen, I said it. I think the Southeast Asia changes are probably good for the long run.
여기서도 변주를 주는군요.
That's my take, but I totally get why some people are mad about it. But
황제, 권위자, 마스터, 대명사, 대마왕.
직관 보니까 몸이 활기를 찾았다고. 현장 찾아주세요. 현장 오시면.
what is taking so long? Tell us, casters.
이기고 뭐 포효하는 소리 이런 것도 다 보이니까요.
그럼요.
현장 감이라는 게 있어요.
What's the problem?
저는 이게 뭐 여러 종목 제가 좀 중계를 하고 있긴 한데 발로란트가 특히나 되게
선수들 액션이 많죠.
그리고 이제 짜릿한 면이 확실히 좀 있더라고요.
그죠. 또 그만큼
How many servers are there in China? That's a good question.
안될 것 같은 상황에서 역전을 만들어내는 그 짜릿한 샷들. 이런 것들.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on. It seemed like it was Bunny having issues earlier, but now it seems like they're all fixed. So I don't know what's going on.
내지르면서 같이 보시면 얼마나 더 재밌으시겠어요.
게다가 또 실시간으로 그
Hoping SPF win this game? Is that because you're cheering for SPF or because you want to see a third map?
그리고 저 도발도 함께 또 들어가다 보니까 카베자
귀여우신데요.
보러 오셨다고.
왓도요. 옆에는 뭐 염인데요.
요건도 좀 애교를 좀.
왓더염.
왓도요.
You're from Indonesia. I mean, how would I have known that? But now I know. Hello, I've never been. I hope to one day.
요즘 또 운동을 또 한창 열심히 하고 있어가지고 박동진에서.
Yeah, I think it's because the Ascension slots weren't clarified initially, so people were kind of probably mostly upset. But
어쩔 수 없는 것 같아요. 그 박동진 해설도 요즘에 막 그런 거 먹어요? 막 단백질 같은 거.
먹죠.
그럼 한 손은 계속 흔들고 있겠네요, 이게.
그 정도까지는 아니고 이제 빈본 해설님이 추천을 좀 해주셔가지고.
그래요?
두두두두두.
본인은 미쳐가지고.
Why are we not starting the game? Is this what it feels like, chat?
그러니까요. IAM 경기 때마다 이제 함께 또 코스밍 경기를 하니까 많은 이야기를 또 들을 수가 있습니다. 그래서 발토도 많이 사랑해 주시고. 운동 안 해도 돼요. 상당히 좀 인기가 많더라고요. 뭐 박동진 해설은 현장에서 뭐
얘기가 별로 없어요.
그래요?
아니에요?
맞아요.
What is going on? What is going
발톱에서
on?
이제 공개 이후에
네.
명확하게 느끼고 있습니다.
When are you going to do another Pacific Power Rankings? We just did it earlier today, and since you are watching on YouTube, my good friend, you can rewind and check it out.
할 거면서
아니 하라고 뭔가 눈빛을 보내니까
나는 그런
하지.
거 아니었어요.
아니에요?
그냥 뭐,
네.
하고 싶으면 하고 안 하면 나는 상관없어.
My impression was that there is no regional VCL. It's just Southeast Asia VCL.
자, 조합 보죠.
And then the premiers are going to feed into that.
양팀 다
So
지금 연막 하나만 다르죠? 예, 바이퍼와 아스트라 이렇게만 다릅니다.
I am pretty sure after this ascension, Southeast Asia will just have Southeast Asia challengers.
일단 IAM이
There is no more challengers, Philippines challengers, Thailand, etc.
네. 그리고 저는 슈퍼팩트 e스포츠가 그 당시에 아스트라가 좀 붕 뜨는 감이 없잖아 있었어요.
That was my understanding.
월커로 마치 앞 경기 로터스 때 레드라이트가 했던 것처럼 막 활개를 치고 다녀야 되는데.
I mean, but that's the way it currently is that after the initial qualifier, it's all premier teams. And I think this is their way of saying that your stage 2, basically prior to ascension, performance will affect whether you get seeded into it initially or not. And then after that, it's just premier. So there's just promotion relegation.
자, 이제 두 번째 맵 로터스로 향합니다. 1대0으로 IM이 앞서 나가는 가운데 두 번째 맵에서 스코어 리셋이 될 수 있을지 아니면 여기서 경기가 끝날지 지켜보겠습니다.
All right, we're finally getting into the game, chat. Let's go.
두 번째 맵 로터스로 왔습니다. 슈퍼팩트 e스포츠가 공격, IM이 수비입니다.
All right. I am just ditching C site, just getting info. Hard read on the A side.
선택 좋은데요? C 그냥 버려. 네, A 오면은 바로 카운터.
They heard no util early, so Dunmo's kind of concerned about C site, but
궤체도 준비.
ready for the rotate.
보는 것 같은데요.
궤체.
피해 망사. 근데
Dude, huge haunt, but they were all behind walls.
네.
생각보다 지금 너무 많았던 것 같아요.
그죠. 그러니까 찍히면 나가자, 피해 망상 던지면서 나가자였는데
너무 많이 찍다
네.
보니까
그러니까 최소 숫자만 생각을 했던 것 같은데 5명 다 있으니까.
타이밍에 에피나가 저 시야를 확보하고 있는 건 큰.
SPF needs to either, like, they need to maybe at least get control of this if they want a pinch onto B. Just sitting out here isn't really going to do much. But the problem is SPF had no idea that C site is entirely empty. And now they're going to find this turret, so they're going to know that the Killjoy pushed out and missed all this. This is good, though. I'm glad that SPF is pushing up B main. So now there's the fear of the rotate to C. Now there's the fear of the pinch onto B. It weakens the defense. It's a good step-by-step from SPF. But this is a bit telling, right? They just do a small fake and then they're going to push in. The backup's already here. They didn't actually have control of B site. No time, though. No time.
2초, 1초. 피스톨 라운드는 IM입니다.
고민이 많이 깊은데요.
네.
야, 시작 일단 좋아요, IM.
Well, the Mongol teams currently can play in Hong Kong, Taiwan, right? So who knows? Who knows where that goes?
비설치를 막는.
Feel like I'm too high on Secret compared to Talon or RQ. I mean, if you watched the video, you will know that. I mean, to say that I'm too high when I was debating to the very end is, I think, a little unfair. It's not like I straight up said Secret's just better. I just had to make a choice. Oh, unfortunate.
이거 와 근데 안 밀어내요. 안 밀려요 에피나가.
에피나 그냥 버텨요.
와라 이거예요. 나 자신감 있다.
끝까지 보겠다.
I'm getting dizzy if you know. Oh, he's just gonna activate it at the very least because it's gonna get destroyed. I don't mind that. All right, some noise in B main as well. But here's the thing, you already have robo control, no reason for IAM to shift. In fact, once it goes down to the 40-second mark, this raise could maybe even come here.
궁극기 포인트 먹이는 것까진 됐는데
사스케 체력이 10밖에 안 돼요.
C 쪽에 앞단에 일단 페인트 탄으로 스킬 세팅이 깨진 상황이긴 하니까.
Doma does have a Spectre, so he's fine with it. And they can lose one member. Athena's already a little low. Yep, there's the snake bite. Oh, snuck right through it though. The snake bite was a little short.
자, 이거 30초 남았는데 선택지가 그냥 저 드글드글한 C로 가던데. 정보 하나도 없는 B로.
And this is now good. The movement's very good from IAM so far. Very systematic.
마음은 설치라도 하고 싶은 마음이에요. 어디든 하나 찍고 설치라도 하고 싶다.
근데 너무 꽉 쥐고 있으니까 많이 힘듭니다. 그래도 잡고 가요.
Well, yeah, I mean, we're just doing power rankings for fun, which is why sometimes it's a little tough. Also, one team can be higher on the power ranking, but also be favored in the matchup, right? Like, maybe this team is overall just stronger against most of the teams, but this one team just has their number. There's things like that could happen as well. My hesitancy with Secret is simply that they looked so good so far, but, like, the sample size is so small, and I would say even in that sample size, T1's the only one that really forced him to play a bit more as a team, and even then, T1 actually I don't think played as well as they did against Gen G, so it's an even worse measuring stick, but also I can't deny how good they did look in the games they played. Like, even objectively, not in relation to their opponents, so. Whereas I would say, like, the difference here is that Secret, to me, have question marks, right? There are things that I think could be a very big weakness for them, but it hasn't quite been tested yet. Whereas RQ and Talon, I think, have shown their weaknesses. So that's the difference for me. So after much debate, I just put Secret higher. But it's one of those things where it doesn't feel great putting any of those three teams in my third rank. But also, I don't think DRX deserves to be in rank 3 anymore either. So it's like, well, somebody's got to take it. In which case, so far, I guess the one with the best results is Secret. So. Ooh, big kill from Demo. Trusted in the debuff a bit too much. But if they get one more, it's not bad. Bunny's so low, though. He should... I know he's the better aimer, but he should give the gun to Athena here. And just pick up the Spectre or Stinger or something. Really? Are you going to save this? He's going to save the Guardian? On their bonus? The door's closed.
계단 쪽에 포탑 배치해 놓고 흘러 들어가는 라인을 아예 꽉 틀어 막겠다. 같이 터져 죽자.
Okay, so Athena's gonna try to catch him out here, but there's an alarm bot.
뒤쪽으로 빠질 것이다.
알람봇 깼고 위치 압니다.
The Guardian save.
마지막에 버니가.
Okay, good. They're still gonna go for kills. Okay. No, I love that Vash is playing more Sentinel. No, I love it. I love it. Like, whenever it's needed.
물론 갓데드 선수에게 빨리 잡히겠지만 거기서 구치리 선수를 잡아내면서 귀체 이후에 피해 망상 역전진 그 턴을 일단 없애버렸어요.
예. 갓데드의 황혼 한 칸 남았어요. 펠릭스는 두 칸 남아있는 상태고요.
이제 시작이다.
이제 네 번째 라운드 갑니다. 페이스
풀어서 먹을 생각이죠.
역전진 몇 번 보여줬다 보니까.
Taking rubble, you've got double nanoswarms, turret hidden. They do hear it, so it's pinged, so they know it's on the corner, so they can try to take it out, but the moment they get spotted, they'll get taken out. Nanoswarm deleted, so Alarmbot stays alive. You let them know that the fade is on B. You know that initially there was heavy presence on A, if you're SPF. So you have to re-clear something, right? And this is the easier one to re-clear than this entire site, so... I think spending a little time back at Rubble, at least pushing, forcing the Omen back, is kind of big. Ooh, huge turret break actually.
이제서야 포탑을 깨고 있고,
So now at least one person needs to stay if you're IAM.
구치리가 압박감을
That's the read that SPF can have.
성의 있게 플레이하고 있어요. 슈퍼팩트도. 과감하게
네.
들어가는 선택은 아직 안 하고 있습니다.
장막이 빌만한 타이밍에 번지 선수 백업을 와줘가지고
놈들을 쓰러뜨려.
피해망 들어가지 않았습니다. 추적기 쓰면서 한번.
자, 근데 이 정도 스킬 보면은 액션맨이라는 걸 의심하죠.
The huge swing off of Athena there.
이러면 또
Yeah, macros, it can be a little bit, like, people can use it in different contexts. Sometimes it's just about overall, like, map movement. Sometimes it's about overall general econ. For me, I use it specifically more for, like, map movement and rotations and, like, round-to-round calls. Whereas micro is, like, how they're holding angles, how you're trading off of each other, things like that.
계속 바라는 것 같아요.
라운드 왕의 스코어 3대 1입니다.
근데 그 속는 것도 먹어야지, 한 번쯤은 먹은 적이 있어야지 스킬에 대해서 민감하게 반응하고 오히려 빠지거나 하는 거지.
And then for econ, I'll specifically say their econ play, but, you know, technically is econ included in macro? Sure.
자, 그러다 보니까 슈퍼팩트 e스포츠도 C 쪽으로 진입하려고 했었는데 그게 드리블이 되면서 두 명이 다운됐었고요.
네.
그래서 되게 애매하다 보니까 결국 그냥 세이브 선택을 했습니다.
속기를 바란다는 건 제가 안 속으면은 다
No, this determines who gets to go into playoffs.
아, 이번에는 오히려 C 언덕을 밀고 나가고
This is a very big game.
보고 있는 IM인데 이 타이밍에 슈퍼팩트도 좀 자네 쪽에 대한 싸움을 너무 안 했다 보니까 자네를 하필 또 이 타이밍 왔거든요.
반대 상황이 됐죠.
네.
세팅은 킬조이 세팅은 A 쪽에 되어 있습니다.
아, 근데 지금 IM이 청소가 너무 잘 되는데요.
그러게요. 좀 B
네.
메인도 청소됐죠.
포탑도 깨놨어요?
포탑도 깼고.
Dude, Nightfall Online.
아, 이거 땅 너무 많이 먹.
You've got turret here, you've got tons of delay here, you have tree control, you have mound control. IAM is looking good. I mean, look at this line.
언덕은 구칠 선수가 원웨이
Dude, SPF is shoved in.
귀체도
네, 다 빠졌어요. 지금.
빠졌고요.
And they're too late to try to do a very long-term, like, push and pull over on C. It's just one fake. That's the only time they have. You're already down to 50 seconds.
그러니까 이 답답함을 해소하기 위해서는 두유가 진짜 호전적으로 하면서 C 언덕 쪽에 있는 구치리를 그냥 밀어내거나 드라이하게 싸움을 걸어야 되는데 그게 아니라면은 지금 IM의 포지션이 흔들릴 이유가 없습니다.
자, 추적기로
Oh, the wall. Yep, use the wall to your advantage. Very good. Nightfall to keep them at bay. They're still just going to charge through it. They don't really have an option.
일단 B로 연결로 들어와서
네.
정보는 크게 많지 않지만 B로 갔어요.
IAM actually gives them a lot of that space, though. A little, maybe too much respect from IAM.
B인 거 확실하게 알고 오거든요.
네. 리테이크 준비.
자, 이러면 연결부에서의 눈치 싸움이 되게 치열할 겁니다.
덴모가 접근합니다.
근데 덴모가 혼자다 보니까
They need to make noise here first to draw attention away from Baby Door.
이거 콜플레이 어떤 식으로 되는지 한번 보죠. 눈 안 보여요.
That's huge. Now you go. That's great timing from Gunmo. The comms are good from IAM today.
이걸 다 쓸고 들어옵니다.
Dude.
해체를 막기 해체잔 줄 알 것 같은데요, 이러면?
반해체 일단 된 상태고요.
아, 머리가 안 보여요.
해체 완료. 4대1 IAM. 야, 진입각이 굉장히 매서웠어요, IAM.
So, no need to be sorry. I mean, I might have missed it. I might have said it. You might have missed it. All good. Who are my favorites for Ascension? To go to Ascension from Korea, then that would be SPG, Sinprisa Gaming, SPG, Nongshim, and then SLT. I'm not going to include D+ in there unless they look really good tomorrow. In terms of winning Ascension, I think it's tough. I think Thailand, Philippines, and Japan are probably big contenders, and then I would say Indonesia and Korea are like next contenders. But
빼앗긴 영역을 다시 한번 아스트라의 그 신성 파동이라든지 중력의 셈으로 밀어내고 다시 먹을 필요도 있어요.
네.
근데 그런 작업들이 계속 안 되고 있다 보니까 결국 제일 편한 건 97이에요.
그쵸. 이게 뭐 직전 라운드가 아니라 4라운드 때 그때도 되게 편했었거든요.
네, 그러니까 어떻게 보면 이제 뭐 자네라든지 C 언덕 본대가 없는 반대 방향을 구칠 선수가 좀 세게 먹어주고 있는 건데
예.
그쪽 라인에 대한 압박이 좀 덜하다 보니까 구칠 선수가 그냥 안 빼고 계속 정보를 많이 보고 있거든요.
예.
네.
자, 그래서 슈퍼팩트는 상당히 좀 답답합니다. 5라운드까지 딱 한 점밖에 따내지 못했었고요. IM이 좀 받아먹는 구도가 좀 많이
Yeah, I mean, Southeast Asia's gonna have a higher starting ground, and then because of that, Japan and Korea is kind of tough to tell how they would do internationally. I mean, obviously you can see like if overall their understanding of the game is higher, which I think for both regions it is, but it's a tough call. But I think it should be exciting. I think Ascension this year should be more exciting than last year.
갓데드 혼자 A에 있습니다. 나무 쪽에다 한번
돌려보고 찍어보고 있네 이러면은 갓데드는 뒤로 쭉 빠질 겁니다.
I haven't actually sat down and watched any of the Riddle games yet, so hard for me to make a comparison. I'm excited that they're doing well, and I hope that they make it, but... Whoa, dude, how is he still alive? Oh my.
이 타이밍에 설치 생각을 하고 싶거든요.
네. 말씀해 주신 대로 아직 설치는 안 돼 있는 상태인데 이제 합니다. 사운드만 한 번 더 사운드요.
아직 구치 선수가 피해 망상을 들고 있긴 해서.
I don't think he heard him TP up. I think the Nightfall was still activated. So I don't think Kuchiri 972, I don't think he knows. He should check, but I don't think he knows. They have no idea though. Well, now they're gonna have an idea.
구치리가 정면 타이밍.
Oh.
카베자가 이겼어요.
이러면 너무 편해지는데요.
네.
And the Shrouded Step.
그리고 에피나의 동선이 보였잖아요. 메인에서 오는 거.
Oh.
펠릭스가 3명을 정리합니다.
이거 펠릭스 선수가 큰 거 하나 했는데.
New to the Valstina Challengers, yes.
게다가 타임아웃
They're the tier 2.
점수를 또 따냈어요.
You can qualify into VCT, the main system, by playing in Challengers.
펠릭스 선수가 땅땅.
그리고 이걸 또 카베
Hey Tim, welcome. Mostly Pacific. I cast for Pacific on the official channel as well, on the official stream, so we're usually watching Pacific related stuff, whether it's VCT Pacific on my days I'm not at the studio at the arena, or Challengers Korea, and then VOD reviewing some other Pacific teams once Ascension gets closer. For internationals and stuff, obviously I'll follow the other teams as well, and I do watch like America's and EMEA and a little bit of China I'll watch in my off time, but obviously it's tough to watch all of those. And he clears a turret, and he doesn't greed further. That's good. And it also takes away the Astra, so less flexibility on the lurk here for SPF. Yes, the whole team. So basically what happens is if you win challengers, you get funneled into what we call Ascension, which is like the qualifying tournament for your greater regions. Like this is Challengers Korea. So if you win this, you go play in Ascension Pacific, which is Ascension Asia, basically Asia Pacific. And then the winner there, that entire team gets a spot into the main VCT system. And then you have to like do well to keep your slot. So that's the system. Do you have any high-level knowledge about the cost of setting up? Hold on, this question is very long. I'll read it in between the rounds. He doesn't know that they're in yet. Oh, but dude, I think the Shrouded Step might have given him a bit of extra just focus in. Either way, crispy shots. So that's over. All right. Do you have any high-level knowledge about the cost of setting up an office and infrastructure in Korea for an org that wins Ascension? That long tweet by the CEO... Oh, I didn't see this tweet. CEO about the cost of sitting up in Berlin for EMEA Ascension winners brought up questions about logistics I'd never considered before. It depends on how greedy you want to get, but if you want your players to like have a bunch of things to do in their downtime, then you're going to want to be in Seoul, which is going to be pricey. You can, but if you choose to be outside of Seoul, which generally is probably the better idea, especially if you're coming up from Ascension. I don't think it's that unreasonable compared to like the other big cities. Yeah, the problem with me trying to watch all the regions is because I actually have to like be at this arena casting and then actually prep to cast those matches, so can't just sit here and co-stream all day. Not that that makes it easy. I mean, again, I always have the utmost respect for the Coaster Moose who try to catch all the regions as much as possible, especially Sliggy. But that's a very unique thing that only a select few can do. There, dude, SPF, this is not the chase you think it is. Ah, they thought they could try to catch him off guard, but it's just... That's rough. No, all good. All good, Javal. The world, so we just call it Champions for Valorant. This year it is in August. The later half of August, I think. But next year they said that the entire year will be kind of stretched out, and so it'll end sometime in October. So next year, probably like late September to October is when Champions will be. So late summer, fall. And starting from then, it should always be like in the fall, because next year we'll have 12 teams. This year, the format, last year and this year, the format's a little bit weird because we're like in the process of building up the VCT league. Like we have only 11 teams in the, like VCT's at the top here, then it's challengers, right? So VCT currently only has 11 teams per region. Next year, it'll have 12, and that's like the goal that Riot's going for, so. Ah, you're playing Val on console. How is that? I haven't tried it on console. We only have one mod who is also working, so you can do it, Heckler. You can post links. I generally leave links open unless people start abusing it, then I'll close it off for a while. What's up, Clay? Yeah, so just for clarity again, basically, so in Valorant you have Premier, which is the in-game tournament system. This can feed into challengers for your server, basically, so like North America, Korea, etc. Then these go into Ascension, which is the qualifying tournament, to get into VCT. And then VCT, you are competing to basically win Masters and Champions. Masters happen like twice a year, and then Champions is the big one at the end. Yeah, it's already, I mean, it's already quite a few agents, quite a few characters, and quite a few maps, so it's going to be a little bit to pick up on if you weren't playing before, for sure. I'll have to check it out. Is the console, is it out only on Xbox, or is it out for PS5 as well? It's PlayStation as well? Okay. I might have to check it out just to see what it feels like. I'm very curious. A tactical shooter without like ADS I think can be rough on console, but I guess Rainbow Six always had a decent... Oh, they're already late on this. They're second guessing themselves. Okay, but they draw that out. They know they've destroyed the Killjoy, so they made Seaside weak, and during this they already took Rubble for free. So SPF, it's a bit unfortunate that they weren't set up to really speed up on C, but it actually works out because they draw out the Paranoia. So no matter what, A site in theory has to be weak, right? IAM just used their Prowler to clear this. Now they do have From the Shadows. That's rough for SPF. This is rough. The Haunt catches him. Cabeza needs to make something happen. Cabeza needs to make something happen. He's going to get spotted. Oof. Quick on the swivel from Domo. Sasuke, one more time. Surely they don't expect someone to push again from the second time. He needed to stick it. Oh my... Why did IAM... That is... So he tapped it. That's what the Korean casters are saying right now. He did tap it, And then I guess they didn't see him until he swung out, but by then Bunny was already in motion.
급하게 가다 보니까 그냥
So I think they assumed he was going to try to stick it, so they thought like, oh, we go in now, it's a one round. But this is why, chat, this is why as much as sometimes when you're watching a pro game, it might seem like, well, they could just go in right now during the plant and he would win the like 2v1 or 1v1. This is why if there's only like 6 seconds left, teams will wait until the plant actually goes down. Because then you know their location and it's an easy 2v1.
나무도 잡고 사이트도 밀겠는데요. 네.
이게 활로가 트이니까 갑자기 또 팀이
Oh, that's rough.
정면에서 데미 장식으로 한번 뚫어낸 다음에 남은 쪽까지 진입해서
The ranked grind, it can be fun. It can be fun. I mean, the fun is greatly amplified if you have a duo to play with. But I only grind ranked solo, so I mean, it can be frustrating, but it's fun. It's fun.
사실 연결부만 좀 봐주면 되는 상황이다 보니까 나오기가 어렵죠. 아때는. 아, 근데 이게 지금 황혼도 누른 라운드라서
이게 묘해지는
그러니까요.
네.
앞선 라운드에서 나온 의아한 장면과 더불어서 여기까지 번집니다.
아, 근데 IAM이 사실 잘 풀릴 땐 하나씩도 잘하다가 한번 삐끗.
Oh, really? In-game chat's been good. Okay, well that's That's good news. Why is Korea happening on stage on land, but almost every other country is mostly from home? Korea just already has a lot of built-in infrastructure. The country is also smaller, so most of the players are already in Seoul. If not, it's not impossible to like come up for the weekend or whatever days you have matches by train and then play and then go.
자네 쪽에 대한 주도권을 다시 잡고 싶은 IM이고요. 계속해서 뭐 이전 라운드도 한 명씩 돌리는 운영이라든지 자네 쪽에 투자하는 움직임이 많았었던 슈퍼팩트라서 칼리 공포.
We used to play every now and then, the casters out here in Korea. I guess ever since Pacific, like the schedule's been tougher, and then like the SEA casters and hosts, they can't make Korean accounts, so we would have to play on the Asia account, and some of us have leveled Asia accounts, some of us don't. I can finally play ranked on Asia, but then like playing, I mean, obviously if you're huge 1v2. Now this is a 2v1 too. Duya has to back out. He has to give them that space. He can't fight it, but they just couldn't clear heaven fast enough. No, that's rough. They chase him. Oh! The last one. Ooh, you gotta keep that up. What the? At least this time IAM got the round. Oh my gosh. That's so funny.
물론 칼리 선수도 마지막에 좀 힘을 내주긴 했었습니다. 하지만 라운드는 IM이었어요. 전반 마지막 라운드입니다.
오딘 오포.
슈퍼팩트가 급해질 필요는 없었거든요.
네.
Oh, Bonnie, you are so stuck. This Odin is gonna make you so miserable. What I want to see SPF do right now is, yes, this is exactly what I want to see them do. Maybe leave one guy to watch for the push, but spam the Odin. Dude, you have the Odin. You should really be fishing for more kills. Not just because Bunny's low, but because that's how you make sure they don't leave. What is... Dude, wait, did they know he was here? Either way.
야, 이거 체크하면서 갔던 게 한수가 됐습니다. 자, 그리고 사이트 진입. 설치.
이거 공세를 갖고 있었던 에프나 선수가 가버려서
그죠.
이거는 리테이크 가기 좀 너무 어렵죠.
자갈 쪽. 버니 진입. 두유가 버니 잡아냈고요.
아, 쉽지 않습니다 이거는.
이러면 슈퍼팩트 선수 입장에서는 좀 초반에 많이 끌려다녔는데.
They saw him. Yep, they know. Ooh. No way.
그거는 슈퍼팩트가 마지막 라운드를 잡아냅니다. 스코어 7대5로 전반 끝.
Yeah, agent recommendations is hard. If you tell us kind of what style, like what moments make you the happiest. Is it when you when you have a setup or an angle that absolutely like outbrains your opponent, like they just don't even think to check, or they're just so confused? Do you like confusing your opponents? Do you like getting up in their face? Do you like controlling the map? You know, the Cypher is fun. I really like Cypher. I'm a big Cypher enjoyer. Although I was just looking at this game while we were talking about console Valorant. How does Astra play on console? I feel like that would be hard. Because you got to keep switching into the top-down view, right? No, SPF really brought it back.
후반전 피스톨 라운드 중요하다 말씀을 드리긴 하지만 이 점수 격차에서는 정말 더 중요하잖아요.
그리고 이 경기가 걸린 게 많잖아요.
그렇죠.
지금 5, 6위 팀 간의 대결이기 때문에 이 경기를
Yeah, obviously, yeah, if you care about like really ranking up, then there's two ways to go about really ranking up. Either you become a mega one trick and you play just to aim and carry, or you learn like a very varied pool of agents and you fill and you play for the team. But that one has mixed results. But overall, like if you want to just understand the tendencies of other people, etc., it is good to always learn at least one of each role. But that's all up to you in your own time. Listen, for now, if you like an agent, you play it. You're playing games for fun, whether you're trying to rank up or not. You got to make sure that you're enjoying what you're doing. Yeah, and the whole team play thing works better the higher ranks you are, so it's a little give and take. But like, no matter what game I play, especially like team games, I will always just like play every new character. Partly because I cast, but also I just like having all the different tools to kind of pick and choose. And sometimes I get bored of a character, I want to play another one. And I really love playing like off meta or, you know, kind of bad characters, so to speak, in any game. So I enjoy tinkering, trying to, you know, come up with my own tech or catching people off guard. So that's my style, but everybody's different.
근데 일단 B와 C 쪽에서의 연기는 일품이긴 하거든요. 근데 문제는 킬조이의 세팅이 이제 알았죠. 이제 A구나. 아차차.
Are you gonna go? You guys are gonna break this alarm bot and go? Okay, they're trying to assume that this is the weaker side because it's Killjoy here. But there's two people in tree. Oh, they win tree. And site. Wow, that's huge. They won this fight here. Huge. Huge.
감각적인 플렉샷이 진짜 좋아요.
이번 스테이지 2 들어서 계속 그래요.
Knowledge is power and flexibility is strength. I like that. That's good.
다 같이 피킹해야 되고 옵션이 많기 때문에 이거 아무리 잘 쏴도 좀 힘든 각이긴 하거든요.
3대1 상황.
I mean, Sasuke's been on a heater today, but this is looking rough.
너무 힘듭니다.
킬조이 세팅도 살아 있어가지고.
Kuchiri. It's funny reading his name like that. 972 Kuchiri. Dude, when Kuchiri's good, he's good, man. He's just inconsistent, but like, listen, this is a guy that was never thinking about going pro. Like well, I've heard that actually originally he wanted to go pro in games, but you know, he's a streamer, a YouTuber, and he's been grinding to try to make sure he can keep up with the team and make sure he's helping. And now he's, you know, sometimes he's taking the MVPs and whatnot.
장막을 이용해서 잔해를 다시 한번 밀고 나가는 그런 운영도 좋았고요.
All right, break the haunt. Try to force them to have to re-clear that. But IAM is just going to say, okay, you're breaking that a lot. This might have actually worked, right? Felix breaking that haunt so desperately has made IAM think that it's going to be a stack here. Like, oh, what are they trying to hide? So IAM is trying to re-clear this. But if IAM re-rotates out and re-clears Mound here, they have really evolved as a team. Because here's the thing. You had over a minute. You had nearly a minute 20 So you're saying, hey, this one way is going to stick here for a while anyway. We don't want to like waste you to only to find out that it's a trap. So we want to re-clear rubble and then we re-clear mound. And that way we spread them thin. I mean, you're playing with the time that you have. There's no reason to rush, especially on an anti-eco. IAM has really evolved as a team. It's a very simple concept, but even at the highest level, sometimes we don't see it. It's good.
킬조이 세팅으로 지금 막을 수 있는 상황이고요. 볼 수 있는 상황이고.
이거 마음 같아서는 사스케만 던져보고 안 되면은 스파이크에 죽고 싶은 마음일 건데.
근데
총기 차이가 좀 커요.
The Tracers.
피스톨 라운드를 내주고 난 이후의 라운드.
Oh, the JDG Classic.
이 다량의 킬들로
It's so red.
황혼이 되게 빨리 오고 있다는 거는 IAM 입장에서는 너무나도
Do they add new gun skins? Yes. There's a new one coming out. I don't know if it releases later on console, but there's a new one coming out. The consensus is that they are a little pricey, but generally they're pretty good. And then there's esports skins as well, so like for the big events and stuff. So thank you for answering all these questions as well, chat. I appreciate it. We love new Valoranters here. Yeah, so the question about Korean casting. So the general setup is that you have one host / play-by-play, and then you have two color casters. Now the balance of like is one more deep analysis, is one just like storyline. Like this can all change depending on the game and the people. But generally you have an anchor or a host who is usually also doing like the big play-by-play and the hypest moments. But more than that, because if it's like an ace, like you're all shouting together. More than that, the anchor's role is to like keep it moving and keep everyone focused, right? Like if someone's like if we were, let's say I was one of the color casters, and I'm talking about, okay, so they're gonna revolve it, but they don't have any control of, you know, rubble, so they still have a minute, so this is where they need to kind of spread the map out again, etc., etc. Then the host or the anchor, like their job would be the one to just kind of like touch upon like what's left, right? Like, okay, well, Killjoy setup is still up, only a nanoswarm, but it's still there to delay on A. Like you kind of touch on it just to keep things moving, and then you're the one who's like introducing all the graphics, etc. The two color casters, again, you know, how deep you get and what style of analysis or storytelling you have is entirely up to you and the chemistry and the game. But because of that, generally, like until the actual big fight, the color casters will do a lot of, you know, mixed play-by-play themselves, right? Of like, oh, you know, they just broke that. And because you want to talk about what that means. So it's much less stricter than a traditional, like, oh my gosh, dude, Dwenmo on the lurks today is insane, dude. He is just, dude, he just forced them all to spread out and then group up again with no extra support. But it's a much less strict division than some of the more traditional Western esports duos of like play-by-play and color. And then like in the hypest moments, you'll usually like join in together to build up the energy. But I will always say that I think Korean Valorant casting has actually some of the best casting in terms of a good balance of actual analysis and energy. If you don't understand it, it sounds like it's just a bunch of shouting, but actually in the build-up, even the shouting is about like what's important, right? So there's obviously some people are better at it than others, but
먼저 두 자리 숫자를 찍었고요, IAM. 아, 슈퍼팩트는 사실 무조건 가져왔어야 되는 라운드였거든요.
yeah, Dwenmo's been branching out to the Viper. I think he's really trying to put in the work to learn new agents, and the Viper's been the new thing for him, not the Yoru. Welcome back, Marl. Welcome back to the YouTube. But I used to cast the Korean side a little bit as well, and obviously you can't translate a certain language's casting to another language one-to-one. But what I've been trying to do is like figure out how would that work, and like how do you find that same balance in English? Now it's tougher in a duo. It's tougher if, you know, on the because in the duo you have in some ways you have less flexibility in chemistry. Oh, this is already very big clearance here, but it's just ecos. Sasuke does, yeah, there is a hero vandal. And Sasuke's been pretty hot on the first map today, so we'll see. Dude, IAM is... Their calling has gotten so much better. Athena's been calling, apparently. Athena's been their new IGL, and... Again, right at the minute mark, he's creating another option. Now, SPF has learned, though, right at the minute mark, they're gonna start to push forward. Turret checks for him, so you know that they pushed out of C. Athena makes the call to go to B. I like this. And then you still have a lurk over on A. It's so good. It's huge. No need to push that. You can actually push back up to heaven. Yeah, there you go. Well, that snake bite should keep you at bay for a long time.
워낙에 또 총기 차이도 나는 라운드였기 때문에
11점이 열립니다. 라운드 IAM.
No, the Korean casters can get very hype, especially obviously if the Korean team is doing well.
위험한 순간마다 갓데드가 또 해줘요.
Are you gonna finish all the matches of Challengers Korea? I will actually not be co-streaming tomorrow's game, which is unfortunate because tomorrow should be kind of fun. But what we will be doing is we'll VOD review them on Friday. Tomorrow, there's a bit of an outing with a couple of the other Pacific casters, so I wanted to make sure I spend time with them. So tomorrow we won't co-stream, so I'm sorry about that, but we'll VOD review it on Friday. We'll kind of just watch it through. How many maps are in the game? How many maps do we have now? Like total, not just in the ranked queue. Yeah, no, it's over. Dude, IAM's calling on the attacking side today was very good.
게다가 자금의 여유도 있어가지고 이거 다 잡으러 가야 돼요.
예, 이거 잡히면 이거 슈퍼팩트 스포츠 매치인데 돈
We have 11 maps. Holy, we have a lot of maps.
근데 볼 곳이 너무 많거든요 지금.
Dude, Dwenmo's lurks today have just been all over the map.
도화지 엄청 크거든요. 근데 큰 도화지가 봤어요. 샷은요.
그래도 이게 설치가 됐고.
네, 뭐 라운드는 이겼으니까 잡으면 좋은.
Yeah, this is the last match, and it looks like it's gonna be the last map.
매치로 갑니다. 12대 5입니다.
Yeah, the maps switch, yeah, around 3 times a year, but not the entire thing, obviously. Only like 1 or 2 maps get swapped in and out.
12대 5에
Personally, I think IGL in the middle is probably good.
빵빵해요 지금.
이러면은 C 언덕 쪽에서 사스케 데미 장식이라도 만들자는 생각.
Although actually, IGL on the end and vibes in the middle is not a bad idea either.
마치 이전 라운드처럼 C 언덕에서 꽝 붙을 수 있는 확률이.
Ascent, Bind, Split, Icebox, Fracture, Haven, Lotus.
그 반전부터 시작을 해야 됩니다.
어느 레이지가 살아남아서 데미 장식을 누릴 수 있을 것인가.
네.
자, 이거 스킬의 배분.
Yeah, that's actually not a bad pull. Ooh, nice shot. Oh, they're all stuck though. I'm surprised IAM wanted to fight that. That's crazy. And the nightfall and the timing was a little off too. And now Callie's ready for Dwenmo. He knows. He knows the lurks are always here. I like that he pops the nanoswarm early from Callie to try to force Dwenmo to come into him. But either way, Dwenmo's here.
이러면은 슈퍼팩트는 정돈된 리테이크를 할 것 같습니다.
5v3 retake. You do have Showstopper online. So Bunny's going to stay out of tree. He's going to look to clear out the flank, and then whenever needed, he's going to use the Showstopper to buy time on the main retake. Dwenmo's actually... Okay, so now that Dwenmo gets a kill, they're going to push forward. Still nobody on the flank, though. Huge, dude. Oh my gosh, the proactiveness from Bunny is big there. Oh, Bunny wanted to try to trade it. Oh.
자, 이번 라운드는 슈퍼팩트가 가져갑니다. 12대 6.
네, 말씀하신 대로 IM에게는 아직 기회가 좀 많이 남아 있는데.
Do casters have anything different compared to the broadcast viewers see, like another screen of stats or something? Sometimes what we've had is like we've had the minimap blown up on a big monitor, depending on if the setup allows it. Sometimes we've had just the observer screen without the UI. But you know, that's in case like the UI goes down or the PGM monitor goes down. I think at internationals maybe they might. I've never actually been to an international. Pray that I can go cast at Champion Soul, guys. But otherwise, like stats and stuff, not necessarily. But some of us like will use our own tablets or phones to have like a something up just so we can keep tabs on it. But a lot of times, if we talk about like certain stats, it's either we prepped it or we're like tracking it. SPF is starting to get the read here. They're getting the read on the B lurks. And they're playing basically what SPF has now done is they'll challenge for C first and they're cutting the map like this. You always want to cut the map in half, right? And currently they're cutting it like this so that if it's A, they just go for the retake. They figured this out. The pit, really? Is a spike in the pit? I think barely. Maybe not the full thing. Nightfall. Oh, actually the full thing is in there. Duen mode. Does he get antsy? He does not, dude. God dead. Here's no audio yet. Okay, his audio's back. Oh my gosh. And he hides back in. Now they know, though. Now they know that Duenmo's in tree. A little bit of panic. What's up, Saito? Yeah, I hope so too, Angel. I hope so too. The fake comeback. I don't know. Is it fake, chat? Schrodinger's comeback. Alright. Timeout? Not bad. Have you seen Supervive? What in the world is Supervive? Oh, nice, Saito. Grats. Dude, I haven't been able to play ranked in a long time.
IAM이 눌렀습니다. 자, 그래서 끝내기 위한 타임아웃이고요. IAM은 슈퍼팩트는 상대 타임아웃을 잘 활용해야 돼요.
이 타이밍 때 미리 별 깔고 시작하지 마라. 쓴다면 하나 정도만 깔고 써라. 이런 얘기들도 나올 법하고. 그래도 슈퍼팩트 e스포츠가 일단 버릴 건 잘 버리고 있는 상태거든요.
No, I haven't seen it.
자, 그래도 슈퍼팩트가
There's suddenly a ton of new games that I'm interested in, both for esports and not.
잘 버텼고 따라가는 점수 만들어냈고 격차 5점까지 줄여냈습니다.
IM도 여전히 점수 차이는 계속되고 지면서도 뭐 황혼이라든지 데미 장식 같은 궁극기들을 빼내면서 지고 있어서 이번에 봉쇄 설계 잘하면
오히려 틀었네요. 그러니까 킬조이가 있는 쪽은 그냥 아스트라의 별을 올인을 해주고.
Okay, so after the time, dude, look at this. Look at this heavy setup. After the timeout, SPF changes it up to try to challenge them on Rubble, and they're gonna buy all the time they can with the double nanoswarms. And you have Cosmic Divide, so the retake is actually pretty good on C-Site with the Cosmic Divide, the Astro Wall. And Athena has lockdown, so you're basically what SPF is hoping for is that you have to waste all the time to clear out this, and then you have to use your lockdown first. You let them do it, and then you have Cosmic Divide for the retake. Okay, still re-clearing Rubble at the minute mark. I mean, dude, IAM has grown a lot. The thing is they have no idea that they haven't actually cleared all of this. They tried to. They got the first nanoswarm out of them, but even used the paint shells. The Prowler didn't get the memory information, and the Haunt, so you know. So their assumption is that there's 2 people here, which they're not wrong, but there's 3 people here. IAM's gonna be in for a rude surprise here, I think. Huge paranoia. Massive. Oh my gosh, dude, that paranoia was everything.
됩니다.
근데 지금 카베르 선수가 이 라인을 쥐고
And this lockdown, it's a little early. Okay, well, they break it anyway. It was a little early, but it does push them further back. Your post-plant positions, and you have water. This is huge. The fact that you have waterfall, and if you get this kill, which you don't.
자, 이러면 카메라가 좀
Oh, well, Athena gets it. And Sasuke can't get through. Oh my gosh, he gets two. Time. Kuchiri has to play for time. He needed to get that kill. Okay.
자, 이때 일단 반해체는 붙고 싶거든요.
시간 체크해야 됩니다.
Oh, he saw him. They saw each other. Oh, Kuchiri.
아, 시간이 안 돼요.
Oof. Dude. Sasuke was pressed for time.
경기를 끝냅니다.
GG's.
IAM 무력 인정입니다.
GG's to IAM.
아, 사실 이제
Dude, IAM looks a lot better. IAM looked a lot better today. Granted, Superfect is not, you know, one of the stronger teams. I think they are growing, though, with the new coach, Valanalysis. But what kind of games do I like to play? I used to really like JRPGs, but usually, like, actual traditional JRPGs take so long, so... Like, I haven't finished Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. I'm still stuck in Costa del Sol. So that tells you just how little time I have. Obviously, I like shooters. I like FPS. Or even third-person shooters. Like, I think I like a lot of third-person, like, adventure action games. I'm generally pretty open to a lot of games. I will tell you the games I can't play very well are, like, open world sandbox, like actual open world exploration. Games with, like, too many checklists, too many side quests. Those are games that I can't do very well when there's just, like, too many choices. And then Sims. I'm not very good at Sims. Basically, anything that gives me more agency to, like, think about the game the way I want. I'm not a big fan of them. But yeah. But these days I've been kind of digging gacha games just because it's like low commitment. I'm just playing them free to play. You know, Honkai Star Rail, it scratches the turn-based JRPG itch. Wuthering Waves is scratching the third-person action itch. So I've been enjoying that. I'm kind of looking forward to trying the first Descendant. I really like the item drop RPGs, right? Like basically loot games. Like I loved Diablo 3. I didn't grow up playing Diablo 2 too much. I loved Diablo 3. I loved Destiny. Loved Borderlands. What about MOBAs and RTSs? I started with League of Legends, so I used to love, well, not really, I guess I started with Call of Duty, but I used to love MOBAs. I kind of strayed away from them for now, just because it's a lot of time, and you have to play with teammates, etc. RTSs I like, but they're very stressful, and I know the time it takes. But I am looking forward to playing both Battle Aces and Stormgate. I'm actually kind of looking forward to Stormgate. I'm actually really curious about the campaign for Stormgate. We'll probably stream that, chat. I will probably... Oh, yeah, I loved Torchlight. I played both Torchlight 1 and 2 quite a bit. But yeah, anything with, like, loot and, like, those kind of, like, item builds, etc., where you sometimes... Like, there can be an ideal build, but you can also have some creativity to work with what you got. Like, which is why I like action roguelikes. Stuff like that. But yeah, Stormgate is coming out soon in early access, and I am looking forward to playing that, both the multiplayer and the campaign. I kind of miss games having campaigns. I think we'll probably do a little bit more of that. Give you guys your points back for anyone who deserves it. Yeah, and then fighting games. I've been enjoying fighting games ever since Guilty Gear Strive. I played a little bit of Street Fighter 4, but that was mega casual, like not really knowing what I was doing. So, as some of you have always noticed, I have a hitbox. I've been loving fighting games, but any of the like 1v1 PvP games, I like them, but I don't always have time to invest into them. Like that's like my off season, right? VCT off season, I'll be like, oh yeah, maybe I should play some fighting games again, or things like that. So
그런 난전에서는 IM이 여타 상위권 못지않은 화력을 보여주고 있는 상태라.
Right on, right on. Yeah, if you're interested in VCT China, we're gonna translate the interview.
무서운 팀.
And then obviously, what time is it? 8:08. Maybe we'll do a little bit of Withering Waves.
인터뷰 바로 만나보겠습니다.
All right, it's interview time though. Let's listen to the interview first. I'll translate it for you guys.
오늘 IAM이 승리했습니다. 승리한 에피나 선수와 인터뷰 나눠보겠습니다.
Let's hear from Athena.
부탁드릴게요.
How does it feel?
일단은 지금 플레이오프 진출이 좀 간당간당한 상황이었는데 되게 꿀같은 한
So obviously we were kind of on the edge of not making playoffs, but I'm glad that we won. So we're feeling much better. And then also I was very happy that I could carry on the first game. So on Haven, you had a 340 ACS, 30 kills. You really did literally carry the team. What was the what were the comms like? What was the atmosphere like?
어땠었나요, 헤이븐?
근데 사실 저희 팀이 제가 캐리하면은 제가 킬이 높을 때
So
못 이기는 경우가 많아요.
our team has a tendency to not win whenever I'm the one with the top frag. So I was a little concerned, and it normally is like that, but today it was pretty smooth sailing, so I think we kind of put that worry away.
원래 에피나 선수가 IGL을 담당하고 있었는데 IGL을 지금 데모 선수 쪽으로 넘겼잖아요.
Oh wait, right. Oh, I misspoke. Yeah, so Athena used to be the IGL, but now Dwenmo's the IGL. Sorry, chat. Dwenmo's the IGL right now. So it's not necessarily that there's so much pressure as an IGL or not, but it's usually that I'm playing anchor or lurking alone as a sentinel. So it was very hard for me to sometimes gather all the information, and it's also been helpful to have Dwenmo learn Viper to assist a little bit on the map as well. So what does your coach Inpa usually kind of want to see from you guys? How do you guys train? So during the timeout, Impa usually points out all the things that we are missing. He recognizes what we're not talking about, what we're not picking up on, and he'll pinpoint those very specifically. So you are now the closest to making it to playoffs. And if tomorrow, if D plus Kia wins, you will actually already be secured into playoffs. Anything you want to say to D plus? Well, obviously we'll do our best to our remaining match as well, but D plus Kia, it would be nice if you go and win. But it is hard to cheer for them because they are an opponent. Obviously, it hasn't been too smooth sailing for IAM for stage 2. So anything you want to say to the fans who have been sticking with you guys through thick and thin? I know a lot of people have been disappointed because we've been on a losing streak. I know some of you have been sad because of us. But we are doing our best to give you joy and give you good games. So I hope that you can still stick with us with the fullest of hearts. And I appreciate all of your support. Thank you. That is it for the interview.
결국 2승 팀은 IAM.
네. 팀 중에 첫 2승 팀이 IAM이 됐고요. VC 대전과 슈퍼팩트 스포츠는 오늘
So yeah, apparently if D plus wins tomorrow, IAM is in for the playoffs. So that's good. What are my opinions of Tekken 8? I haven't tried it, but I always feel like Tekken's so hard, so I'm kind of scared to try it. That's my thoughts on Tekken 8.
전승이긴 하지만 남아 있는 매치업이 좀 상위권들 간의 매치업이 남아 있기 때문에 아직 몰라요. SLT 성남에게도 기회가 있습니다.
자, 순위 확정은 결국 내일 그리고 다음 주까지 이어지기 때문에 끝까지 함께해 주시길 바라겠고요. 오늘 SLT 성남과 IAM이 각각 승리를 거두면서 수요일 경기 모두 마무리 지었습니다.
All right. Well, with that said, chat.
우승 라인에 올라가긴 했어요. 그리고 마지막 경기가 저 1, 2위 심플사 게이밍과 SLT 성남의 대결이 이어집니다.
It's 8:15. We will probably. I was thinking maybe we'll play a little Wuthering Waves, but it will only be like 30 minutes anyway. So I think, chat, what we're gonna do is we're gonna set up a little raid.
벌써부터 다음 주가 기다려지고요.
그리고 IAM이 오늘 승리 거두면서 플레이오프에 한 발자국 더 다가갔어요.
To good old Ryan. For those of you who don't know, Ryan Central. He's also another Valorant VCT analyst, commentator, etc., etc. And he is currently watching China, so I think I'll send you guys all over there. So let's set that up. Everybody join in. If you'd like to go watch a little bit of crazy VCT China, it looks like JDG versus FPX. That should be a fun match, actually. So definitely go send him some love. Right, let's share some of the love with Ryan. Let's share some of the love of VCT China. Thank you so much for tuning in today. Appreciate it. All the new followers, all the new viewers. Welcome, welcome. Great to have you here. If you missed it, we already did the pick'ems. Pick'em 했습니다. So if you missed it, that is up. That will go up on YouTube, where you can search through the live VOD to check that out as well. Oh, Sliggy's watching too? Sliggy's already got a lot of love. I know Sliggy sent us some love, so... But today we'll send the love to Ryan. Today we'll send the love to Ryan. Another time I'll answer back to Sliggy. Okay, that's going to be it for today. Thank you so much. Tomorrow unfortunately, I will not be co-streaming these games tomorrow, but we will VOD review them on Friday. So everyone have a great rest of your day / night. And for now, enjoy VCT China with Ryan Central.
그리고 다른 팀들이 수혜를 입죠.
It's super bright either way.